not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? To live a little. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go.
Since I left these walls, done a gun, now lost it all. Every man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. All those lives I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these walls, down a gun, now lost it all. Every man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Take me to the place now. Take me to that place now. Yeah, the river don't flow. Since I left these walls, done a gun, now lost it all. Every man took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last.
But tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes out. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes out. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
We get to it, let's get right to it. We get to it, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. We get to it, let's get right to it. We get to it, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. We keep on moving. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. Let's get right to it. to it. Let's get right 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 to it. We keep on moving. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, let's get right to it. Jumping up and on, watch how we do it. We keep on moving.
If I could make you stay, if I could make you. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a You're spinning round and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block till I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. We gotta move on up. We gotta move on up. We gotta move on
begin? Do I repair this life of sin? Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, turn a gun now lost lead. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. All those lives I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, down a gun now lost lead. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Head me to the place now. Take me to that place now. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, turn a gun now lost lead. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. and that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last that long if I'm around. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. You're watching me, you know I love a crowd. You better run, run, run before I take you down. I won't hold back, I'm on the prowl. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. Just burn. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground.
小虎3个人要追梦给了小炮，哦哟！哇，小虎
闪现一攻，点燃挂上。
对手一个 EQ，再加一个阿奇的这一波，哈萨反打打得很不错。
一勾钩子接灯，两个人一起跟鳄鱼中百刷到2个，我的天，这波6镜头太凶了。下来全点了，小豪插进丝血，飞机炸药包过来，换成了金克斯，上来球球吗？还没死，这个吹爆 Q。有英雄登场，英雄登场击飞4个首领红白刀，飞轮直接白刀自出，拿到第1个人。
他再过来，直接闪现摸眼，一脚踢回了 Elk， 行云流水的一波。
Welcome everyone to another super day here in the LPL, because we got the super weekend of week number 4 continuing on down the road. We are into day number 6, our second day of the super weekend. I'm Mazel, joined by the lovely Dagda, our one of our sweet Irish casters. How are you doing today, friend?
Oh, I'm good. I'm glad to be here as well. It's an early start for me, but I mean, when there's EDG on the cards, I'm always ready to cast some League of Legends.
That's all that really matters in the end. And you're looking quite fresh for it being so early. Just going to shout that out there real quick. We had some fresh games, though, yesterday, Dagda, as we did have our first super day of this super weekend. And it was a long one, for sure. A little bit shorter in the middle, but it started off with a 2-1 victory by anyone's legend in reverse sweep fashion. Over Ultra Prime. Then our second series was PLG taking a very chaotic 2-0 victory over Thundertalk. And then OMG go the distance against V5 and almost pull out the win.
Yeah, I think my favorite part of yesterday was seeing Ox and Munch lose their mind at Way trying to hex flash gang on Poppy. But still, BLG come out with the victory, and V5 pushing another 3-game series for themselves as they managed to just about eke over the win against OMG. But still a phenomenal day, and I'm expecting our games today to be just as good. But let's take a look at our standings as we power on forward. LNG still sitting top of the table at 5-0. EDG looking to see if they can match them with that 5-0 here today. And I think a lot of people kind of keeping their eyes on that top of the table to see how it's all going to pan out.
Yeah, I mean, you have EDG, LNG still undefeated. You have a very big chunk of teams right there in the middle. The bottom side of the standings, definitely a lot of shakeups to happen there, especially with anyone's legend picking up the win yesterday. But it is Team WE still striving for their first win of the season. And that brings us to, you know, the question of today's games, because we have the two tops of the table, the top of the table versus the bottom of the table in our first series. It is EDG taking on Team WE. Then it's Weibo Gaming taking on FPX in our second series, casted by Hysterics and Lyric. And then Hysterics and Lyric themselves will be bringing you our match of the week in RNG versus Top Esports.
That's going to be an absolute banger. I
really
cannot
is.
wait for that last game. Honestly, all the games we have today are absolutely insane. Like, when I saw this on paper, I was just like, this is such a stacked day.
It really is. I'm so excited. And we get to kick it off in style. And the thing is like some people can, you know, be a little wary of this first match because it is the top of the table versus the bottom of the table. But I feel like that brings more implications into it. That brings more pride into it for both these teams. And that's where I want to start talking today, because it is a little bit of tipping the scales here for either side. Different scales for either side and different goals coming into this this renewed season after the break between EDG and Team WE, Dagda.
Yeah, it definitely feels like for WE, we're kind of looking going, hey, look, lads, we've been making excuses for you the whole way along, right? You haven't had Beishong. It feels like you're still trying to find your identity. And it started off relatively well, where they're finding a bunch of success with these early skirmishes, but we've seen them now tend away from that, with Kadaya going a lot to these enchanter supports, and it really just hasn't worked out for them. And it's only so long that you can keep making excuses before you kind of have to look at what's actually in front of you. And for WE, that's kind of where we're hitting now, especially up against EDG today, who have looked absolutely insane. Like, although they are sitting in third at 4-0, they do look like the best team in the LPL right now. Every single team looks like, or every single lane looks like it's just gapping their opponents. They're constantly coming up with new and innovative strats. Like, we've seen Flandre bringing out some really cool picks in the top lane, like Prowler Annie into the Jace pickup. And we've seen them trying to go for these like lane gank setups with the teleports pre-minute 14. So we've seen really, really cool things from EDG. And it looks like, I mean, I thought they'd be a bit lackluster, say, coming off of Worlds, a bit tired after what was an extended year, but they're looking unstoppable.
Yeah, they are. And the question begs itself, how far can they go? But that is also where the question leads to the path that both these teams have taken, right? And I want to bring up these past schedules for both these teams, where you have very different stories in that as well. It just gets deeper and deeper as we go, because you look at Team WE's side, yes, they're all losses, and that feels bad. But you see those close bouts between them and V5 and Top Esports. You're like, what could have been?
I think the hardest one was that JDG game, their last series, right? Where they really just did get dissected by JDG, and we've kind of been holding out hope for them, because as you say, Mazel, right? Like 2-1 against V5, 2-1 against Top Esports, close games against LNG. It felt like they were really starting to get themselves coordinated, and would be able to take down some of these teams in kind of the middle of the table. But after that JDG loss, it feels like maybe that's not going to be the case. At least now after today, they'll have like LGD up, but it's not been the easiest of roads here for WE, which is why we're trying to give them so many excuses.
Yeah.
But when you look across at EDG, I mean, it's been pretty easy for them the whole way. JDG, TT, Ultra Prime hasn't exactly been the most difficult of setups. Even the one loss they had against Ultra Prime was more down to trying to lock in a weird Shogat pick in game 2 rather than you know, an actual difference in player caliber or team caliber. So this team looks absolutely insane, but we'll have to see as they start to like get later on in the split when they're playing against some of the other top teams like the BLGs, the LNGs. You know, how does that then fit together?
Exactly, and do they still have the steam in their engines to keep going? And you know, that's where I really did want to talk about that a little bit, because there are two very different goals, I feel like, for the rest of the split for Team WE and EDG respectively. But that I do want to turn that conversation over to our defending world champions, to this team who has looked so dominant. And this one might need a little bit of explaining, but I loved it as soon as you proposed it. So we got a little sister action going on for EDG over there.
Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, JJ means sister. And what is a sister without her sister? We got Tia and Tamara in Scout and JJ. These guys have been absolutely insane and tearing up that mid-jungle role. And we're going to look at Scout first on the right-hand side of your screen. Like KDA first. Goal difference of 15 first. CSD of 15 first. This guy has been absolutely insane, both in just his own performance and how well he's synced up with JJ, as you can see from that high jungle proximity. But when we look across at JJ, right, like he's just kind of matching the power that Scout has. And because Scout has been so dominant in the mid, it's given JJ a ton of opportunities to play how he wants in the early stages of the game, and why he's got that insane KDA. His goal difference of 15 is high. And even though JJ's kills and assists at 15 are just kind of slightly above average, his kill participation is down, but that's not on JJ. That's just because everyone at EDG is just lane gapping their opponents. As you can see there, Scout picking up the solo kill. This is kind of a bog standard moment for EDG whenever you see them play.
Yeah, and it's putting together the pieces very well, the aggression showing through, but it's the quick decision making for me that EDG has shown through, and it obviously has been a key to their success, but it's even more ruthless when you're coming into a new season and it's still happening. People are still like trying to dissect the meta and find out what's best, and EDG's like, nah, we're cutthroat, we go straight to the point and we take your Nexus. And it's always fun to watch, but something else that is fun to watch is this giant jungle pool that we have going on here in the LPL. Very standard for the most part, but especially when you're looking at these two junglers, Dagda, we have a little bit of differences, at least across the board, between JJ and View. Only one champion shared.
Yeah, and that is going to be the Xin Zhao, who's kind of been the mainstay S+ jungler for this last few patches. But I want to take a look at the differences that then separate them, right? Because when you look at JJ, he's going for a lot more of the kind of quote-unquote meta picks, right? Like the Lee Sins, the Jarvins, these early game skirmish heavy junglers that allow you to kind of bridge the gap to your late game for things like your Victors and your Jinxes, your Corkis, the Aphelioses, all that come through in the meta at the moment. But that's not what we're really seeing coming through from View, and I think this is why we're seeing a lot of the kind of the fall off in these early game skirmishes and the early game prowess that we'd start to see come through from WE. Is that like when Kadai is not really on these engaged supports, and you're not really pairing that with early game skirmish oriented champions that can kind of provide the CC and set up your team to follow up, it's kind of been falling apart, and it's been a bit of a mix match here for View, as you can see with like the Talons and Idleys, the Dianas. Yes, they're really good in a carry orientated perspective, but they're not really able to facilitate WE in the same way.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where, you know, that spotlight is going to be on the early draft for both these teams, to be fair, but more so for Team WE. They need to get some of that comfort. And as you see, Team WE are taking the stage here, and being able to have some confidence building in your picks, in your playstyle, is what we're looking for Team WE moving forward here.
Yeah, and for me, that starts with like, look, I expect Rakan to be banned. Kadai's Rakan is kind of
I would say so.
But I still want to see like the Nautiluses, the Leonas, and have a strong early game skirmish oriented jungler. Because when we saw the most success from V5, like where they were nearly taking games off of Weibo, where they actually fought back against top esports, it was when they were able to find these early river skirmishes, both at Dragon and at Rift Heralds, and playing these quick picks that would then turn into advantages for them that they could try and run with. That was when they were most successful. That's not really
Yeah.
what we're seeing from WE anymore. They're starting to bring in like the Lulus and stuff into the bot lane. They don't really have a strong enough bot to just kind of solidify themselves in the 2v2, and because they haven't really got Kadai able to link up with you in the same way. Their early game is really struggling and they're falling behind. And we saw this a lot against JDG, where if JDG weren't under any pressure from WE, they could just play into the mid game where they were stronger. And it feels like, at least on WE's side, that's where their biggest hole in their game plan is.
Yeah, and I guess going into this first draft, it's like very differing, right? Where EDG on one side, we're looking for some potential laning dominance, some early advantages at least, because they're so good at converting those early leads into snowball victories, into wins in totality. Whereas, you know, that engage, that skirmish heavy jungle, we need to see that adaptation from Team WE. Something else, you know, being able to see Flandre come in for EDG and see what kind of spiciness EDG is going to throw at it. It is best of 3. There's a little bit of room, a little bit of wiggle room, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some nutty stuff coming through from Flandre. Like, we've got the Predator Annie as a counter to the Jace. We saw the Vladimir come out as a counter to the Jace. We don't talk about Shogat here.
Yeah, we just leave that one off the list.
But yeah, he's played a different champion every single game, and he's been looking pretty damn good, apart from like 1 or 2 hiccups. So with him stepping back in today, I'm curious to see. But I got to give a shout out to Xiaoshang, because honestly, with Flandre kind of taking a breather for the moment, Xiaoshang was insane. Like, he looks really, really strong, did well in his lane, was coming out with like 26% of the team's damage. So the fact now that you've got Flandre coming back in, we'll have to see what the game plan is. But we both know that there's anyone on this EDG roster that can carry, like, any lane whatsoever, right? Like, Flandre is an absolute nuts. Scout has had insane performances. Viper's dealing like 31% of the team's damage. Like, there is just so much talent stacked on this roster that it's not impossible to just kind of go, yeah, well, we'll sacrifice this part of our map because we know we can play elsewhere. It's like, no, you have to be able to match on all 3 lanes or you're in trouble.
Just put a blindfold on, throw a dart at the map, and see where it lands. That's who's carrying today for EDG. We'll see. As EDG on the blue side do ban away the Corki, Rakan, as we were mentioning, and Renekton. On Team WE's side, the ADC bans aplenty, Caitlyn, Zeri, and we'll wait on that final ban.
It doesn't matter what side of the map EDG are on, Caitlyn gets banned every game. People just respect Viper. A big one that is left open, though, is a Twisted Fate that oftentimes does get banned away from Scouts. So curious to see if that's a game plan here for EDG to just try and like keep it open up on the map. And looks like that's going to be the first lock here.
You didn't need long to validate that point there, as EDG, you leave it open, they will slam it as soon as possible. The Aphelios and Thresh combo, though, tried and true, locked in for Team WE.
Yeah, I think the question mark here then is like, what's the plan here for EG? Because I'd love to go for Xin Zhao for JJ, right? Like, talk about this as a shared pool for, or shared champion for both these guys. Insanely strong early game, especially with the Lee Sin bad way, feels like a good shout. But you do also want to try and pick up the Jinx here. And if that's the case, maybe you prioritize getting like a Lulu or something to pair with her in that bot lane to keep the Jinx safe, and then leaving that jungle to later on. But it does mean that WE, at least for View, he should have a good jungle matchup because he can take the Xin Zhao himself and then ban away those jungle champs.
And that leads back to that question of like, will we see the early skirmish junglers for View this time around as well? Do we see those banned out a little bit more? The Tom Kench is the answer for EDG as their final pick in the first phase, though.
Yeah, and like, there is always the option here for W if you want to go towards like the Silas or the Galio for Shanks and like trying to match the Twisted Fate. But I feel like when you've got like the Rise up at the moment and you've got like the Orianna as well, you've got enough that you can push in the Twisted Fate and not worry too much as WE to try and like match toe for toe. But they're actually going to go with the Shinja. They're going to go with the Viego. So again, kind of surprised by this. This is kind of what we were highlighting at the start, right? Like, View wants to take these more carry-orientated junglers, but when you've got like the Aphelios Thresh there, you're kind of playing for the 2v2. Now you've got View on the Viego, so yes, you can ban away things like the Xin Zhao, but they're not even going to go for it. But it does mean that you're not really going to have the strongest of early game skirmishes compared to EDG, especially if you're not banning away things like the Jarvan and the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, that's what worries me going into the second phase. What is left open, right? And the Viego lock-in does provide a little bit of flexibility in that aspect and gives a little bit more carry potential to more members of Team WE. The question is that what we really wanted, as we see the Jace ban away by Team WE in the second phase, and Rise the ban by EDG?
Yeah, I expect like Rise, Silas, Oriana, these kind of things to be taken off by EDG, just because they're things that can match the role relatively well, right? Especially with Rise, like he's so good at like shoving in the wave against Twisted Fate, so it makes it really difficult for the Twisted Fate to actually get moments to use the Destiny. But Rise is pretty able to like roam around himself and get some nice plays off, so not surprised to see that ban away. There's the Xinjiao ban from WE that we are talking about, at least getting some of that early game dueling prowess off the map for JJ. But I still expect something like the Jarvan to come through here. Good early game skirmishes, great lockup for things like the Aphelios and team fights, and plays well with things like the Twisted Fate, because a lot of what you're trying to do with the Twisted Fate is look for these picks, and Jarvan's engage range is so insane that you can follow up really well with the Twisted Fate plays.
And I will say we have a bit differing goals, at least for both these teams going into the second phase, right? Still looking for the solo lane picks for Team WE and what they want to kind of feel comfortable with in those carry positions. And on the other side, still waiting on the jungle, still waiting on one of the solo lanes, at least the top lane. And you'll be trying to save that to see what you can respond with as Team WE lock in the Gwen.
Yes, I'm curious to see what like Flandre wants to go with against the Gwen. At least for WE, always the potential here to actually try and like take a strong side laner for Shanks. Like, yeah, the Silas is gone, the Rise is gone. Maybe you want to go for something nutty like the Akali and go like, hey, look, we're just going to try and beat you on side lane, so you can't actually try and play the 1-3-1 correctly. But we'll have to see if that's going to be the plan. For EDG, though, it's going to be Flandre taking that Graves into the top side and hovering the Jarvan. But it's actually going to be the Volley Bear. Okay, coming in for JJ. So still got that strong engage, still got good follow-up, and a nice, strong early skirmisher once more for JJ.
And I guess I'm just curious at Team WE's, style of draft here, what they're doing, because the Gwen picked up early. The TF has been there since the first pick for EDG. So the fifth pick, not as much of a counter, just trying to make sure the Team WE can get what they feel comfortable with. And honestly, to an extent, I like that for them, because they need to set up some of that stability and maybe a little bit of volatility as we get the LeBlanc for Shanks.
So it looks like, at least for WE, they're trying to match some of the side lane pressure coming through from Edward Gaming. Like, the Gwen can do reasonably well against the Graves in the later portion of the game, and the LeBlanc as well can match pretty well against the Twisted Fate, because you never want to end up like 1v1 as the TF in a side lane. So EDG will have to play this map fairly smart if they want to be able to look for these picks. Whereas on WE side, right, like you're trying to see if you can play through this strong mid jungle with Viego and LeBlanc and get yourself a lead, and then look to try and make plays elsewhere on the map, particularly if you can try and get down and shut the Jinx down. It should give you the ability to contest the push in mid, making it easier to try and play outsides with Gwen and LeBlanc.
I guess I just look at EDG's comment. I get so scared. First of all, you got Flandre's Graves up there. Graves has been looking so ridiculous, but that's some beefy bodies in the front line. That's some serious threats to worry about with the Aphelios on the other side for Xing and trying to navigate these team fights. And it's going to come down to a lot. Are Team WE looking for the peels for Xing? Are we looking more of a forward-facing aggression for them, trying to find Shanks on the side? I think that it's going to come a lot down to how Team WE decide to play this composition, because on the other side, you have a very set up style, right? I feel like it's very plain and simple to an extent. On the other side, a lot higher bar of execution, it feels like.
I think a lot of what WE are going to be looking for is more like, right? Like having the LeBlanc pop in, find someone very quickly, use the chains to set up and like find those quick picks, because if you try and go into team fights, right, you don't have a huge amount of CC there, and like Viego, Thresh, kind of your two ones that can set up for that. So it feels like you're more looking to see if you can find isolated members of EDG. And the problem is when you're looking at EDG, right, like trying to burst out a Volley Bear can be a little bit tough. You always feel like, at least for the Twisted Fate, should be in position to try and follow up on a lot of them. So it means that you're trying to either find moments to catch Flandre out or scout out in a side lane. But one of the things that EDG have been really good at is like keeping control there, like getting vision down. So finding those picks will be tough for W.
Yeah, and vision game is going to be so strong as our first game of the night kicks off. Dagged, I'm oh so excited to be here. And I want to see if we do get a little bit of that cheeky vision game early start as JJ and Flandre up towards this top side. But I guess the biggest question for me is, where do we look for the early pathing of these junglers, right? And how do we see View adapt to this Volley Bear playstyle from JJ?
The big thing for View is just trying to avoid JJ, to be perfectly honest. And that's why EDG
Walk
already
away
are
from
like,
the big bear.
no. Yeah, you don't get to coming in, warding down, making sure that they can get full vision of where Viego's starting, and actually going to steal away the red as well. So for EDG, trying to see if they can split the map, and I actually like this, right? Because a lot of where EDG want to play aggressive towards is this top side. See if they can gank Bubu in the early stages, doesn't have the flash, so JJ always has the option to try and close that gap, get Flandre ahead, setting up Scout to be safe, whereas for View, trying to play towards Xing and Kadaya isn't really going to work out solo. Like, the TK is going to be able to keep Viper, like, relatively all right. I know he doesn't have the same kind of, like, the Devourer that he used to in the past, but it's still pretty hard to gank.
Oh, man. JJ just trying to make the bear presence known here as he quickly goes down to his bot side of the map to block off the vertical jungling that View could have gone for.
Yeah, it means that at least if View isn't able to try and invade on the top side, he's going to be seriously far behind. And honestly, it's really nice from JJ because you got push in mid, so it makes it really tough. He's working down towards Viper Mako and pushing bots, so they're not going to be really able to steal anything. And Flandre in a really good spot here against Bubu, taking some nice trades, so he should have control on top.
A lot of heavy trades back and forth. Healing starting to kick in for both these two. As View actually took the heavier of it, but View is now here, and Flandre steps up. We'll see if View can connect the stun, but it's not going to happen. The flash, though, burned from Flandre.
Yeah, Flandre trying to kind of bait View in, but takes that step a little bit too far forward. So it does mean, though, for View, right, like, you're still out in the cold. You have only cleared your bot side jungle. You're going to get your Krugs on the top side, but you've got JJ who's already pathed up towards this top side. He's going to get the scuttle here as well, and he can go back into his jungle and clear a whole bunch of his camps as well. So you actually see View pretty far behind at the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, already, and he's done. Like, he's gotten all the kills. The only things left on his side of the map are scuttle towards Dragon. And JJ is just going to be eating good as a hungry bear should, apparently. And View needs to find a way to kind of get that tempo back for himself.
And you got such a fast clear as Volibear as well. Like, you're not even going to really set yourself behind on a tempo play because you can see, right? View's going to move down and try and get the scuttle. Actually, maybe eyeing up an invade on the bot side, but thinking twice of it. But look, he'll get the scuttle here, right? But you see, JJ has done way more camps. He's actually going to be able to get these raptors, and then you can always reset and go towards the bot side Krugs as well.
Mako with the cheeky stop, man. Poor Shanks. He just wanted to get back. Come on, Mako. All right, well, Mako getting his back off here. Shanks not allowed to back anymore. Gonna have to stick around in mid for another wave. And hey, that's just the Mako dip.
Yeah, I mean, Mako is an absolute beast. The only thing I will say here, though, is like try to like spot JJ. I thought he might try and reset here and look for invade at the bottom side with Viper and Mako coming off of reset and being able to push in as well. But looks like he's just content with the advantage he's picked up in the early game and setting View behind already. So we'll have to keep our eyes on View now. His camps are respawning on this bottom top side, so maybe he's just going to try and farm it back in. But oftentimes what we'll see is junglers like make a decision at this moment in time, right? Do I try and just efficiently farm my way back into the game, or do I try and go for the high risk, high reward play of going for ganks? Because if the gank works, I'm straight back in instantly. Like, the gold is going to even up, the experience is going to help out a lot. If that gank fails, though, there's always the opportunity for JJ to try and take some of the camps or look for a way to punish that time that's invested into the gank. So we'll have to see what View's decision's going to be, but it looks like for the moment he's just going to go and try and farm it out.
Yeah, the thing is, though, when you're put in a position like this is the thing I always find so interesting in MOBAs is if you have the vision game, if you have controlled the jungle pathing so far for your enemy team, you know where he's at. Like, you can easily calculate where View is going to be, and you see JJ able to approach that way, knows that he's in the top side of the jungle, knows that he needs to hover up here. Yeah,
View, though, is still potentially looking for the wraparound, and this wave should crash in top at some stage. JJ now sitting in mid, seeing if he can find a gank.
They connect there, but Daya and Xing taking a little bit of damage. Mako needs to pop that gray health if they continue to fight, but looks like just some trading going on in the 2v2.
And View got that ward into the topside jungle here, so actually able to spot out where JJ is. So JJ vision game kind of being answered here by Views. He's going to back up those Krugs, but here's the TP.
Yep, we'll see the fight unfolding in the top side. View getting oh so low and dies the Flandre. Meanwhile, 2v2 in the bot lane. Viper's already dead. Xing flashing away. Mako flashing on top of him because the catfish is hungry. Kadaya versus Mako, so it's a Portal combat, but we got blood across the rift. EDG come out 2-1.
And a nice job by Xing and Kadaya, right? 2v1 or 2v2 in the bot lane. They managed to pick up the kill, and it goes to the Aphelios as well. Yes, Aphelios dies in the end, but he manages to get at least that extra bit of gold for himself. Kona picked up for Xing in that bot side, whereas we're going to get this replay. I imagine it, oh no, it is going to be this bot side play, but yeah, just good hook coming through from Kadaya. No cleanse for Viper. He's running the heal instead, so means that once that lands, he's just a sitting duck, especially with the gravitum there from Xing as well, able to finish him off. But you saw on that top side as well, nice play coming through from Scout, and we kind of like looking at Scout. This is why you've seen the TF banned away from so often. He's so good at finding these quick moments to make plays to the top side. He doesn't matter that he's, you know, nearly 15 CS behind. He's about enabling the rest of his team.
And, you know, good thing, Viper still has flash, so next time, if anything happens, he could flash away. The thing now is the keeping of the pressure for EDG, and especially utilizing Scout to continuously get those destinies off, get the side lane pressure going, and make sure that they are keeping that tempo up for themselves, right? Because we have seen View doing a very good job of catching back up in the jungle state against JJ.
The only thing I will say though is you can always look at the reverse for WB as well, right? The flash was invested by Scout onto this topside play, so with Shanks having a flash of his own, even Kadaya roaming up, and this is going to be the 8-minute mark, so you're looking at Rift Herald spawning. I would have liked to see WE try and make some sort of play in towards the mid lane before this started up, but looks like they're not going to. And EDG, I'd be surprised if they try to contest this fully. It feels like WE, at least at the moment, have the stronger, like, straight up team fighting squad. And not only that, they're just in a better position.
The EDG still walking up here. They want to contest the Rift Herald. They've got Flandre coming down on the flank. It's looking like a 5v5 at 8.5 minutes. Oh my god, the Sky Splitter just obliterates Kadaya. JJ going in, and now it's all doomed for Team WE. What happened, Dagda? I can't believe that just happened in front of me. Viper picks up a double kill, and EDG run away with it.
So I forgot
he's
the
gonna
basics.
get it. Hey,
oh, nice.
The eye. Oh no, it doesn't matter. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Oh no. Okay, it is probably worth it, but Shanks dies anyways. Flandre getting placed at the top lane. Everything gone to hell in a handbasket for Team WE.
So the thing I forgot to do, which is basic casting for LPL, is you got to turn on the nameplates whenever you're casting EDG.
Yeah.
Because every single time you're like, there's no way this works. They're going to, like, you just don't want to go for this. Like, you got decent setup here. Shanks is on a flank. There's no way that EDG are going to patch this, right? Like, Shanks here goes to try and go burst at JJ. Probably not the correct target. But right now, like, Flandre just getting a ton of damage. Kadaya thinks he's safe to go for the engage, but there's just no real follow-up coming through from WE. They look scared the whole time, and because they're kind of on the back foot and pedaling away, EDG are just able to run at them the entire time, shoot them down with Viper being able to use his range, and there's nothing that WE can do.
And now with this lead, right, it's that same position that we've seen EDG in so many times. They get that early advantage. They are so good at turning that into victories and quickly. And with the everybody getting a little bit of the love here on EDG, everybody having a kill at least on the table, the next parts feel easy for them, right? The setup for the objectives. You go to the Dragons, you force fights, you force Team WE to play the game they don't want to play.
I feel like for WE at least, though, the fact they got Herald is a bit of a boon, right? Because one of the big things for EDG is like trying to get down these side lanes so they can act that 1-3-1 push, but with the Rift Herald not there for them, it makes it a little bit tougher. And WE, if they can use that gold to get money onto Shanks, well, Shanks can then contest the side lane pretty well. So I think we're going to see View trying to put a lot more pressure now into the mid lane, especially with Destiny up. If Scout ever leaves mid, it's just an instant Herald in the mid lane for sure.
Very true. And a little bit of gold back in the pockets of Team WE. Count very quick, very fluid though with the Destiny, with all that movement being able to come out of the mid lane. Dragon number 1 was secured about 11 minutes in for EDG, but the Dragon stacking is not the name of the game right now for them. They just are taking control of the game in its entirety.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for both these squads is because they're more pick orientated rather than like upfront team fight, the Dragons are only really there to like stop the other team from getting them. Realistically, like whenever you see a pick comp like this, right? It's like, or like a composition that wants the side lane. The Dragons are good in like, hey, if we can get 1 or 2 underneath our belt, that means we can ignore 1 to 2 dragons, and we can like play for side lane advantages like getting towers, pressure inhibitor turrets, like this kind of stuff, right? So you don't actually have to fight face up like straight 5v5s. You can always like have options to cross map.
Oh my god. Hey, this is the world champion diff. Okay, the flash out from Xing. Does he still die? No. Oh my god, it's so close. Xing holding on for dear life on the right of his life against EDG. JJ with the Sky Splitter doesn't have the distance, but Viper cutthroat as ever.
Yeah, I mean, that was just straight up Viper diff, right? Not quite able to get the kill on towards Xing because he does flash away, but Viper just understanding that when you've got 2 kills at a Jinx and you already have a Gale Force complete versus an uncompleted first on for Xing, you can go for Flandre. We'll run into Bubu on the top side, but he's going to be fine getting back to lane to take the farm.
And at least for this moment, there is a big item difference on the map, right? There is not a single mythic completed anywhere for Team WE, and on the other side, you have 3 for EDG, and they're utilizing that. They are making sure that this is the moment they choose to fight.
I feel bad for Xing.
No.
He's losing so much Flandre, though.
Flandre, the 2v1. He still has the shield bone. That's the mythic diff. Is it going to be enough? Flandre dies. Bubu makes it out. No. Okay, yes. The healing from the minions is going to be enough. And Team WE execute their own play on the top side while giving a solo tower to Viper.
Yeah, Scout had started to lean towards the bot side as well. So a lot of farm loss for Xing in that trade. And unfortunately, it means that Flandre ends up getting the attention of View because View has to try and make some sort of pressure happen somewhere. And it is going to be Flandre down on that top side. No flash to get out. And now it's 2 plates going across to View and View. So at least WE gets something back, but there was so much gold that was lost in that bot side play.
We're going to get a replay of the top play, the 2v1 against Flandre. Thought the mythic item diff was going to be enough, but turns out it's just a Gwen Viego diff.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much damage that can come through here, and especially with Bubu being able to heal off with the Leeching Leer and also that ult, there's just so much sustain that can come across. Now, though, EDG are going to start swapping around the map. Viper moving up towards his top side because he's already done his due diligence on this bot half as well. I was trying to keep an eye out for the Rift Herald. I don't know if I missed it. It looks like maybe we got some damage off in the mid lane, but
yeah, it was in the mid lane. He popped it just like kind of zealously.
So in the grand scheme of things, like WE haven't really gotten much out of the Rift Herald. Yes, they got a kill top, but didn't get a tower. May get Flandre again.
No. On the other side of it, guys, stop it! There's
oh my god, there's
4 people here. There's no way that Flandre is making it out. Okay, sidestep, gets away from the death sentence. They still want to go for this. They're proxying the wave. They're just going to go under tower here, and they're using everything. The Heartbreaker comes out. View gets the kill. View gets away, and another dive executed by Team WE. But on the other side, Viper got another tower. They're working on a tier 2, and the gold is still just filling the pockets of EDG.
And especially when we're playing the type of compositions that EDG and WE have, towers are king in this sort of spot because it means that you can push that wave in even further, threaten on towards inhibitor turrets on the top side now, and it makes it a little bit more difficult for WE to defend all the different movements that EDG have. And we talked about this coming through in the start, right? Like, this was going to be a lot about how does WE match up to the map movements of Edward Gaming. Well, right now, it's EDG playing the map better. Even if you're getting the kill on Flandre and getting the tier 1, the tier 2 tower, far more important.
Absolutely, and all that gold in the Viper's pockets was more important as well, finding himself almost 3,000 gold over his counterpart in Xing. That's where a lot of that gold difference is for EDG right now. But now, looking at next steps, Dragon, 23 seconds just about. Still not the big focus, as you mentioned earlier, Dagda. And it's more so been about Viper just looking for the catches. And how ruthless Viper is. Just leave him alone, man. He's taking. Okay, this is a little bit more of a tricky predicament here as Team WE back away, and Viper's still shooting in. The Rockets Fishbone's doing some work here for him, and they just can't do anything about it.
The Viper Sniper's online. My God, is this guy trying to pick him off every step of the way? Scout, though, under the tower.
Bubu needs to get away from this fight. He's trying to put some damage back onto Scout, but Scout's doing a beautiful job of kiting him out. Here comes JJ over the wall, though, and Bubu is hunted down by the bear and gives the kill to Scout.
JJ been hovering around for a while, trying to see if he could get into this top side of the map. Needed to talk to JJ about his car's extended warranty, and he eventually gets there, right? And now our Bubu's got to go all the way back to base. And JJ will meet up in mid lane as EDG look to crack open this mid lane turret.
They are exploding this game right now. It is insanity. And this is exactly what we've seen from them time and time again this year. It's insane. They take a lead, a small lead, and they blow it open by macro decision making. And now they're looking at a tier 2 tower in the mid lane. This is chaos, but it's all in favor of EDG.
I mean,
another charge,
EDG
no way.
Like, EDG are just nuts, man. I love casting this team because just as, like...
Okay. Here we go. Team WE trying to make a play on a Mako. Mako has already eaten Viper. Viper's still alive, though, and that's what you got to focus on. Bubu taken out of the fight already. The TP from Shanks didn't really accomplish much.
Well, they tried their best. WE throwing everything they can at EDG, but not able to do anything. And now EDG will look to reset. They've got 2 dragons. Third isn't for another 4 minutes. It's 70 minutes into the game, and they're already looking at these inhibitor turrets. Like, EDG are just so damn clean. They're so good at using these advantages, and it's just non-stop, right?
Yeah.
Like, every time you think that you've kind of got a breather, it's only because EDG are getting the vision control down so they can set up the next play.
They had to go spend money.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just insane. And as I say, like, as someone who like analyzes the game a lot, like, EDG are just such a joy to watch. They're so clean in the way that they set up and how a lot of their stuff is already premeditated, right? Like, you're gonna see Scout TP to the bot side here, right? The only reason he's doing that is because you're looking at mid wave that's going to be coming up in a second. Now Scout can fully push in this wave. You can collapse mid, and chances are EDG are just going to rotate up towards that wave in a second for Scout, or they can have Scout dip into vision like this. And now he's always here to threaten mid wave with Jinx in case WE try to answer for the
They're just turning this. There's no way Team WE make it out of this way. Yeah, View has to flash away. They have their whole team here, and it's a 5v3, and they're still running away, Tagda. EDG dip right now, and here comes Viper, the real difference maker, and JJ wants it. He's going in for it. Scout with the Destiny over on the side, and it's Team WE completely routed, but the needlework doing some work itself. Bubu just gets cut down, and EDG come out on top yet again.
And EDG, they can't even go for Baron. It's 19 minutes into the game, and they're just like, well, what do we do now? Like, we got the double kill. We're killing everyone. We have a massive 8,000 gold lead, and I mean, sure, we could try and push for the inhibitor turret, but it's not really going to net us anything. So instead, they're going back, going to shove waves, trying to deny more creeps and experience. But see here, right? Scout running the entire way up from that bot side. Viper now moving in towards his top end, and WE, they've just got to run the whole time. Good cleanse from Shing, honestly, to keep himself safe, because otherwise he would have been the 3rd member going down.
You see Team WE just back in their jungle, trying to pick up the scraps at this point, but the lead is getting oh so scary. About 8,000 gold in the lead now is EDG. And as you said, not even bit about the objectives. Yes, they have 2 dragons, but it is constant pressure. It is never letting up for Team WE, and that's the difference that you see with Team EDG rather, because it is constant. It is every game you're seeing this kind of play style. And I want to go back to a point you mentioned earlier, Dagda, where anybody on this team can carry, and we're getting a little bit of that in this game by itself. Everybody is contributing. Everybody is having pop-off plays on EDG.
Except for Poor Flash, right? He's just been fully focused.
Hey, okay,
He's been
no,
great in the team
I
fight.
give him some pop-up plays there too, okay? He's got some serious damage.
He's been looking good in the team fights. I just feel sorry for him in the late phase where it started off, oh, there's 2 people in my lane. Now there's 4 people in my lane.
Now
It's
I
like,
go
what's
bot
going
lane,
on
and
here,
there's
lads?
still people there.
Still, though, like, he's been absorbing that pressure relatively well. EDG have been massively advantaged because of the fact that they are able to play off of WE committing multiple resources to try and deal with Flandre. And now Baron has spawned. EDG, all outer turrets are down. You have Scout as well, who's got that Destiny, so alongside the Flandre TP, so they can look to try and go for a 1-3-1 setup if they want, or they can just look to go towards the Dragon. Either way, for WE, you're kind of in a lose-lose, right? Third Dragon goes the way of WE, or EDG, sorry, or you end up getting picked at Baron.
And here we go, the Destiny being loosed. I want to say Scout flashing forward with the yellow card. There you go, Sky Splitter, and Scout gets the kill. The BM book pages are filling up as he just completed that purchase right before this fight. And that is where I want to check in here, because the item differential is coming to bear here for EDG, and they are just running away with it.
And now with the wave pushing in mid, EDG going to look to crack open the base. Inhibitor mid should go down. They don't want to try and go towards Baron just yet, because it would end up just being a flip with View, but already base cracked open. View shoved in that bot side. Enough, but it just doesn't matter. EDG are going to be able to move across and get this Dragon as well. It's just so well orchestrated by EDG.
It is, and now we have the Baron on the table. Not the eye right now to go for it, but they do have the option that we've crested the 20-minute mark now. They are one Dragon away from the Ocean Soul. I don't even know if they're going to need it at this point with that mid open up there and the inhib still bare. I want to see if they continue to push that pressure. I mean, we expect for them to do so, but we're getting those 3-item power spikes where we're still struggling for 2 on Team WE, and that's when you know you can push the tempo.
And especially, as we said, like, both these comps kind of want to look over picks, right? And like, the idea is View in theory should be able to battle against Flandre, and then Shanks kind of moves across, hopping over walls with the picks, but because EDG are ahead, they're the ones finding those picks.
They're walking straight into a 5v5 fight, but there's the TP on the side. We've already gotten Shanks killing Mako, but here comes the real firepower, and you've got JJ leading the charge. Viper going forward with the Gale Force. He's excited now, and Shing's in some trouble here, and so is the rest of Team WE. They're going under tower, and EDG will not relent for anyone, Dagda, as they will continue to press in Team WE and ensure this victory in game number 1 for themselves. They take the team fight win, and now they're looking at the inhib.
EDG just find very quick fights in the WE jungle, and like that, 23 minutes into the game, EDG will take game 1.
We were so interested at what EDG will get off the break. Will we see that continued dominance? Will the slump finally read this team? But they are above it, Dagda. They are so far above it. They are soaring through the sky right now. They will, at least in this game 1, show that dominance. They still got a series to finish out, though.
I mean, they do, but if you're looking for a confident win, I think that's it, right? Like, very big plays in the early stages. JJ coming in with a game plan to shut down this Viego pick coming through from View. Scout then moving up towards the top side with that Destiny, finding picks there. And from that, the snowball just starts on picking up steam. And there's just no way that WE were able to stop it. They couldn't keep pace with EDG across the map.
And for me, it's the consistency that we see these kinds of performances from EDG. That is what is so terrifying. It's literally every time we see these guys on the Rift, if you give them just a sniff of gold before 10 minutes, it's over. Like, I don't even know what to say at that point.
It's just so good. Like, you look at like the kill participations for the teams, right? And like, they're kind of all in the 50s to 60s, but it's because people are just consistently like roaming all over the map, right? It's like you've got so many moving parts that are all coming together. And even when they do end up kind of coming for these team fights, oftentimes it is more of a, hey, we're actually not going to go for the straight up 5v5 because we know that we can find a good pick here that can set us up nicely for this objective. It's just so insane. You can see it there as well. Team Milestone coming through for EDG, one of the longest organizations in the LPL. 500 wins, kind of insane.
What a win to cap it off too. You say that's your 500th win. Well, it's pretty dominating, and you know, fits EDG's play style to a T. I just think, you know, it's reeling to have a game like that for Team WE. And coming into the day, right, like we were trying to set expectations for this series in particular, because they both do have very different goals coming into it. But we'll see, you know, going into game number 2 if Team W can turn it around, because this game, as you see from that gold graph, was straight through the roof, and had EDG's name all over it.
Again, though, like the draft was kind of confusing to me from WE.
It was.
Like we said, hey, look, you've got the opportunity to go for Xinjiao. Like, especially against JJ, get yourself a good early game jungler so you can actually like contest a lot of what JJ wants to do. And Diego is nice, but you can see there, right? Like, if you actually don't have the slow-paced early game, or you just don't have the opportunity to deal much damage, and with the composition that WE had gone, or sorry, for the EDG had gone for, you're just never going to get that kind of slow-paced early game. So, I don't know. It feels like kind of going back to the drawing board again for WE. It feels strange to me that they kind of found what was their comfort, right? Like playing off of these early skirmishes, and now we've seen them transition almost completely away from that style.
Yeah.
And especially here, EDG, they're so good at finding these quick picks, these early game plays, that balloon the gold lead completely. You just need to find something that can fight back against the EDG early game.
And I think the telling thing for me is, finding that stability for Team WE, making sure you're getting strong lane matchups, right? They had the counter pick, but they didn't really utilize it. Actually, they didn't utilize it. And, finding those intricacies in the draft as well, but more so, like, you've got to have confidence. I mean, that was a Jinx Aphelios lane that we've seen time and time again in an LPL. And Viper literally was just all-inning on Xing every time he could. And that is terrifying because you've got to have stability. You've got to have confidence in yourself for Team WE. And building that confidence is the big thing here. We'll see if that confidence can be built going into game number 2, though, Dagda, as we're going to send it away. And we'll be right back with game number 2 of EDG versus Team WE. This spring, nearly every LPL team implemented changes to their structures, which makes this split extremely intense. For RNG, they come out of the break with fire in their heart and a streak to continue. The streak itself, enough to prove that Ben has well adapted to the RNG method. He will be known for more than pentas at Worlds. He will be known for greatness.
And now Doggo's in trouble, chased down by the enemy top laner, drops his turret. But look at the damage from the needlework. He goes down for his trouble, but that is monstrous.
Comparatively to RNG, Top Esports has not had the same streaking start, and it's leading down a path TES do not want to take. They must find a way to correct past mistakes, a method to the madness. Through the tribulations of an early spring season, Knight has been that shining light.
Carry, and it sets up for Knight to finish him off. 2 kills from Top Esports, and they look for more with the slow onto View as well. Ethereal Chains looks for the root on top of everything else. Knight has to get out though. Or does he? Grabs himself a double kill. Beautifully done by Top Esports.
Knight sits as a centerpiece of Top Esports, and this duel will be an assessment of the precision that Xiaohu holds so dear. Will he truly bring the legend of the General Tiger back to life?
Where are you going? It's all too clear. You're going back to the fountain. RNG, they lose the Rift Herald, but they do not care because a Super Mega Jet Rocket from downtown sets up Xiaohu.
Not to be outshone by their mid lane carry counterparts, the bot lane battle shines just as bright. You have Jackie Love and Gala, 2 of the most spoken about players in recent LPL memory. Even if the duo of the legendary Gala and Ming seem formidable, the champion AD in Jackie Love is always ready for a fight.
It's a choke and Top Esports have to get out of here. Zoom coming in is dicey, but Jackie Love's still alive. ZS jumping for him, flashes away, matches with the counter-strike, a quick QSS. ZS actually dying though. ZS is dead. It's a triple kill.
For Top Esports, this is a challenge they must pass. They need this, not only to prove themselves, but to reinstill that fiery confidence. RNG, on the other hand, will stop at nothing to keep their win streak alive. Find out who comes out on top in our match of the week, Top Esports versus RNG.
I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. 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 I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live?
拿完冠军回来之后，感觉是多了份自信吧。这个赛季目前状态算是比较起伏的吧，应该我们会越来越好。
저는 호흡은 점점 더 좋아질 수밖에 없다고 생각을 하고, 왜냐면 좀 시간이 많이 지났으니까. 근데 지금 그냥 스스로 약간 개개인의 컨디션을 끌어올리는 게 좀 더 우선이라고 생각을 해서 우선 그 부분에 좀 신경을 쓰고 있어요.
Welcome back, everyone. Getting to hear a little bit from EDG's members after a dominant game number 1. If the season's already been rough here, Dagda, I don't know what the rest of the season's going to look like because this is a strong team. And speaking of strong team, a key piece to that strong team is Viper, who will pick up our MVP for game number 1.
I just want to touch on real quick, JJ's like, yeah, just flexing on people, you know, feeling more confident since I became a world champion.
Yeah.
It helps. But for Viper looking good in this game, like we highlighted that this guy was just a man on a mission, right? Like trying to take the 1v1s against Xing at basically every point in time he could possibly manage. And even though there was that early like 2v2 that went a bit awry, after that Viper was just popping off so much damage, so many kills. And I think that's the big thing for EDG. Like every time I watch this team, it becomes so difficult to be like, hey, look, this is the person that I think should get the MVP. Because it always feels like a big team effort. And it's kind of like, well, who was the person with the bigger number, better person in this situation? And that was Viper.
It was. And honestly, feeling for Xing himself as Viper was not relenting on that poor bottom lane. It will be Team WE on the blue side this time, so changed it up a little bit. EDG on the red side. We're already through the thick of things here in the first ban phase as Lee Sin, TF, Caitlyn banned away by Team WE, Zeri, Corki, Renekton by EDG. And we're back to basics here. It is the Aphelios for Team WE, the Jinx Thresh combo for EDG.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by the Aphelios first pick, right? Like, it didn't work out too hot for them the last game. Now you're kind of running it back, but at least now we are getting View going for that early game skirmish jungler, right? Going over towards the Shijao and the Rakan left up. All right, WE, this is where I want to see it.
This is Exodia.
This is it. This is what I was talking about. This is where they can actually look for early game skirmishes. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it, because against the EDG, that is no easy task. But let's see what the plan is following through. Lee Sin banned away. Maybe a Jarvan or something to come through here in the jungle for JJ. Kind of has to go back towards things like the Volley Bear if he really wants to, but actually going to go towards the Gwen. So trying to secure a strong top side for Flandre.
Wow. So very different approaches here in this second game, especially looking over on the side of Team WB. They're literally checking off all the boxes we wanted for them at the beginning of the day. And like literally, this is your moment to shine already just with the first 3 picks. Like, I'm very excited for this turnaround game from Team WE. But that Gwen is oh so scary, especially when piloted by Flandre. Could still obviously go in the jungle. We've been seeing that a little bit. But now we're into the second phase of bans. We get the Jace by EDG and a respect ban of the Volley Bear by Team WE.
Yeah, just trying to get rid of the jungle champions. As you say, look, Gwen can go into the jungle. We've seen it twice over the LEC in that. But the jungle is still going to be the main protocol because you assume that's going top for Flandre.
Yeah.
The upside for EDG, though, getting rid of the Jace, getting rid of the Rise as well. So
the Poppy.
Trying to figure out what the Poppy effect. I love it. Yeah, I mean, Jarvan probably going to be the best bet here. Going to leave the counter pick open for Scout. And we kind of said already, like, Jarvan, just kind of a nice all-rounder. You don't win out in the 1v1 against the Xin Zhao, but you can still tend to walk away. You still got good gank set up in that, so he's still going to be pretty good.
He feels, for me, he's the enabler jungler, right? Like, if you pick Jarvan, you are looking to get your lanes going and find advantages for your lane, right? And setting up your teammates. So I'm obviously Jarvan in his own right is very strong, but I've seen that a lot here recently. I'm very excited to see JJ take that piloting of the Jarvan. On the other side, though, we get some spice here. Akali, he locked in.
I'm curious if it's going to be the Kennen here for Bubu. I feel like it could go relatively well with the composition. Like, you got good engage set up with the Rakan, which you can follow up with the Kennen. Nice engage, but okay, no, it's actually going to be the Akali top. And there it is. Okay, Shank's going to take the LeBlanc, so Scout instantly just like, give me the Lissandra. I'm totally fine. And it kind of works out well, right? You've got 2 big DPS champions coming through with the Jinx and the Gwen. So having that lack of damage from the mid lane is going to be totally fine. It does mean, though, like, you've got a lot of early setup on the wherever side of the map you decide to play through, because CC in both the Jarvan and also in this Lissandra is going to do a huge amount. I'm curious to see, though, what WE's build is going to be for Bubu, because we actually haven't seen the Chem Tank over in the LPL, but we are still on patch 12.2, so Chem Tank's still a thing, at least at the moment, for the Akali.
Just so interested, right? A little bit of scout saying, I have the counter pick now. But tried to bring in his own flair with that Lissandra. The thing for me, for Team WE, Shanks, good on the LeBlanc. Can't take that away from him. Last game, it did not work out for the team. So I guess the thing for them is feeling confident in the fact that it was just some mistakes in the early game. They can turn that around. So I want to take a deeper dive into this composition for Team WE because they did get a lot of the check marks that we wanted them to have at the beginning of the day. Is that enough?
It still feels like a very similar style, as you're saying, Mazel, to the last game, right? Like strong side lanes coming through from the LeBlanc and the Kali. The ability to find picks is there with the Rakan, the LeBlanc, the Xinjiao, and that seems to be kind of the best way for WE to try and orchestrate themselves. And coming into team fights, it gets a bit messy because you have so many different flank angles that you're trying to work with, but it does mean that they can put threat onto Viper. Whereas for EDG side, you kind of have a decent answer to that side lane pressure, but good amount of team fighting as well with great engage from like the Lissandra that can set you up.
Well, there we are, the logos shining brightly on the stage and Summoner's Rift loading up in front of us. We have our second game of the day. Defending world champions EDG look to make it a quick night with a 2-0 victory. But Team WE, they've got to find a hold in this series. They've got to find something to grasp onto.
Okay. WE.
Don't do it.
Okay, I was gonna say don't run into this. This is the game, right? Everything that we've kind of been giving excuses to WE for has been answered in this one. You got Kadaya on his by far favorite pick, the only champion that he has a 50% win rate on. You're looking at Shanks, good duelist in the mid lane, good gank setup, and a really strong mid jungle. Kadaya able to link up with that, especially because you're against the Thresh in the bot lane with Cleanse. Shin can be relatively okay to be left on his own for a little bit of time. So I want to see WE now looking for what we saw against Weibo, against Top Esports, with this 3-man unit of the mid jungle support linking up and finding picks, finding moments to go aggressive.
That aggression is going to be key to it, and enabling Shanks as well in this LeBlanc. I feel like, again, going back to that game number 1, it's a strong pick, but you have to get the execution on it, especially, and make sure you're being fluid with the mobility that LeBlanc provides in those flanks, in those early game movements. We'll see how that all pans out. We'll look at this jungle pathing again. No shenanigans this time around the opposite side for EDG and JJ, as last time with that volley bear getting the early pathing advantage. But it's going to be pretty calm and collected early.
Flandre, though, did get a word onto the blue buff of View, so at least has full knowledge as to where View is going to be pathing. So now it looks like View going to go for like the 3 camp, potentially into some sort of topside play, especially as View taking some horrific trades. So they will spot that View is up here, so Flandre will probably want to crash this wave pretty quick, so that then he won't be in danger of View coming up towards that topside.
The priority in bot lane acquired by EDG bot lane as they push under tower, but all eyes on this top side of the map now as JJ making his way out of his side of the jungle will make it over to the side of View as View comes right around the corner. We're gonna get a 1v1 to start us off. Red versus red. Who's gonna take it? View already at half health here. It's gonna be a tightly contested one. You can't take the early skirmishing, JJ. You need your team, and it's just gonna be an early scuffle going either way there as both junglers come away a little bit scarred.
Yeah, I mean, JJ is kind of giving his health bar for the good of the cause there, right? He allows Flandre to get this 4th wave crash, which means that then Flandre can actually go for a nice reset here and walk back to lane, you know, to keep his TP and get that big advantage over Bew. So this is where, like, I think JJ excels, is like a really good understanding of, hey, I'll give up some of my resources so that my team can flourish. And you're going to see it here, right? Well, I thought we were going to see it here with Flandre looking for the reset, but actually looks like he didn't quite get that crash off correctly.
Not going to find it just yet. Viper going for deeper vision on the bottom side. Just make sure they're safe with this priority they're keeping up. And it is JJ going back down towards the bot side. Start clearing that jungle up a little bit. Now, I wonder, I guess that does turn my attention is, do we see more action go to the bot side? Or do we see both junglers kind of resetting and pathing back towards these solo lanes?
I mean, you've got options, especially as JJ, right? Like, good setup in the mid lane for Scout. I'd be surprised to see a lot of pressure gone down towards that bot lane for JJ, just because Viper Mako perfectly fine to just farm up, try and help out Flandre, but you see already View trying to move up into this top side with this big wave collapsing.
Gonna try. There is that big wave. Flandre needs to try to clear it a little bit. View buying a lot, or spending a lot of time up here, rather. Flandre in some trouble here. The shuriken flip is going to be available. View finally coming into view, and Flandre activating the shroud here to be able to buy more time, as Shanks now might have bought enough time to have a 3-man dive up here. As Flandre goes down, is it going to be traded at all? It is not. And Team WE with first blood and a successful dive.
Nicely done by WE. Shanks gets the first TP,
Oh no.
but now
See, how is this happening? How did we get here? Where did we come from? Where did we go? Sing is just dead.
And for EDG, it's Cotton Eye Doe as they managed to pick up both on that bot side. Nice job from EDG as, I mean, just trading really effectively. Shanks managed to TP back to the mid lane first, so he roams to the top side, but when Scout's able to answer for the push that Shanks has, but now it's EDG that can move down to this bottom lane. They picked up the 2 kills and they're getting a turret play for themselves as well. EDG shutting down that early play from WE.
Do you see what's happening in the bot lane right now? Viper is up 20 plus CS. They are just dominating down there. We're going to get a replay and a POV of Mako.
And Mako, like, great flash here to set up the play right as the flash comes through from the Aphelios. And then able to pick off more as well. Really nicely done by EDG. And, I mean, for Edward Gaming, right? They're going to start moving around the map now. Mako moving in towards mid. He's got JJ here as well. Buying space for Scout. And you've even got the push in bot lane. So I'm curious to see where EDG want to try and make their presence known next. Maybe they are just going to continue to play around this bot side of the map.
And look at View. He's going back towards the top side with the wave crashing from Flandre. Wants to try to get something up there. It's a very awkward spot. But I don't know if he can even get anything against Flandre, who can play very safe on this Gwen and now has a 2-level advantage over View.
Flandre needs to be careful though. View is up on this top side. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big advantage for Edward Gaming. This is where I'm like, okay, WE, like, how do we try and, like, right the wrongs, right? So you can see Kadai starting to move up towards this mid lane. I like that they're kind of thinking, hey, look, Rift Herald's in a minute. Let's see if they can try and find this early skirmish, or at least some sort of engage, so they can try and pick off members of EDG before it all kicks off. And looks like that's going to be through invading onto this top side. Red's going to be taken away. Bew threatening on towards the Krugs as well, just trying to keep JJ honest.
Yeah, nice little play from View and the rest of Team W, especially Bew coming down there to keep the pressure up. I'm sure View can accomplish that sneaky little red buff steal. But in the grand scheme of things, right, not going to do too much harm to JJ as he's actually heading. I thought it would redeploy down towards the bottom side of the map. Looks like the decisions are changing here as well as we speak for JJ. But the pressure is still on in the bot side. Level 6 is coming up very soon for Viper and Mako.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think from the top 3v3 perspective, it's really hard to kind of call that EDG can win that out, right? Like, you've got a lot of assassination potential. View is super strong as well. So I think from the EDG perspective, just like, look, if we can't really contest this without Viper and Mako, there's no point in trying to go for it. So you see JJ just kind of moving down to the bot side in case View made his way down there. So then he can cover Viper and Mako on the push. And now with him there, they can move on.
Scout going in for the lockdown as well. The Mega Death Rocket comes through, but not enough to get shanked just yet. I will say almost a full level advantage between Viper and Xing, as we saw Viper hit 6 as Xing hit 5. So there's the difference, but not going to come up with the kill in mid lane. Will end up in a Rift Herald secured by EDG though.
Bot side though is going to be traded, right? And we know what Aphelios can do when left alone the turret. So you see EDG just trying to shove in very quickly in this bot side and start to move down, so that Aphelios has to give up pressure on the turret. View and Kadai are here though to try and keep him safe.
There's a 2v3 for now, but they're just trying to keep pressure off of Xing while he puts the tower under pressure itself. As EDG a little bit scared to go down towards their bot lane, and Team WE going forward with it. Still under vision though, and have the backup of Scout from the mid lane. Nothing coming of it.
Good threat from WE though. Like the fact that they were just kind of posturing there means that EDG have to take the long way around. Can't kind of take the shortcut into the bot side in case Kadaya hopped over the wall and View quickly followed. So it means you get an extra turret plate there on the bot side for Xing. And although that gold lead was pretty sizable in favor of Viper, it's shortened to just 200 for the moment. Although that XP difference still going to be hurting them just a smidge.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, all's fair in love and war, and Xing now having his ultimate will feel like a piece to the puzzle for the team fights, especially how many years is added on with the Moonlight Vigil. But it's been a pretty similar story of like early objective focus being non-existent for both these teams, but less blood than game number 1, which I would say is a positive for Team WE. They're not giving that snowball to EDG that we saw last game.
And this is why I've wanted to see this style of composition for so long from WE, right? Like, you can actually see whatever about the bot lane play going awry is EDG answered, but for the top lane pressure, but other than that, like WE, like they're making proactive plays, right? Like they're kind of understanding, hey, look, we don't know if we can really skirmish here, so instead we're going to try and make a play on the bot side, and they get 2 fights back for Xing, right? Like, they're actually making the correct calls in a lot of situations, and this is where I prefer them on these more proactive early game compositions, although Shanks gonna be in trouble.
Gonna have the distortion out there. Pretty slippery is the LeBlanc, especially when you're looking for the skill shots. Flandre in a 1v1 here. Might be in some trouble. Perfect execution. And there you go. The 1v1 against the defending world champion in Flandre. Here's EDG's response, though. It's a 4v1 on the bot side. Xing in some trouble. He knows he's doomed. He's going to go ahead and burn the flash to cleanse, but dies anyways. Here's Team WE as the reinforcements come in. That's big from Kadaya as he gets the triple knockup. And Team WE are actually coming away with this fight. Oh, JJ is down. Mako's going to go down as well as Shanks. And Team WE will find themselves in an advantage of 6-2 against EDG.
And just like that, WE are able to come back into it, answering for the bot lane play from EDG. Yes, the turret plates go down, but those health bars get gobbled up by WE, who get a ton of gold back in their pockets. They'll get the dragon and breathe a nice sigh of relief as they finally take a foothold in this series.
What a turnaround. What a grand entrance from Kadaya, as we're going to actually look at a replay of the top lane fight.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre, you have a lot of armor on this Gwen. She doesn't do so hot against the magic damage, and you can see here, Bew has just been hop, skipping, and jumping away around the entire time. And now to the bot lane play. Xing, surprised he invested both the cleanse and the flash there, but it does mean that you at least get the cataclysm out for JJ. So when Kadaya gets this monstrous engage, it's just such a good setup for View. A ton of damage, it comes out so quickly with the AoE, and you're able to just clean up then with Shanks coming in over the top.
Triple quickness into the triple grand entrance knockup feels very good, but it will be Viper securing EDG's first turret of the game, the first turret of the game as well, and growing that gold lead just a tiny bit.
And this is why you can't really give Kadaya Rakan, right? Like, he's so good at being able to find those engages. But, as you say, right, WE coming back onto the map, let's see now what they can do. You've got Rift Herald that's not spawning for about another 3 minutes, so at least on WE's side, not going to be looking too heavily towards that objective just yet, but I would like to see them try and, like, as you see now, like, swap into this 1-3-1. You've got 2 kills on towards Bew. We just saw that he can deal with Flandre pretty handily with 900 gold lead for himself. You look towards Shanks as well, who's now picked himself a nice little gold lead for himself over Scout as well. So the fact that now WE have 2 strong lanes that can try and play through with, like Rakan for Kadaya being able to play back and forth between the lanes, is going to make it really difficult for EDG to try and defend everything.
And this is a great position for Shanks' LeBlanc. This was something that was non-existent last game, but it unlocks so much for this playstyle for Team WE, and specifically for Shanks.
Yeah, I mean, look, Shanks has kind of been the standout player for WE this split, and he's looked really, really good. He's been able to bring back his a lot of the control mages that we've seen from him previously, but they're just holding on as maybe we're being made up towards that top side. But yeah, I think from Shanks' perspective, right, like this guy has been 30% of the team's damage. Like, he's been bringing out the rises. We've seen him with some stuff that hasn't worked, like the Tryndamere, but Even when he was coming up from the LDL last year, this guy was known for a ton of his big control mages, so the fact this meta suits him makes sense.
We'll see mid lane as Team WE try to make another play, and Mako is just going to die outright. Here comes JJ over the wall with the Cataclysm, though, and View, he's just dead. View goes down, a bounty or a shutdown going over to JJ.
Nice job by JJ to be able to follow up on that. So support for jungler, EDG will take that, especially with Rift Herald just coming up now. They should be able to move into the opposition jungle, get some vision on this top side, and set themselves up pretty nicely for this next objective. Flandre now moving in towards the mid lane. Flanks on both sides of Shig.
Man. Yeah, Shig. He's just not having a friendly series here, Dag. He just keeps getting caught out. Feels so bad. But EDG know where they need to strike, and they strike when the iron is hot.
Yeah, I mean, they get the pick on the jungler, so they know that a lot of that damage is missing from that mid lane play. And with Flandre just being able to roam up from top, our bot side, they're in a good spot. Scout now as well, because Shank showed in the mid, he's getting pushing top. And this is where you can start to see EDG slowly turning that knob back in their favor. Now the gold back in EDG's side, as View will start up the Rift Herald, but with EDG backing away, they're all right to just get this.
Yeah, you get another neutral objective for Team WE, but we saw glimpses of what makes EDG so scary. The fact they can turn around and fight quickly. Yes, they just got to trade, but that's still scary, right? Like, you're still staying in this game. They actually have a gold lead with their 3 kills down, and that's just the strength that you get with EDG and the macro plays they have. The decision-making around the tower objectives and separating the map a little bit as we get a replay of that mid lane.
Yeah, phenomenal play coming through from Mako there. Actually stops the ground entrance. It's really hard to try and time that, but he gets it just right. And it does mean that because you're now stuck half out from the or half underneath the towers WE, you're able to get the follow-up from JJ. So nice job by EDG. And I think from EDG's perspective here, we're probably going to see them try and play a lot away from Flandre and like keep playing towards Scout, keep playing towards Viper Mako. Flandre's opted for the I cannot think of the name of that item, the magic resist item that builds into Banshee's Veil. But either way, they've opted in towards that, which means that the Leeching Leer and the Rift Maker are going to be super delayed.
Yeah.
So your strong side of the map is going to be away from where Flandre is, especially with the 3 kills that Bubu's managed to get.
And I love this from Team WE. They have red-white on Shing. They have the Rift Herald. They're looking at the mid lane tower, and they've got all bodies here except, you know, a few of you on the side there. But they want to try to push maybe a little bit more. Okay, they're going to pull off. I was going to say it might be a little overzealous if they want to go for a second charge. EDG cleaning up the Rift Herald there themselves. It's the Dragon that has caught the attention of Team WE.
But you still have Scout pushing in the top side. He got a tower there for himself. So it's tower for tower with EDG still trading. And the Dragon is going to go across, but at least Scout still keeping pressure on this top side. Shanks is going to go and answer though. So it's going to come down to a case of like, are these Dragons now going to be enough of a hindrance for EDG? But they have to start taking fights against WE there. But the big thing for EDG is like a lot of the early pressure that was going to be put into Viper should start to pay dividends at it, right? Like, he's going to be able to finish off his rapid fire cannon. It's not the highest damage build, but still with the setup that Scout has, JJ has as well, Viper can definitely pop off him.
Yeah, absolutely can. We, you know, got the MVP for game number 1 for a reason. And especially, you know, be able to still show the strength on this Jinx, even if the EDG have been having a bit rougher time here in the second game. And it still begs the question, this is still EDG. This is still the defending world champions. And it is all about their macro and their late game that is so terrifying. Bubu, maybe a little bush play. It's just going to be dancing there with the back, not going to be spotted out by Flandre.
But I like what WE are doing, right? Like, View threatening the plays. They're being able to play it through side lanes. The only thing I will say is View showing on this top side, I'm not a big fan of, because now EDG can actually look for the collapse onto the tier 2 bot.
The outer tower does fall for Team WE, but it's going to be peanuts compared to the tier 2 tower in the bot lane for Viper, as they do crest onto this objective. Flandre going forward to try to get this tower damage down, but Bubu nicely clears the way.
And now the resets coming through on the top side means that EDG, actually no, they're just going to try and push onto it. So basically calling the bluff here that you didn't back away. So they get the tier 2, and again, map play from WE not quite there, which means that EDG actually net themselves a pretty big objective on that bot tier 2. I don't think they'll be able to like put too much pressure onto the bot lane though, because Flandre is just significantly far behind in comparison to BBU. So I think at the moment BBU should be able to defend, but WE do just need to be careful that like they're not over investing resources like we just saw to one side of the map, where EDG can then answer for more on the opposite.
But it's very obvious that EDG know what their win condition is. They are literally 4-man bodyguarding Viper right now, and it's just hilarious to me. Even at the state of the game that they're in, that they were able to accomplish that. And right, we've seen what Viper can do from these positions, and it's more so about facilitating that now for EDG as we kind of look at those potential win conditions for them and the scariness that comes from Team WE trying to fight them in the later parts of the game, even with, you know, the seeming advantage that they have.
And it seems like a lot of the a lot of that like upfront damage from EDG is gonna have to come to a head at the next dragon, right? 2 minutes until that's up. Viper won't complete his Infinity Edge, but does have the rapid fire completed. You're gonna have Shanks, who's gonna, I believe, be about an item and a half, or sorry, about 2 items in and maybe another half item for himself. Yubu is streaking on ahead. He'll have this Demonic Embrace, it looks like, complete as well, which means he's gonna have a good amount of tankiness, plus a ton of burn for a lot of the tanky members that are on EDG's side. So this Akali is actually gonna be a threat both to the back and the front line. I want to see if WE now can set up their vision control properly though, because when you come into this team fight, right, you have 2 assassins that want to look for flanks. You have Kadaya, who can also do a lot of damage if he can find the correct flank. So trying to deny vision from EDG is going to be a pretty big objective in and of itself. So
yeah,
with the minute 30 until that's there, this is oftentimes where we start to see like initial resets come through for these pick compositions, because you can get like deep vision and try and look for picks before the objective spawns. But it looks like when EDG threatening on towards the Baron,
oh my god,
we haven't been able to do it.
There's no way. Flandre's just dead in another 1v1. Bew gets another solo bolo. Is he able to get away though? Scout is on the other side. Did TP for this one. Bew locked down and taken out, giving the gold to Viper with a big shutdown on top of it.
But the problem was WE weren't in a position for Baron. So you get all this commitment from EDG to bot, but Shinga actually looked for the reset. So WE can't contest the Baron, and now EDG are coming through.
They want to fight this. EDG are walking forward. JJ is literally in the face of Kadaya right now. View goes back in, Crescent Guard. Mako has to flash away. The re-engage, the Cataclysm. They still haven't touched Viper. Is it going to be enough though? Viper firing away with the fishbone. Shing is dead. Viper gets away with a nice dark passage from Mako, but Shanks is still the troublemaker. TP on the back here now from Flandre though to change the difference and change the tides. The Everfrost connects and AEG are pouncing like a tiger right now as Shanks is dead. The double rocket from the Mimic there, and it's Viper coming away on top yet again, and this is why this team is terrifying.
Their team fight is just so good. And again, EDG find the fight that cracks open the game. Now they'll be able to run over and get Dragon. And I appreciate that they're trading this instead of Baron, because they know that that third Dragon will be so crucial to WE. But watch Mako here. Like, again, you get this attempt at engage from Kadaya. The Flay stops him from actually setting anything up with this Rakan. And now Viper's free to hit. Shanks tries to go in aggressive, but another great Lantern from Mako keeps him safe. And honestly, like, Mako MVP for this fight.
It's insane. Mako is on another level here. The thing for me that stood out before this fight happened, I wanted to bring up that both teams have very different things that they're going for in these team fights, right? You were kind of mentioning the assassin style comp needs to come through for Team W on the other side. It's literally peel for Viper. He will carry the game for you. Try to get him into the fight. And it works out beautifully for EDG because Bew got caught out early.
And now you have the Infinity Edge completed for Viper. His damage has just taken a massive level up. And the beauty of having these like multi-assassin compositions is that things like the Last Whisper don't really make a huge difference as of right now. So he can go for these 3 big items and now look for the Lord Dominic's Regard to finish things out. Kadaya tries to get onto JJ.
They're still going on to JJ. The root does connect as well. But one rocket to the back of the head brings Shanks down a quarter of his health, and Viper feeling himself now, stepping up in the melee range.
This is dangerous though for EDG. They don't have a huge amount of vision, and WE are playing really well around their own. Kadaya trying to see if he can find that quickness into the grand entrance to set things up, but WE playing it slow. EDG have one ward that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen here that could set up for a potential flank presence when Scout's teleport does come up, but we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, they're going to stay turtled up here again, trying to play off the Viper playstyle they've drafted for themselves, or at least that it's come down to at this point. He is one of the main carries, if not the main carry right now, Shanks. Thought Kadaya might pull the trigger there, but it's still mid lane priority. Oh no! View just has to go in. He pops the Crescent Guard. He's surviving for so long, and it's just going to be that. They are both out. It is just blood for blood, but nobody dies.
No, but the health bars of EDG are much healthier, and now they can start to move in. But
There
Mako,
we go! Speaking of health bars, Mako doesn't have one anymore. Team WE pounce, and Flandre dies too. Shing finally picks up his first kill of the game. The Moonlight Vigil does reign true, but it's Team WE with the quick snipe.
and it looked like EDG should have been able to move in and establish vision control there, but because they hadn't grouped up to move in, WE find the pick, and now with everyone on WE up, they're looking for the Baron. JJ is sprinting
Double
over to
TP.
see if he can get into position.
Double TP was utilized. They have everybody in the pit right now. Half health for the Baron. JJ is sprinting. He needs to be at
it's
the
gonna
Olympics.
be the 50-50.
It's a 50-50 burger flip nation here. Bew on the back, though. They're keeping JJ out of the pit. 3,500 health here. JJ needs to find a way to get in, but is it not going to be enough? They just go on a Shanks. Shanks is dead. JJ goes into the pit. They've still got the damage here. JJ! He gets it! Jinx steals the Baron, and EDG run away with it. There is no hope any longer for Team WE as it's Flandre on the back. Shing dies, and EDG will continue their dominance.
It is not fair when you play against EDG. Every single time you think, right, we can kill JJ, we can take the Baron, we can take the game. The victory is just out of reach, and EDG snatch it away from you. Viper with the steal, with the double kill, and the TP in from Flandre, with EDG now taking complete control of the game.
I am literally jumping up and down in my seat in this. It is insanity. It is so close. Team WE within inches of finding stability in this game. Yet EDG are world champions for a reason, Dagda.
And you can see on this, right, JJ actually uses the flag and drag here as they look to kill Pew, which means he's only got the ultimate to come in. So Kadaya's position here actually gives JJ the in that he needs. And that's what JJ was like, I need to go now. Despite the fact that this could kill me, this is the only moment I have. And just the smite with that auto attack coming over the back wall as well is just enough to finish off the Baron. That was actually unbelievable coordination for EDG that they managed to get that both at the same time.
And so disheartening for Team WE, who were feeling themselves and now still feeling themselves. Be a little bit overzealous as well, as now they've gotten completely surrounded. The double chains. Oh no, it's doomed. Flandre gets the kill in the Pew. No more solo kills for you today, and it is EDG reigning true.
I mean, it started off with the wheels coming off the carriage at that Baron, and now we've gone full Looney Tunes cartoon where it's only a matter of time before WE realize they've already gone off the cliff and they're about to fall. EDG cashing in on this bot lane turret now as well. They've got pushing mid coming through from JJ, and WE, they just look down, they realize there's nothing beneath them, and it looks like EDG will manage to take this game very soon.
Team WE just trying to push out this mid lane a little bit. The inhib falls and bot. The super minion, or the minions rather, are onto the Nexus towers. They've got to send somebody back. The dragon on the table means the second dragon for EDG will be secured, and even closer to the Ocean Soul, which at this point, again, just like in that first game, I don't think they'll need at this point.
No, but I mean, look, you'll take the extra regen, right? Like, Shanks has been trying to do a good job of poking a lot of these team fights, so having a little bit of that health to sustain is going to be super handy for them. Side lanes, though, out the window here for WE. The bot lane inhibitor is already gone. And now you're looking at the Jinx, who's got a GA for herself as well, so trying to take out the main damage dealer on EDG just isn't going to be there.
Yeah, it's so difficult. it's just crazy to me, right? We were saying Team W were up at least in feeling of the game. They weren't up in gold, at least. EDG still had the advantage in there, but it was so tight knit. And then just like last game, all of a sudden EDG just blow it open, and it's a couple good decisions. It's a couple great mechanical plays, and it's just all in the court of EDG.
EDG now pushing in onto the top side. JJ actually kind of looking for the pick on the Shanks here, but look, EDG, like, it's so easy once they group up, right?
Yeah.
Like, Shanks can't really get in, BB can't get in. The peel is way too strong between Mako, who again has been all absolute fire this game, and you've got Scout, who's just like, hey, I W, hey, I press R, there's nothing you can do. So for WE, they had their moment in the spotlight. It looked like they could do it, and again, you can see like why we were actually so hyped on WE.
Yeah.
Like, why were we giving them so many excuses? But unfortunately, EDG just too damn strong.
Can I also just say, JJ, we have been singing his praise. He's 100% KP right now. Like, the guy has been on fire. The whole team, we've said it over and over again. Sing tries to go for an aggressive play on the Viper, but does not pull it off. Kadaya dies to Viper, and that's already odd numbers. And down in man is Team WE as they lose the rest of their base. EDG taking no prisoners.
And now they have that push in the top wave still as well, so they just get to walk on over, pick up the top lane, get the turret as well. 3 inhibitors going to be down very shortly for WE. And I mean, there's not even the objectives up for EDG to back away for, right? Like, Dragon isn't up for 2.5 minutes. You've still got no Baron for another minute, so EDG in the back away. BB on the flank, though. I don't know if he finds anything.
Doesn't hit the Shuriken flip there. Shanks going for a little bit more damage, but EDG safe and turtled out of there.
So EDG now looking for the resets. 3 inhibitors down. Super minions are doubled up in the lanes, and they're pushing into the base. The Baron is up, and you have to try and contest this as WE, or otherwise you just lose, and you can't even leave your base right now. But you see it here, right? Nice pick from Scout onto Kadaya, and they just about managed to kill him with that Jinx auto attack over the wall. And now pushing forward, you can see EDG moving over towards the Baron. At least the top wave has been pushed out. Well, mid is being shoved out as well for WE, but this has to be the last stand for WE.
Yeah, I mean, they've got double super minions coming in every single lane. You still got 14 seconds on the Baron spawn, but it looks like EDG, okay, they're picking back on the Baron. Now that Viper's coming back out onto the map, JJ about half health. Support from Team WE. But you get resets from EDG, as I'm sure they'll look to the Baron next.
Double super minions in that top wave, and about 2 more to join them in a second as well. You have to deal with that for WE. Bubu is going to be there to do just that.
Oh no. Oh my goodness. Shanks almost just dies, has to use the distortion, get away from the Mega Death Rocket. But as you said, that in itself pulled Bubu's attention from the base, and they're losing their Nexus towers, which means this is Baron, baby.
Yeah, they're not even going to give the opportunity for WE to contest. Scout playing keep away in the mid lane as well, making sure that View isn't even going to attempt to steal, but he's in the base trying to defend those Nexus towers, and now EDG pick up the Baron with super minions streaming towards those Nexus turrets that are so very low. Honestly, all you have to do is just walk into the base as EDG, buff up those minions, and they'll do the work for you.
The picture-in-picture was the most intense thing. You just see the entire screen filled with minions around the Nexus towers, and now it's EDG taking their places. Oh my god! Shanks, you never existed in the first place in this game. EDG will take it all. They take everything, and they make it a quick sweep series. The world champions are doing it again and again, and they are not stopping anytime soon. That's it, 2-0 for EDG.
Welcome to the top, EDG, 5-0, tying up at LNG in first place in the LPL. And man, there was some early plays coming through from WE that gave them hope, but EDG's mid-game and team fighting just too clean for WE to handle.
And that's the duality of it that's so impressive. I caught myself saying, you know, you give them a sniff of gold at the beginning of the game, it's already over. But then, if you keep a tight game, they get to the late game and they look even scarier attacked. Like, I don't even, like, it is, this team is so well-rounded. They, as we have said multiple times today, they can carry out of every position. We saw that today. Every single player having good performances. Mako playing out of his mind, almost 100% KP for JJ. And this team is like sky's the limit at this point, and it's a performance like this that builds that stability, that confidence, and the sustainability for EDG.
And I just don't know how to try and crack this team, right? Like, I mean, there's a few times where we've seen mistakes, right? Where draft has affected EDG. The early game here, again, didn't have a huge amount of control because we ended up seeing the Xinjiao coming through, Kadai getting this Rakan, and it did cause some issues. But even then, when you get towards the mid game, right? Like, just EDG really understanding how they can try and play out like side lanes well. Their team fighting is looking impeccable. It feels like every time you think you have an advantage against this team, they just find ways to bring it back. And there's a reason they're the world champions, right? Like, this team just looks absolutely insane right now.
I had some hope for Team WE in that second game, and I think that is the start to the blueprint of picking apart EDG, but it requires the strength in lane, it requires the strength in macro decisions later on, and not being pulled apart by EDG's swift plays, right? And I think we saw that consistency a lot today, but I do want to spend a little bit of time for Team WE because this year has not been the legacy building year that maybe Team W would want to have. But it's still been like there's been those moments of brightness. There's been those moments where you're like, okay, we see how this team functions and we see how they can win. But it's finding those right pieces and coming away from this against EDG. There's gonna be I feel like a lot to learn.
Well, that's a significant amount of damage
That
from
is
Viper.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's kind of insane. But yeah, I mean, Viper set up to succeed in this game. He said, look, W trying to make these plays towards the top side. All of the attention went into EDG towards Viper. And kind of thought that we might see a little bit more from JJ towards the solo lanes. But with Flandre being set behind early, he made the adjustment. Viper comes out on top. And with this Jinx once more reigning queen in that Aphelios matchup, it makes it easy for Viper to have these pop-off moments in team fights.
Yeah, all facilitated with Mako's insane hooks and the turnaround, right? And like, it's also just important to restate, right, that they were not in a powerful position in game number 2. Yes, game number 1 ended in like 23 minutes, and it was a complete smash from start to finish. But this one, it took a little bit more effort. It's nice to see the defending world champions sweat a little bit in these kinds of games and really have to turn that around for themselves and be like, okay, enough messing around. We got to slam home this victory.
Yeah, and it does feel now like, again, EDG, like they're going to be in a relatively good spot to kind of keep pushing forward because the hard part is still to come, but especially when they're kind of coming back off of the reset from Worlds, you've got a couple of easy games or easy series, I'll say, that have come underneath your belt. It feels like they're starting to get into the groove of things once more, figure out how they want to try and play their style in the meta at the moment. And as you start to come up against harder opponents, you should be a little bit more loosened in towards the split. Like, I'm just looking up here now to see exactly what, because I think their next ones are against pretty tough. Yeah, they've got like Weibo and FPX coming up in just next week. So certainly not the easiest of opponents up ahead of them. So it'd be cool to see now if they can kind of take the learnings that we've talked about coming through for the last few weeks and apply them then into those tougher matches.
Yeah, it's all about, building up the rest of that season because it is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a little bit tougher for EDG, and they're going to have to make sure that, these games that they're building up that confidence, they're building up those strategies, they're getting those pop-up plays, that can transition into those bigger games, those bigger profile games, those harder games to execute on.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is, again, coming back to the fact that EDG just have so many different ways that they can play the game, right? Like, we've seen Scout who can play the control mages. We've seen him play the Twisted Fates, so they can play through side lanes. He's got the assassins underneath his belt that we've kind of seen him like pop off and things like the Silas at Worlds. You got Viper, who's perfectly happy to kind of take a step back and go, cool, I'll be a utility carry and things like the Jhin, or I can be your mainstay carry on the Jinx. And look, Flandre got very much a focus in this game, or not even in this game, in this series, I'll say. So he didn't really get this chance to shine, but we have seen that Flandre can have pop off moments as well. So it's like, no matter what way this meta seems to shift, it feels like EDG have an answer. And I think that's why so many people are kind of looking at them going, cool, this is just going to be an absolute insane team that can take over.
I am very excited. I do hear we are ready for our interview, so I'm going to go ahead and send it over to Wendy and Scout from EDG.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have invited Scout from Edward Gaming with us. So congratulations on today's win. And my very first question is about Game 1, because Game 1 you guys were really able to have a very clean victory, and I want to talk a bit more about the team fight around the first Rift Herald, because at the team fight you were able to get 4 kills in your pocket, and it feels like after that EDG were able to just make the full control of the game situation. So tell us more about the details of that team fight. 那首先恭喜 EDG， 恭喜多多获得了这场比赛的胜利。第一个问题也想问一下关于第一局，因为第一局想问一下你们第一波的一个峡谷先锋团，感觉从那一波团你们不但拿到了4颗人头在手，而且整个的局面也就开始向你们倾斜了。所以说能问一下当时那一波团是具体发生了些什么？
主导的时候我们对配合的比较好，所以杀了一个就差不多就会赢吧那波团。
So we have a very good synergy around there, and after we get 1 killed, we feel like it's very easy for us to get the following kills to win the team fight. It's a very easy situation from our guys. Yeah, definitely, and you guys were able to show a super gorgeous performance in every single team fight in today's best of 3. And let's talk a bit more about Game 2, because for Game 2, WE, this teams made some changes, especially on the bumping strategy, because they have picked so many champions that have a very high mobility and can be super strong from the very early phase in the actual game. So tell us more about how did you guys manage to handle with the opponents' compositions, the opponents dropped in Game 2. 那其实说到第二局比赛的话，其实西安 WE 他们好像在 BP 上有一点点变化，他们选出了可能更多机动性，然后包括说可以冲阵，在前期就可以非常活跃、非常强势的阵容。所以说也想问一下，可能你们在 BP 阶段，包括说在实际的游戏当中是怎么样来处理对面的这样的一个阵容体系的？
他们第二局选出了可能他们练好的5个人都是冲阵的阵容吧，然后我们最后一手拿了兵力之后就比较好防一些他们的冲阵吧。
So I really feel like in Game 2, CNWE, they have chosen the draft, they have the well practiced, and also, but from us, we were able to give me that counter pick Lysandra. After that, we feels like we can have a very good defensive situations in the actual game, and we were able to defend the opponent's aggressive playstyle so well in the actual game. And also for Game 2, I want to talk a bit more about the Baron team fight, because at that time, Jinx were able to just steal that Baron from WE, and you guys were clean up the battlefield to get the win for that team fight. So tell us more about the team's communication and also the short calls made around there. 那其实说到第二局，也想问一下关于大龙团的一个局面，因为当时在对面想要打大龙的时候 ，Viper 的金克斯是果断的抢到了大龙，并且在后续的团战之中，你们也是果断的是直接团灭到了对方。所以说，能问一下当时你们是进行哪些沟通啊，包括说指挥？
本来是只有杰杰一个人去抢龙的，但是中间会抓到机会了吧，然后杀一个之后，后面就可以打团之后就比较好抢了。
So previously, JJ was the only one that in around the Baron pit, but after that we were able to just kill one opponent, and after that we feel the team fight it can be a very easy win from us. And after the team fight, we were able to just have more opportunities to steal the Baron and also win the following team fights to get more resources for us. And my very last question: after today's best of 3, EDG were able to reach the milestone of 500 wins in LPL. And also the legend from EDG and from you, Scout, it still continues. So do you have any words you want to say at this moment? 那其实，在今天的这个 BO3 结束之后 ，EDG 也是达到了 LPL 500胜的里程碑。当然，这个属于 EDG， 也属于我们多多 Scout 的传奇，也一直在继续下去。所以说，想问一下，在这个很特别的时刻，有没有什么想说的呢？
以后也一直赢下去吧，然后拿1000胜吧。
So we would like to have more wins in the future. We would like to reach the milestone of 1,000 wins in LPL, and definitely we're always looking forward to that. And best of luck. 那再次恭喜你们，我们也一直期待着那一天的到来。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and thank you so much, Scout. Hey, it's simple. Just got to get more wins. Get to 1,000. No big deal, right, Dagda?
mean, easy, right? Just pick up the wins, make it happen, all good and dandy. But look, I mean, for an organization that's been in the LPL since 2014, and especially for Scout, who's been on EDG for 2016, it is an incredible milestone for them to be able to hit it. Especially for kind of more recent years, an organization that has had its struggles, right? Like 2020 and 2021 were the first time they hadn't made the World Championship, and then they come right back in 2021 and they win it. Like it's pretty nice to see. But I got whispers of MVP in my ear, but I didn't quite hear who it was.
I believe it's Viper again for a second time in a row.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and bring it up real quick. Yep, there you go. Not too bad. 88% KP, almost 40% damage percentage. Pretty good numbers, I would say. I would say his stats probably a little inflated at this point.
Yeah, slightly. Especially when you're looking at like the Lissandra pick in the mid lane, and unfortunately not a huge amount working out for Flodra in that top lane. The number's going to be looking pretty damn good, but I mean, Viper did play pretty damn good as well, right? Like consistently finding these kills. The steal here, timing this with JJ, I still can't believe, alongside picking up the double kill. Viper was popping the hell off.
Yeah, he was, and rightfully so, right? First game, the fact that he picks up double MVPs tonight just shows the fact that Viper is having an insane level of mechanical skill right now, as well as the entire team around him too. So very much deserved from EDG. And I thought, coming into this, I told you we got two ways this is gonna go. We're gonna either get 3 games, or it's gonna be quick 2-0 for EDG, and EDG do prove us that they are the team to beat. They are one of the strongest teams in the LPL, as they sit at the top with LNG now, Dagda. As that's it for us today. We had a quick, early 2-game series, but the action does not stop here. After we come back from a break, we're going to be getting ready for our second series of the day. It's going to be Hysterics and Lyric taking us over, as it's going to be Weibo Gaming taking on FPX. And then our match of the week, you better be there, because it is a banger already. And it's RNG taking on Top Esports. We'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift. Guys, I'm going to come in with a hot take. I know you guys are going to think I'm dumb. I'm a play-by-play. I get to have dumb takes and get away with it all the time.
That's your job.
Zeri's busted. That's all I'm saying. Zeri's busted. She's too quick. I can't see her on my screen. I don't know how I'm supposed to keep up with her as a play-by-play. And I'm seeing some clips on Twitter that are terrifying me. So, in my mind, she's busted. I don't care.
Nah.
I'm not as convinced.
The screenshots I'm gonna have tonight are gonna be so good.
Nah, dude. I mean, okay, this champion can go fast, right? But
go fast.
That's okay. There's 2 scenarios in which Zeri performs. One, everyone on the enemy team stacks up, right? Like imagine the ideal setup, like everything Black is playing, Twitch, pops his ultimate, is like just hitting like 5 targets clumped. She can do that well, right? When she pops the E, her shred, her AoE is pretty strong. Especially the new build at the moment has like Runans as well. She's good at, right? But that's a rare scenario to have set up, especially in the current meta. But on the other scenario that she's good at is like the fact that if you stack up your ult over a long team fight, like an extended, sort of very extended fight, you can get tons of stacks, you can be super fast, but you just don't do that much damage, right? Like if you gave Jinx that much movement speed, oh my lord, it would be insane.
Go fast.
But dude, it's like I don't know, man. I know the clip you're talking about, right? And I see it, and you just see Zeri like zooming about, like view, and it's just like, okay, 50, like doing like the tiniest amounts of damage. I'm like, okay, yeah, like,
but it's for like 2 minutes.
Yes, but
and
you know why?
Like just staying around them over and over again.
Do you know why it takes 2 minutes? It's because
like a shepherd dog.
She doesn't kill anyone, right? She just doesn't kill anyone.
What if you just lead them where you want them to go all day? Like you just keep them
hitting cattle,
just, like,
right?
Cattle drive them.
Yeah, that's
Summoner's Rift.
That's what I want my AD carry to do.
We've been spoiled with League of Legends, right? Because this whole time we've been thinking about these champions' combat ability. We've been like, oh, think how good Corki is at fighting. We have the first non-combat champion in Zeri. She's a cattle herder, right? That's her role. We've just, they're really throwing out the window here.
Her damage isn't great, but her herd ability, that's really where she shines,
That's where it really comes to life.
Well, yeah, I agree with Ox. I think damage isn't quite there. And I think as well, just with the meta the way it is at the moment, even if she's really fast, right, her range is super short. Like, you put her into a team fight where there are Jinxes who are just like auto attacking her and she can't get into range. Like, no matter how fast you are, you can still A-click, right? You're still going to be able to hit her. So I think that's where she's just going to fall off, is just like, hey, if there's a Jhin who's firing like onto your front line and Zeri can't get in to deal any damage, Jinx is there, or you've got Caitlyn or something along these lines, there's just no real function for Zeri in those fights. Even if she is really fast, it's like, cool, well, I still need a front line. Like, even if I'm ahead of my front line, that's like the worst position. So
I think like
I did see a clip on a little bit later on after the Yan clip that you were talking about, like the speed and all that, but it was like the finishing of a team fight with a Lulu, and it did look like it was actually being able to put damage. And yes, that is a lot to do with the Lulu and whatnot, but I still think there's a lot possible with this change.
I do think I'm exaggerating a bit on the damage, and we're still like finding out the build. I just think like, one, the damage isn't that reliable because you're very skill shot based, and also that the chat, like when we see a Felios, Jinx, things like this doing like obscene damage, it's just, it really pales a bit compared to that. Like the thing is as well, when you think about a short range, and like for example we have Graves, right, who, like if you think about the damage he can put out, it's like insane. And obviously he's not as mobile, but like he does insane damage. He's really bulky, gets a load of free base stats. Like, I just think she's so hard to play as well, because you're relying on mobility, which is inherently harder to use than raw tankiness, and also your auto attacks are skill shots. So it's like, you know, if you misplay it, you're not doing as much damage. If you walk in the wrong direction, you're gonna get caught by a skill shot. Like, I feel like, when you, maybe we'll see, right? Maybe she gets a couple of buffs. Maybe people work out the right build. We might see the top level AD carries in a better meta for her, show what she can do.
Yeah.
But I just don't think the meta's great right now, and I think it's just like, it's just too hard to pull off at the moment.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes, taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes, I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes, I've taken as much as I can take. taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last that long if I'm around. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. You're watching me, you know I love a crowd. You better run, run, run before I take you down. I won't hold back, I'm on the prowl. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. Just burn. I'm gonna burn, 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 burn it to the ground. There is no escape. I'm back with a vengeance. Hit like a plague. All sin, no repentance. This place is never gonna last that long if I'm around. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. Light a fire, it's burning. I'm burning, burning, burning it to the ground. Woo!
我翻不到是一支全新的队友嘛，我觉得我在队伍中的定位就是像老大哥一样，带着新队员们一起往前进吧。下一场我们要面对微博嘛，我觉得他们下路就是对线打团都打得比较好的一组下路嘛，对上他们的话就尽量打好一点。
Well, good for LWX running into this one because, yeah, we've got a big focus on them running into today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is my first time coming back since Chinese New Year, so I'm glad to be finally joining the party here with Lyric. Who else would we be, sir, if we were not together? I'm now sitting in a chair like you and kind of ready for today's last two series to be capital B bangers.
I just don't like that you wore a cool leather jacket and didn't let me
I'm
know.
sorry, dude.
We could have had some synergy, you know, just like how LWX talking about their bot lane strong, enemy bot lane's also respectable. They have synergy as well, Derek.
True.
So talk about your team with the favorite player on it. Talk about Weibo.
My team, man. All right, well, let's just throw the bias in to start us off. Weibo Gaming is whose Lyrics talking about. And folks, Weibo Gaming, for your little bit of a refresher before the Chinese New Year, Weibo Gaming came off for a flying start. They're a team that had some of the most exciting matchups in the league. And as we go through their last one in V5, Lyric, you're going to walk me through this because against V5, the Shy versus Rookie, man, that's where at least I started.
I mean, right, matchup with tons of history, the brotherhood there, but sadly, this matchup didn't really depend too much on them, at least in terms of where they were putting resources. It was all about that bottom lane. I think special shout out to SOFM, who definitely had an amazing series coming out with C606 on that Viego in this game. Rookie on the opposite side did try his darndest, but Weibo was just too strong. And I mean, Weibo on a 3-series win streak, their only loss so far this split has been to Billy.
Sure.
And even then, that was a close 2-1. So I definitely think Weibo's shown they have the pieces to be able to put up a fight against every team, and they're one of the teams contending for the championship.
And I think you and I were talking about this as we last did our identities, and everyone throughout the LPL team discussed it, that Weibo Gaming had become this team that we're like, hey, they're team fighters in the league. We look at them and we look at how they group up in the 5v5s. That's the most exciting part, and I think looking at this team and how it's structured around with their new top laner is a very big deal for me. Lyric, I'll take us into this next part because I wanted a segment that could really speak the truth on the most important part of this team for me and for the audience too. It's time for Asteric the Shy checkup. You also mentioned that I should be doing something like this, and I gotta say, the Shy in the new Weibo Gaming, he's brought moderate mojo. Thank you to our producer. I had no clue it was, well, that level, apparently. I don't know how you get more mojo-ish than that.
A true Australian coming in with that one. But yeah, you're right. I think moderate mojo coming out from the Shy, very good diagnosis, right? I think he's looked pretty solid overall. Had some pop-off games, especially on the Gwen, which has had to be consistently banned out against him. And yeah, you're still seeing all the highs of the Shy. I'd say just more stability coming out this time around than what we saw from him back on his tenure on IG these past few years.
That's right. And again, like, you know, even in this V5 series, we had some pretty close moments. The 1v1 there that was, you know, close enough against Rich, but more importantly, was very the Shy-esque. So having moments, also having moments like he did on IG, it's a mixed bag, and I think that's why, for me, Weibo Gaming is still one of the most exciting teams to watch, as I've said about 1,000 times now. Other side, Lyric, let's run over to FPX, because for FPX, it's about something a little bit different. It's about those big bot lane boys. Dude, I know you love talking about LWX and Hung, so take it away.
I mean, again, since you used the word mojo, I'll keep it going. Hung is the most mojo in all of the LPL.
Oh, yeah.
This is a guy who, if you have not been watching LPL, FPX's bot lane is the aggressive bot lane. They don't know how to not go in. You're going to see Hung use his flash off cooldown. LWX always willing to follow up on the play, and these guys have consistently been the carry threat for the side of FPX. They funnel a ton of resources down into them, whether it was when Clid came in, him ganking bot Beichuan before him, and even Gory doing his best to try and impact that bot lane matchup.
Yeah, it's good to see that they are playing around the strength of this team, and as we start rolling into some of the clips, the 2v2, even influenced by Beichuan, or as we'll talk about shortly, Clid, has been such a strong point in the league. Lyric, strongest 2v2 in the league right now, I think, is my first question to you.
I think there's definitely an argument. I think it's still too early in the split to say, right?
Okay.
We still haven't seen a ton coming from EDG with how their schedule's been. But, man, that's a matchup I want to see, right? Because for FPX, they at least have the most aggressive bottom lane in the league for sure. There has been so many games where we come out from pick ban, and Hung's flash is already gone. We don't even get to see how it happens. It's just this guy is always looking for plays, and transitioning into mid-game, LWX has shown he can be the carry that the team can rely on.
And it's good to see, because when Hung was on Rare Adam, we talked about him, but in conjunction with that team, not as much as we're doing right now. LWX taking the leadership we saw in that Sound of Tape before, but he is the big brother to this team now. He is the franchise player that's leading the way, and it's good considering that we have Clid on the roster. Now that Clid's come in and shown us one series, Lyric, it does feel like the jungle getting a bit more experience in there is going to benefit even more.
Yeah, and we've seen Clid in one series so far. He did play in their last match against LNG, which was a loss. But I think Clid still came in having a solid performance, right? First in kills, plus his 15, you know, first blood percentage, 100%, up in gold, pretty good proximity around his team. It was only one series, so that's why the stats are inflated, but those are stats in a loss. On the opposite side, SOFM is the king of not having the best stats in the league, but he brings flavor to the team. That's why when you look at his champion pool, Trundle, the Zed seeing multiple games, this guy's going to bring out his unique picks. He's going to find ways to find influence, especially in those team fights that you highlighted earlier.
I think you and I also need an item graph when we talk about SOFM as well. The most innovative jungler, or dare I say player in the league, if there is going to be a Warmogs on anyone, it's going to be SOFM. If we're going to see it on Kha'Zix or something like the Umbral Glaive Rush, he's the one to pull it out. And I think Lyric as well. SOFM might not have the greatest stats here, but you can see the gold difference at 15. Still having a really solid base here where he's getting ahead himself and kind of relying on the rest of Weibo Gaming to get through their laning phase as unscathed as possible.
I think for SOFM, right, when you have such solid laners, it shows why he doesn't feel like he needs to be particularly over-aggressive or proactive in the early game. He knows, hey, my laner's going to do just fine. I'm going to play things like Zed. I'm going to farm up. I'm going to try and be this big threat on the enemy backline. And it's worked for Weibo so far. So hard to criticize a winning formula. Sure. The question is, can it win against a team like FPX that is willing to bring out that level of aggression?
Because again, FPX, like a team that we didn't expect to be in this position. Let's just do a little bit of a narrative check for Fun Plus Phoenix. Coming into the start of spring, we all talked about it. They might have been in Demacia Cup finals, but they lost Duanby, they lost Tien, they lost some of the big names that made them who they are. Nuguri, remember?
That's all the big names.
Yeah, well, apart from LWX. And that big brother now leading this new roster into stardom. Gory, you mentioned before, who feels like he's getting better and better. I'm going to pause on that point because we are looking at rosters here. With SOFM in the top lane of Weibo Gaming, SOFM in jungle, Angel in the mid lane. It's Huanfeng and On still, folks. I have to apologize. We hyped Sword Art coming into the start of the split, but we haven't seen nor hide nor hair of the man since returning to the LPL.
Yeah, he did play a little bit in the Demacia Cup. That was it. Have not seen him since. And for Weibo, their bot lane has been performing quite well, right? We saw LWX say in his interview before the game that he knows in both laning phase and team fights, he will have to respect Huanfeng and On.
Yeah.
And for On, as long as he's consistently setting up Huanfeng, that will be the big key. I think when you look at this roster, he still is the primary carry and the primary damage dealer for the side of Weibo.
Looked like he didn't want to be there, though. Head tilted back, and Huanfeng already going to bed at this point. But against FPX, I'm not sure you can do that. FPX in the top lane, Xiao Lao Hu, who we'll talk about a bit as well. Clid has joined the roster as of pre-Chinese New Year. In the mid lane, it's Gory, who, again, remember, played a little bit with Clid over on SKT. In the bottom lane, LWX and Hung. And a bottom lane to be feared, our primary talking point when we're talking about the new Phoenix.
The thing I like about FPX is their damage share is actually pretty evenly spread. All three of their carries doing about 26%. Xiaolahu coming in with really good Graves performances so far. Definitely living up to the hype that was brought for him coming into the split. And like you said, Gory definitely still has some struggles. I think he is the weakest link on the team. But he's shown he's going to get his hands on things like Corki and Rise and find ways to impact the map, whether it is with things like the package or the realm warp.
And I think importantly enough, you know, if he gets to that laning phase here today against Angel, seeing Gory in action has always been exciting. You know, you talk about package with Corki to reiterate. Things like the Galio as well, we're starting to see out from him too. So kind of facilitating is it a similar enough role to Doomby? I know they're not like each other in playstyle, but influencing the rest of the map in these team fights seems to be where Gory's bread and butter is shining.
I think Gory's trying to inch his way towards that, because that was one of the problems we saw with Gory in Demacia Cup and early in the split, is that he's very much locked to his lane. Part of it's a byproduct of losing lane, right? If you're getting consistently pushed in and out traded, you are not going to be able to move first. But even when Gory would find advantages, he was very much focused on making sure his lane situation was very good. But like you said, especially with him gravitating towards things like the Galio, it seems like he is trying to add that next dimension of his playstyle. And Gory's someone who even in the LCK was touted for his teamfight ability. So that is something that we have been able to see so far come out from him.
And on the other side, let's just look at Angel's champion pool a little bit as well, because I think he's someone who you could start pulling out as a bit of an innovator, you know, an Akali player, someone who has pulled out things like a Kassadin in the past. He'll go for the standard Corkies as well. It's fair to say
Zillions, the Seraphines.
Dude, this guy as well has his own champion Ocean that he's starting to build up and starting to become one of the, not bigger names, Lyric, but what's the word I'm looking for? More household names to the mid laners of LPL now with these big rotations.
The thing that's just great about Angel is I feel like he's been influenced more and more by SOFM, right? Because sure, we've seen Angel always be willing to pull out not weird picks, but we remember the days in 2019 where he was swapping between top with Maple, having to play mages up there, and now coming into his own, like you said, we've seen so many things. Even the Malzahar, I remember coming out last year. So with Weibo, you always got to keep your eye out on how draft will pan out. Even the Shy in top lane, playing a game of Sion so far. We saw Sion yesterday. You just don't know what to expect from this team.
Yeah, I love it. I'm looking at unique champions picks so far. 7 for the Shy, 7 for SOFM, 7 for Angel, and 7 for On. The only person letting the side down is Huanfeng with 4 unique champs played. So
hasn't even played Jinx.
Dude.
So weird.
3 on Caitlyn. The fact that he's been given Caitlyn as well. Something we need to start talking about here, because on 12.2, remember, folks, although the Chemtech Dragon is disabled, everything else is up for grabs. And Weibo Gaming paying the respect to FPX this time around, knowing that LWX also a threat to be feared.
Yeah, taking away the Zeri, I did cast 3 games of that yesterday. I think it won 2 of them off the top of my head. We saw a really pop-off game, especially come out from Betty and the heights that are able to be actioned on with that champion. A lot of our premier champions so far are being taken away. I still have my eyes on Gwen being the other big one that is 100% present so far. So we know she's going to come around at some point. I wonder if FPX will look for the first pick. No, they don't.
Okay.
The Shy, it's been, in my opinion, the Shy's best champion so far and the most banned champion against Weibo.
4 games, 100% win rate here for the Shy on that Gwen. They get the Jinx for Huanfeng. Didn't you just tell me, as time gets locked, you're like, Huanfeng's never played Jinx?
That's the weird part, right? Because Huanfeng's Jinx in past splits was very good. Has not pulled it out yet until this game. And Tom Kench coming in, that bigger shield coming in with your R, the movement speed as well. feeling quite nice on 12.2, which is why we are seeing more of the Frog in the bottom lane.
Yep.
And now for FPX, seems like they're going to be wanting to be playing from a range. Makes a lot of sense, right? Tahm Kench very vulnerable to poke. Is a bit better now than old Tahm, considering that your all-in is now on your W, right?
True.
But FPX very much committing to the style of keeping the enemy at arm's length.
And while we are talking about comfort champions here and adaptations that Lucian gets hovered, note that Xiaolahu, another person who's 100% win rate 3-0 on the Jace. More importantly, Xiaolahu, he ain't poo. He's been a bit of a solo kill king in the top lane too, Lyric. I feel like him and the Shy matching up is going to be pretty deadly, to say the least.
Yeah, and now seeing the Viego lock-in coming out from Weibo. Very interesting that no Xin Zhao priority at all whatsoever in this first rotation. We already hit on how SFM has been very willing to stray away from the golden trio of junglers. His most played is Trundle. So, gonna go with more of a skirmishing pick here in the Viego. A lot of squishy targets on the opposite side. You have easy access to the backline. Now for Weibo, it seems like that they're going to be wanting to ban out junglers themselves. Diana, very obvious pickup. And the Xin Zhao is something else that we did hit on.
Yeah, we're just watching that Diana clip from Clit as well. Like you mentioned, the Xin Zhao, something like the Jarvan still available as well, Lyric. We've seen a bit of that with the Sion ban coming through instead. I also want to point out, you at the start of draft mentioned the Gwen. Gwen still finds her way through the second ban phase, so I wonder if FPX is going to expend that last ban on another top laner.
I wonder how much confidence who's going to come in, right? Because Jace will be able to do fine in that early laning phase. So maybe being more conscious of some of the cheesy tanks we've seen the Shy be willing to pull out. The Sion, things like the Ornn always can match up decently and be like, hey, I'm going to lose. Again, plated steel caps, Bramble Vest, you will be doing just fine. And Weibo, instead of banning out the Xin Zhao, take away the Galio. So they don't really care about something like the Xin Zhao coming out. They feel like if they are able to get those ranged fights, those melee fights with the composition they've built together so far, that they will be able to come out ahead.
Or they come back to your original point where it's like SOFM doesn't care because he might not even want to play it with this Trundle most played. Victor going to be the final ban here for FPX, so Gwen stays standing, Xin Zhao as well. Lyric, you mentioned some pretty important champions to the meta right now too. What pair's nice enough here? You want to see jungle, right? Last pick, counter pick for the top one?
They could theoretically just pick top here, right? For the fact that the enemy is showing Jace. If you wanted a tank engaged champion, Gragas actually doesn't do atrociously bad into Jace like some other tanks do. Malphite as well. We see hovered, and now it is locked in. We got to see this the other day with 369. Now the Shy on the Malphite.
Dude, the Shy on Malphite is not something I'd wake up in the morning and go, to be expected. This is a bit out of left field, and he's 8th unique champion of the 2022 spring split. So I want to see what's going to be coming into the jungle now, because Cleared has the opportunity of Xin, but like we saw in our first matchup, JJ picked up this Volley Bear, and now looks to be another one for the mid-tier of the day.
And thinking back to Worlds especially, right, I really think of Clid on these types of champions, the early skirmishing champions where he's able to find an influence on the map, likes to play a bit more aggressive early on, like we saw in the stats before the game. Now it's going to be rounding it out with that AP option. For Weibo, they've already committed a ton of all-in coming out from pretty much all your 3 champions other than your Jinx. Seems like for FPX, it is going to be the Akali lock-in. Remember, Tahm Kench now, that Devour is your ultimate, so not going to be able to devour people left and right. If Gory can find the right moment, he will be able to just take Huanfeng out of a fight outright.
But the Orianna is the response here. So, Lyric, let's start with Weibo Gaming as the final lock-in comes true. I see team fighting. I see all-in. I see ultimates being everything for this team.
100% right. This is the Wombo combo team. If the big combo misses, the Malphite ultimate with the Shockwave, Viegos are not able to find any kind of resets, then they're out of steam. Definitely going to have more DPS coming out from the side of FPX, especially if Gory can be able to find that pressure that we were hitting on before.
Let's just see the swap, though, because it's a little bit slow. Okay, now Clid and Gory are going to swap, guys. 23 seconds. Don't worry. We only had a couple of seconds. It worked itself out in the end. I was wondering if they were going to pull a fast one on us with the Jace mid, but it's a fun way to start off this series. When we talked about Weibo Gaming versus FPX being a surprisingly high-ranked series, a lot of fans who were in bed over the Chinese New Year break or the start of the split would have been like, dude, but FPX, who's Xiaolahu? Who's Gory? We don't watch LCK. We're Chads who stay in the LPL. Well, I can tell you one thing. This team has surprised us. Might be 3-2, but they're acting like top tier. And running a draft here where you've already talked about the poke, you're waiting to see if Weibo Gaming run out of that steam so they can punish. Well, that gives me hope that FPX can show their wings this game. Lyric, it's a game one where you and I are reunited. It's been a while. It's been 2 weeks of break. I sat here. I tried to climb out of silver. Unsuccessful, dude. I got a bit depressed. I tried again. I played Renekton mid. Still unsuccessful.
You made gherkins?
I ate gherkins. Unfortunately, I couldn't make gherkins because they don't have the right kind of cucumbers here in Australia. I can't bloody... it's rough, dude. Rough being an Aussie in a certain environment. But hey, I'll bring us back in.
It's rough being an Aussie in Australia?
Yeah, it's hard being in Australia. Bloody first world, this and that. Hey, welcome back, by the way. Good to have you here because FPX versus Weibo Gaming is like our little warm-up before RNG Top Esports later, but it's a warm-up with a lot of heat under it.
100%. We even see now Weibo wanting to put that heat onto FPX, just trying to get a ward onto the enemy red buff. This is very key, because for the side of FPX, I definitely do favor their early game, especially with the Volley Bear coming out for Clid. You bring the setup yourself, right? Point and click CC. You have damage in all 3 of your lanes, and you have pretty slow scaling lanes on the side of Weibo, right? Sure, Orianna will be able to get pressure in the 1v1 matchup against Akali, just from the range disparity early on, but Akali will quickly become a nuisance since you don't really have a good way of locking her down once your mobility comes online. And the Shy, again, you kind of nullify the Jace. You'll be able to farm and get to your item break points, but you don't have much pressure yourself. So for Weibo, we're going to be seeing how they can counter gank and counteract the proactivity that Clid will be putting on the map.
I like that, though, because for Clid, we talked about him joining the FPX roster. A lot of emphasis on him when Beitron was doing not too bad with the FPX start, but Clid had a banger of a series last time around on that Diana. Really showcased why he's coming in as the hyped-up jungler alongside Gory.
Wait.
So I'm getting a hook here. Bit of an engage, but stop there. What am I waiting for, Lyric? What do you see?
You know what I miss? So, this always happens in pro play, where something will not happen for so long, players will forget how to counteract it. Because I remember last year at MSI, RNG got level 2 ganked by a Volley Bear. I think it was C9 who did it and got completely crushed.
Oh, yeah.
I would have loved to see Clid do something like that because, again, Weibo probably would never think that anything like that would happen because it hasn't happened in so long.
True.
It's brilliant.
But I guess not to be. I mean, Clid is now level 3, moving through a topside clear. Sorry to let you down, dude. Unfortunate.
Well, you know, it doesn't matter because we see pings coming around him in lane. Seems like they are just pointing out the wards that Angel has put down, even spotting out SOFM, so maybe setting up Clid for an early gank on bot. Looks like Weibo's bot lane should be able to get this wave in just fine, though. Clid now just going to be picking up his red buff. So yeah, I think Weibo Gaming should be able to get out just fine. That gank opportunity, sadly hysterics, won't happen.
Well, it gives us time to talk about some more things because coming into today, you know, we did talk about jungle v jungle. A pretty interesting matchup as they're farming now. Chat's not going to agree. But you and I wanted to talk about the bottom lane. You and I want to talk about Huanfeng and On versus LWX and Hung. Some of the most deadly bottom lanes within the lane, I think within the game right now, within our region.
Yeah, I mean, FPX just have the killer instinct, right? Hung's going to look for the flash hook at some point. If Huanfeng is cleansed, luckily, so, you know, and if he's able to dodge, maybe they can take that 2v2. I think for Weibo's side, their bottom lane has not been the most aggressive when it comes to 2v2s. Again, they are very centered on team fights later on, in my opinion, especially Huanfeng, I think, knows his role of like, hey, it's just about getting to my item break points as soon as possible, and then being able to take these solid 5v5s, especially with this comp, right? Having the Malphite in top, Orianna in mid.
Sure.
Weibo Gaming don't want volatility.
Sure. To that old point, and does that mean we're just going to be talking about objectives then? Like, objective fight, level 6, first dragon, first herald. Is that an easy direction for me to call when we talk so much about pulling the trigger and then running out of steam if they miss?
If this game goes the way Weibo wants it, 100% will pan out like that. Again, we're keeping our eyes on Clid to see what he is able to do. Right now, no gank opportunities really present with the fact that both Shalahu and Gory's waves are pushed in. For Clid, I think he's just going to be looking to do things like he's doing now. Seems like he's just trying to get Gory to reset, but after that comes up, get back to lane, Gory hits level 6, start hovering around mid first, walking as a two-man core towards those sides, and trying to find those dive opportunities present. The Shy quickly will get pretty tanky, though right now just sitting on a Doran's ring and cloth armor, so maybe even still some potential to punish that top side if you can help unlock Gory from lane.
So he's going full tank Lyric. You know, no AP Malphite from the Shy. Kind of a surprise when we've seen a Doran's played on Ornn from this man. I think anything at this point doesn't surprise me with the Shy, but a standard build is probably the most surprising thing from this top laner.
I don't think it's that surprising at this point, but I know what you mean. I mean, if he was going to go a surprising build, right, he wouldn't go for AP. He would go AD Malphite, and it would be way more Chad to watch. But we need to hang on. Hung right now, around mid. There are wards spotting him out, but seems like FPX just want to get a first track on some bot side vision to potentially sit up for a dragon play. Gory still does need to reset, though.
He does. He's almost level 6 on the Akali, though. And speaking of 6, the Shy getting there, too, about half a bar as Hung gets the hook in. Clid nearby. Dark Passage onto On. And he's trying to get behind friendly lines, but even with the shield, this time Kench nowhere to go. Sniped out and first blood over to LWX.
I'm just surprised that On was even, you know, posturing to contest Hung taking vision there. Because with the way Hung's walking around so freely in bot side river, you should know where the enemy jungle is. And your jungle, as we see right now, very clearly on the opposite side of the map.
Trying to get level 6, flashes away, he's not there. Shallow going all in, gets a solo kill. SOFM needs to trade this off, but the Jace playing with a bit of time, wants the control ward, gets it out, dodges from SOFM. That was well played, and the Shy gets absolutely juked by his counterpart.
Even the fancy feat on the back half of it, right? Dodging the W from SOFM. It didn't matter, but still it looked clean. Nice to see Shallow getting a bit of a feather in the cap of being able to solo kill the Shy. And now for the side of FPX. Clid playing very aggressive.
Yeah, is he going to get knocked up? Yes, he is into the air. The shockwave flashed away from, though. And Wumfong's chompers don't connect, so Clid gets out. He's already picked up the dragon. It'll be Summoner for the ulti from Angel.
Oh, and Huanfeng also very low. Oh, very low on mana, having to burn the cleanse right there. Huanfeng not really able to join the skirmish against Clid too heavily for the fact that FPX were still pushing in this wave on bot. Still getting a free jungle flash, I think, is super nice for the side of Weibo. We're going to see now the Shy, of course, wanting to set this up. He's trying to bait Xiaolahu into this. Gets a bit too close. Really nice instant EQ coming out from Xiaolahu, making it very hard for the Shy to react. I'm sorry, it was a QE. And then instantly Hammer Form queuing in on him. Sidesteps the last W, but it doesn't matter. SOFM is in range. And now we come back to Xiaolahu once again trying to whoop the Shy.
Right at Dirk, my dude. So he's feeling pretty big. It's double cloth armor from the Shy, who wants to be more like a rock. He can do that now with the ultimate available. 30 seconds. Excuse me, that's a bit of a T-burp. Herald's coming up, Lyric. 20 seconds, in fact, to that spawns. Clid's already down here, or rather up. And SOFM going to get a big face full of bear in a second if he's not careful. I like that FPX already making the movement to start setting up this objective. And this 1v1 continuing again, but the Shy goes in. Shallow, instant regret. Whopped by a rock reverse solo bolo. Clid now an angry bear, but into a mountain, dodged away from by the Shy, waiting for SOFM. Clid now engaged in a 1v2. The Shy kiting back, gets the movement speed from the Q. Clid against SOFM, it's not going to work out. FPX, it's all gone wrong.
That was so tragic to watch. You knew exactly what Clid was going through there as well, just being so frustrated that the kill didn't come through. He's already deep into enemy territory. Instead of getting out, which he definitely could have, decides to just trying to commit to the kill, thinking he could burst out the Shy fast enough to where SOFM showing up does not matter. In the meantime, though, SOFM on the Rift Herald, Gory and Hung gonna try and stop this one. Neither AD carry on this side of the map. So right now it is just an isolated 3v3.
Well, it depends on ultis here. Gory going into the backline, use the first part on SOFM, gets the Herald, but Shallow, who's back on in as well. In the pit, it's a massive fiesta as the knockup comes through from On, but it doesn't hit anyone. Pretty much on the spot as Gory repositions on the Angel. Ignite gets him down, but he's out of the fight. Ulti from SOFM enables a reset. He's eaten up by On. Now we begin. SOFM on top of Gory. He's become Shallow, who he ultis again, but Gory lives.
So close.
The Herald times out, and LPL giving me the vibe. Gory survives at 4 for 4 on the leaderboard after that absolute explosion.
Weibo made that so close. I mean, SOFM almost able to find it. Sadly, though, Gory getting out with the sliver of health. Luckily for the side of FPX as well, not only picking up 2 kills there, but LWX getting another turret plate down in bot side. So for FPX, there might have been some slip-ups in terms of how these kills have panned out, especially up in top side, but still up in gold, still with a dragon advantage.
Break this down, my dude. I don't know what the hell happened in this fight.
Yeah, I really like Gory trying to go in, trying to be a nuisance onto the backline of SOFM. Hong doing a great job of zoning Angel out from the play. I don't think his shockwave did hit anyone, but I might have missed it. And this is where we see SOFM almost start to pop off, does get one reset. It is still sadly a 3v2 on giving him that big shield with the Devour, gets the reset, but the clutch hook coming out from Hung to make sure Gory's able to get out scot-free.
What do you expect at this point? 003 here on the bottom lane support. Hung just doing his normal day in the field. It's good to see that we've come back from Chinese New Year and Hung is still Hung. He's still the biggest chat energy in the world right now, out of any player, I dare say. And again, for FPX, a core unit who's making success happen. Trading in the top lane, forget that for the time being. Lyric, I want to point out that Herald was taken by SOFM, but not actually picked up in the end. So for that play, gold practically even. There's no Herald to look forward to breaking down tier 1 turrets. As Wanfeng actually going to get grabbed them, cleanses again. And so it's just going to be whoever can push the hardest right now, which seems to be LWX.
And I really like this play coming out from LWX as well, right? Because, okay, you burn an ultimate, but you get a summoner on the opposite side. This sets up 4 repeat plays and repeat attacks onto that Jinx that FPX are going to be very happy to follow up on. We already see Khalid heading down towards that bot side right now. Dragon's up, so just getting a key summoner spell before the action is expected to break out.
Well, second Dragon's now up. Second Dragon if FPX can get this, and with LWX, look at him right now. So confident in the face of Wanfeng, who's down 15 CS, and remember that for Wanfeng, he might have Super Mega Death Rocket, but LWX doesn't have his ulti here, Lyric. So I'm curious about that, whether FPX still want to fight.
Yeah, and the Shy has TP on the opposite side,
True.
so FPX I think have to be very careful. You can see right now Shala, who kind of hovering over. I don't think he'll be able to miss that wave in top, so I'd expect him to head back up.
Bullying them.
But yeah, I think Weibo should at least be able to posture and keep them off this objective. Weibo themselves, I don't think you're necessarily looking to go for it unless a member of FPX oversteps. Just keep the pressure up with the TP advantage that you have.
The Shy's going to keep Shallow in lane for the time being, continue the wave pushed up without that TP that he has. And the next wave crashing in, the Shy's not backing off. Shallow, who is though? Weibo Gaming in front of the Dragon for now. FPX still posturing, cleared down here. We are having a bit of a rustle-tussle as Hung now zoned out by traps. SOFM on the move in. And on now behind enemy lines. I love this. It's like a dance, but with pants.
I guess so. That's Weibo now. I guess Weibo's one without pants going to start up the Dragon. The Shy has a TP. Not only has to
but
teleport
Hung
the tower.
with the hook. He's got Wanfeng on the side. Flashes away. He has no cleanse. Eaten up by On to save the day. But for FPX, although they lose the Dragon, it looks like the fight can be theirs with Gory in the same position. The Shy on top of LWX. Severin keeps him healthy. But a 4-man shockwave. Angel is a city of heroes right now. Gory getting burnt down. The Shy takes him with him as Hung's the next target. A dark passage on again protecting the team. Hung flashes over the wall. The Shy wants to cue this Thresh. And Angel with the bold delivery service. That's cheap Uber Eats.
And that, there was so much each team had to think about in that fight. Flashes left and right of key skill shots. But like you said, Angel is the one to step up. On the opposite side, though, FPX at least will be able to get some plating gold in return. But man, if Weibo can replicate what they just did, I think they'll be feeling good going into mid-game.
Here was that. Gold's still even. Gold is somehow still even after all of that. Lyric, we're about to get a replay. I know this league. I know what's about to happen. The Shallow who pushes in this next wave. 300, 400, 500 gold, excuse me, if even that. FPX do lead the charge. But as we look at this replay back,
Hung, man.
I don't know what to
Hung
say,
once
dude.
again finds the hero play. They all in onto Wanfeng, who tries to dash away. Luckily, On able to get him out at the end. And here, they flash the Shy's ultimate. This is what I'm talking about. So many moving parts all over the team fight. But keep your eyes on Angel right now, hitting a massive 4-man shockwave to set it up for Weibo to be able to come back into play. So Angel and I think On, just really big heroes, right? On got the Devour up onto Wanfeng, allowed for him to reposition and not go down, and then Angel ultimately being the force to win the team fight for the side of Weibo.
202 Oriana on your field right there. Angel up a couple of hundred gold over Gory, but importantly enough, Ludens has now been picked up. It's level 10 Oriana, that Shockwave, something we're going to keep focusing on now that we've seen it in action. Importantly enough for FPX, when they played so well in that last fight, as I have to pause myself, Clid actually going for the Shy once again. Wants to force out that ulti, but the Shy holds on for now. Clid getting beaten up a little bit on the way out. And the Shy survives without burning anything. Didn't have any summoners anyway.
Still, the Shy, really nice like temper on him to hold that ulti. FPX, though, they are the comp that once we forcing this early game action are instantly going to start the Herald once again. Gory does have a flank position,
we talk about the
so
ultis.
if he can get some threat onto Angel and Huanfeng.
Well, the Shy getting targeted once again, still with the unstoppable force. The Herald about to be burnt down. And he's zoned away.
Angel.
They've actually got it, but Weibo Gaming want to get the flank here. Shallow in a bad position. He's got flash. We'll have to burn it over the wall. Licky Tongue hits him, though, for one. As Clid now the next target to Mega Death Rocket. Very close. FPX get away, but they will not get the eye, Lyric. Second time in this game. That Herald ain't been picked up.
No. And I really like the way that Weibo played that, right? Angel completely zoning out Gory on the opposite side. Chunked like 30% of his HP with 1 QW combo, and Weibo playing up towards the other side. Hook comes out.
All right, now on to On, but he's tanky, remember. The Tom Catch with great health might not even matter. LWX burns him down in a crisp. Get it, Lyric? A crisp. FPX, they've picked up yet another kill. And with that cringe aside, it's a nice little pick.
I think Weibo Gaming were thinking, hey, you know, we have this wave up in top side, just where we're pushing in mid, try and get a bit of vision in the enemy jungle. Of course, they knew FPX was there. Hung able to hit that clutch hook to set up 4-1 pick back. And FPX has done a pretty decent job about keeping up Shallow, pressure on the opposite side of the map. You can see he's going to be pushing this wave in right now, and now Weibo Gaming going to have to go on reset, send someone to answer that Jace pick, which will just give FPX some free time to try and get some more vision and pressure down onto this top side.
So tell me about how this game plays out with an even gold stake. Because we haven't had time for us to check back in when we talked about the ultimates being important for Weibo Gaming. We've now seen that in action. You said FPX want to wait until Weibo Gaming burn all their steam and then spring into action. They've got Poke. Where are we at in the game? Like, what do I start looking for in these fights?
I honestly, it's going to come down to execution, but execution, I think, is like in favor of Weibo Gaming, their comp being easier. For FPX, right, it's all about Shallow who throwing out these accelerated shock blasts beforehand, putting pressure on Weibo to look for that engage, the Shy specifically, and Gory playing those flanks like he did before. If FPX can do this and Weibo, you know, open the flank or leave room for Gory to get in, I think FPX should be able to take a fight. But if Angel or whoever can keep zoning the Akali off, they are decisive about pulling the trigger, then that will be Weibo's way of winning fights.
Do you draw people to side lanes as well? Shallow on the Jace, Gory even on the Akalis. He
Oh,
opens up top
100%.
side. Okay.
Hysterics, 100 IQ coming in.
Okay,
Weibo, though, ignoring the side lanes, going to be able to pick up a dragon.
Angel's a target, and Clid's going to run at him. The bear on top. Where is the honey? Angel takes the blast code over, but now in the middle of 3, the box is down, Hung with a hook, dodged away by the Oriana. Tarmkedge on the back wing as well. Weibo Gaming have some support here, and now ready for that shockwave once again from Angel. He's lost both of his summoners, but FPX have brought 5 members down. SOFM returns in the Shy, sends another rock down. LWX not caring about the damage. Look at where Huanfeng is, won't continue walking down, and we keep getting this tension, Lyric. This game 1 is delivering, dude. I love it. It's like a first date all over again.
Me and you specifically have had way too many dating conversations on this broadcast. We've been called down bad, my dude. Like we just need to stop.
Well, not really.
But I just want to talk about how much Weibo got from that play they just did, right? They got Dragon, they got Teleport from Gory,
LWX.
and they also denied a wave in mid lane. So for Weibo getting a ton off that play and FPX not being able to find the fight that they were looking for.
LWX just ulted. This guy is not caring about whatever's going on. Walks into 2 members like it's nothing, knowing that Hung's by his back. Lyric, as that dragon goes down as well, let's just realign. Baron in a minute. FPX pushing up here. Huanfeng kind of deep right now, on by his side. Guardian helps out, but there's a knock up at the ready. Good dark passage. Reengage forces the flash. Hung was at the ready. And a nice little do-si-do from FPX.
FPX playing very aggressively, are able to get out in the end. We're seeing the replay of what you just talked about now, trying to find that 1v1 kill onto Huanfeng. I guess 1v2 with On being close behind the wings. And I just gotta say, Hysterics.
Hello.
LWX is like John Wick. Hung is like John Wick's glasses. You're gonna tell us why.
Well, I've seen all John Wick movies, and I can't remember the glasses. So, straight away...
I don't know if John Wick even wore glasses.
I don't think he does, dude. You should say it's like John Wick's dog. You know, if Hung dies, you know that LWX is gonna smash him.
But Hung's not died.
No.
I guess Hung's died once.
That's true. But Hung never dies, dude. Hung flashes forward and somehow he never dies. Like, his KDA is still that good when he's burning that summoner off a cooldown. I'm going to bring you back to the game because I think you need to watch John Wick. You and I are going to sit down one night and watch better John Wick. Hey, there is a Shadow Flame first for the Akali. I need to talk about itemization because you're a mid laner. You're a bit of a god tier man yourself. Gory's gone for the Shadow Flame first over upgrading the Leeching Lair, over getting that Rift Maker. So, still without a Mythic in this game.
Yeah, so, you know, we'll be able to get those Mythic passives later on. This will give him more just, you know, early game outright assassination potential, especially in combo with those Sorcerer boosts. So just getting the max amount of early game pen that you are able to bring out onto the Rift, right? So trying to be able to get to that backline and just instantly take out someone like Huanfeng. For FPX, right, he hasn't exactly been able to find that moment so far. He has been trying. I think Gory's consistently been playing these flank angles, but Weibo so far have done a better job of just not allowing him to get in. They've always been conscious. They've been keeping wards behind them as well. And just look, they're consistently playing sides, which gives them control of where they go on the map first. Weibo should always be the team answer.
He's on caught out though. Hung gets another great hook. It's brilliant with the box down as well. On once again, turn the light switch off. 0-4 Tom Kench in front of Baron Lyric at 21 minutes of the game. Now, FPX love Baron. Will this be enough as Huanfeng might be caught out? The steal comes through. Another good hook. But FPX this time around, they ain't pulling the trigger on the purple worm.
I am sad. I know Ox is out there watching. Me and Ox, some fine connoisseurs of some FPX Baron plays. But, you know, seems like they're learning from their past mistakes. For being one of the teams with, you know, picking up more wins and losses, their Baron control rate is absolutely abysmal. Was sitting below 50% last time I checked. Because FPX just love it. They'll go to it any chance they get. The breakfast at Baron, first date on Baron, visiting the parents at Baron's house.
Yeah.
As Hysterics,
marrying Baron's sister, Baroness, dude. It comes through all the time, doesn't it?
Wait. So you're having dates with Baron, but marrying his sister. Hysterics, break this down for us.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing. On there by himself, Huanfeng and SOFM to the wing. Unfortunate once again. I call on as I see it. He is like a light switch. And it's like, you know, you walk into a room and someone's sitting at their PC and you think, you know, I'm just going to annoy them. I'm going to switch this off. And someone is touching on's light switch all the time because, man, I'm sick of it going off. Leave it on, play the game, as Weibo Gaming might have actually found a pick here on cleared. He's getting burnt down right in front of the Dragon. Weibo Gaming move to Soul Point if they can pick this one up. So let's see if we get on or off in the next fight.
Keep your eyes on the Akali, though. Like we've been hitting on, Gory is still playing that angle. Klid, though, getting chunked out so much by Angel. Angel's been doing so much work in just zoning off enemy lasers from this team fight. We're going to be looking at the Malphite plus Orianna combo once again for the side of Weibo.
Well, you wanted to see Gory at a flanking angle. Look at where he's positioned. They know his areas. He's sandwiched in. The steal, though. Klid walks right in. Thank you so much, the Shy, with a shockwave knock-up, though. Weibo Gaming have hit their condition, but now the steam is blown into the middle of it. Gory spotted out. Angel trying to do his dirty work on top, but Huanfeng can't survive. Gory comes through. He may die to Angel, but that's the right way to go. FPX are continuing to fight. This one is over the wall. Weibo Gaming are outnumbered. On again, the light switch turns as SOFM wants to redeem the battle. Huang running away, and he does not get very far before the jungler goes down. 4 for 2 Lyric, and FPX are on fire.
And that was exactly what we were talking about, that we needed to see. Gory buying time, bringing members to him. Now FPX able to get a mid lane turret off this. Going to transition up towards that top side, maybe take away some camps, maybe get some vision down. And great to see coming out from this squad.
Dude, I tell audience every time, and I'll tell them again. If you're tuning in and you saw FPX and you saw the downgrade, quote-unquote, of the roster, and you thought, man, this team's not going to do well in spring, which arguably, I think I put them top 8, top 10. FPX are pulling out moves like this, Lyric. Break it down.
Yeah, we see the Shy committing onto the backline, but look at Gory commits onto the backline. All 4 other members of Weibo have to try and deal with the Sakali to make sure Huanfeng doesn't go down. In the meantime, the Shy is killed. Gory able to put so much work down, gets that ult off, hits with the, looks like the empowered auto attack as well. And this means Angel is so far from the fight. FPX have a 3v2 numbers advantage here. They commit on.
It's an LPL game. There's no such, we can't replay. There's 20 kills in 24 minutes, and every time we go to a replay, I feel like it's the wrong time. Lyric, back onto this one. Baron starting, and Weibo Gaming are the ones that want to draw FPX in.
Yeah, look at SOFM looking for a bit of an angle himself. If FPX is close enough, they're trying to set the Shy up for a massive multi-man ultimate. Gory holding his TP quite long.
Well, they want a 50-50 this. Now, against FPX, that's hilarious, because FPX are normally the ones to do it. Clid's on the wing, the Shy misses the ulti, Clid into the back of it as well, burning it down, but it's taken by SOFM. It's such a great lure. Legendary Pokemon acquired as Gory goes back on in the Akali. Snipes one, on goes down, but it's not enough. A double over to the Shy, and Weibo Gaming now with confrontation. LWX, LWX, you're an animal, but it won't be enough either.
It doesn't matter, Elder. Oh my god, did they just keep going?
SOFM has to deal with this, but Angel's still here. SOFM goes on down. FPX are bringing back the pain. Angel without the ultimate available. He goes golden to buy time as the Shy has joined on in. Shut down to Angel, and the Rocky Mountain makes sure Angel's okay.
This is why we all love the LPL. The replay's gonna be crazy. I don't know if I'll be able to break it down. In the end, Weibo get the Baron, but kills were everywhere.
Dude, this game with 28 kill fashion continues to deliver here. Only game 1 of the series. Turret goes down in that before the replay. Lyric, you're gonna have to try.
I mean, we're gonna instantly see the Shy miss his ultimate, right? No flash is needed. They're committing now to the pit for the side of FPX. Clid does get in there, but sadly, seems like actually doesn't even have smite up. Didn't even have smite up for the steal, it looked like. Goes in. Weibo Gaming super happy with what came through. Gory is able to assassinate on, but they do find one back. And this is where LWX goes classic. LWX waits in the brush, forces out Cleanse and Flash. Does go down, but finds the kill. And the gumption, the spunk from FPX to not want to stop here. SOFM running straight into them. Hook does connect. They are able to get over the wall. And you know what, Hysterics? The rest of this replay, cool. Something apparently is happening on the bottom left hand of our screens. Looks like maybe teams posturing for some dragon setup. And I expect maybe we'll see more of that. But dude, Angel is 7-0-4. Angel is 3 items.
Yeah, Zonya's the 3rd against this team. Like, things are gonna be looking great here for Weibo Gaming. Note the gold though. Gold is dead even still. At 27 minutes, the Baron power play is 4.6k, but Weibo Gaming were falling behind. FPX won the previous fight because of Gory's angles. And now Weibo Gaming have clawed it back, but Baron's still available. FPX on different angles. Shala, who is the one caught out, he tried to help his brethren up in that top lane as the Super Mega Death Rocket is going eastward, probably to New Zealand. And now for FPX, you know, they just got to back off. Weibo Gaming can help defend with this huge Baron power play.
Also interesting to note that Clid went for Anathema's Chains, so going to be looking to reduce that damage. At this point, probably coming out from Angel. Huanfeng is still massive, right? 3 items as well. Yeah. Despite no kills on the board, has farmed up quite nicely. But yeah, Clid just trying to be that front line now, but looks like he won't even get the front line. They're not even going to contest for this Drake. Instead, deciding to get gold elsewhere on the map with the fact that Gory is pushing out in this top lane and Shala who's waiting in the wings. So FPX trying to find a cheeky pick on top side.
Just say, you know, for FPX, you know, playing to this strength that we talked about a little bit before. So Weibo Gaming moved to solve point. And the biggest part I want to say about this game is that, you know, we've got a lot of easy focus here. We talked about Gory being the angle, Shallow with the poke. I think LWX matching Huanfeng and items is classic Season 12 meta. AD carry is going to blast everyone and get resets and get pentakills. Like, very predictable. So we'll keep tracking their items, but Angel has definitely been the star of this game. And the Shy in team fights too. Despite missing the last ultimate in front of Baron, I think the solo lanes of Weibo Gaming are once again kind of coming out in stars.
Also surprising to see Gory going for the Demonic Embrace, paying a lot of like heat of mind to the front line on the side of Weibo as well, right? When you get that max HP burn coming out from his side. But still, for FPX, they might have these interesting damage items coming out on their side, but it's not stopping from Weibo just pushing in the Shy. Frontlining, making sure Huanfeng can safely walk forward.
Yeah, nicely done. Jinx from Arcane able to hit this inner turret in the bottom lane. Sorry, mid lane. Bottom lane's actually where Gory is, so he hasn't joined up for now. Weibo Gaming are continuing to siege here. Angel getting free time with the turret after poking down Xiaolao, who it looks like. And for Weibo Gaming, they continue to siege as the Shy gets hooked on him for the time being. The Flay, the box on here to try and save him, but he's okay for now. Thank you for the locket. And his thumbs go up in the air. Another turret goes down for Weibo Gaming. A 2K just about gold lead that Gory is just going to secure back to even again. Side laning for FPX to match.
I think FPX are playing this right. They're not committing too much into defending the pushes coming out from Weibo. They are very conscious of how they will lose out in their straight up 5v5s. And have, as you were saying, all game, early game, the gold has just been neck and neck this whole time.
Look at it.
For FPX, though, they're not going to be able to avoid the next Dragon fight, right? That will be Infernal Soul for Weibo Gaming if they are able to pick that one up.
You just told me this whole game that Weibo Gaming, the ultimates, the team fighting tools are great. And if FPX have to fight them at their own game, then it feels like for Weibo Gaming, they have the tools for success for this game number 1.
I mean, even now, I feel like Angel's so big, it's not even just about the ultimate, right? His QW is going to hit, you know, a squishy frontliner, pseudo-frontliner in Hung, and it's just going to deal so much damage. We've already seen him earlier in the game able to zone off FPX. He's going to be able to do even more at this point.
As Hung gets tagged down, Huanfeng looking ambitiously forward. The whole of Weibo Gaming actually running down mid, but look at where Gory is over the wall. Angel is walking into that territory as well as Weibo against the wall. I want to look at Gory as he comes on in. Pachella, who has distracted us to the other angle. The Shy going in. Gory now spotted out. And SYFM is engaged on the Shy as well. Getting pretty low there. FPX have lost their top laner, and suddenly the plan falls apart.
I just love the amount of trust that Weibo have in each other, right? Because the Shy was getting so low, I think a lot of players in that situation would be like, screw it, I'm going to die anyway, I'm going to blow my ultimate here. Holds on to it, having trust he will be able to get out. On still had the Devour, Angel of course providing a ton of shielding, and they're going to turn this into a Baron start right away. FPX can contest. Shallow, who's up in 15 seconds.
Gory again, the angle being played. 3K on the Baron, no jungler nearby. This is going to Weibo Gaming. As they pick up the Baron, still ambitious enough. Playing outside of the pit. They're forcing FPX away. The Shy just running at Hung and LWX. Look at this guy. Thanks to the hook. Is there enough damage? No, the Shy cares not. And now it's a minute 10 until this Soul Lyric when you have Baron running through.
And this is going to be really rough, right? Because you have so much range coming out from the side of Weibo, Orianna, and Jinx. Sure, there's a Jace on the opposite side, but not really providing much to any wave clear at all against Baron minions. We're going to see here, Shallow just getting caught clearing a ward. Not really too much war to this play.
Yeah.
Not respecting the fact that SOFM could be there. No one showing on either side lane for the side of Weibo, so they should have had an inkling of what he was up to. And now Weibo going to be using their Baron push to get these waves in order. Hung!
On's hooked in. He's already flashed over the wall. He's dead. It's mistake after mistake as FPX capitalized huge. Angel still with Shockwave though. That's what I want to mention. As Shallow who TP's in, it's 30 seconds before Dragon, and On won't be up for another 30 himself as the hook. Again, onto SOFM. A shuriken flip from Gory. Weibo Gaming without their support for quite a while.
Still is winnable for them if they can find any sort of combo, but much
Ult on
harder. The Shy goes in.
They want the thresh with Mega Death Rocket, not even needed. It's overkill. Angel picks that up. SOFM gets a reset. The Shy, the next target without his ulti. Now that that's burned, Gory as well goes on in. The Shockwave on 3 in the backline though. FPX will survive, but it buys space, it buys time, which might not matter until Gory gets burnt down. A reset if SOFM returns.
The reset
is getting excited. FPX running for their lives. The Zap just out of range. Dragon has spawned, and it's on a whim that this game could be decided.
And just, again, more mechanical plays, deciding what is going to happen. FPX, though, still want to look to contest this.
SOFM has the ulti on the reset again. The smite coming down and secured. Infernal Soul secured. Clid actually on no HP at all. The Zap tagging no one else. That's it. Soul acquired by Weibo Gaming. And it feels like the tools to succeed in this game won.
And for Weibo, now they just go for the push, right? They have 4 members strong. They have Infernal Soul. They have Baron. They want to take advantage of this 50 seconds where they still have Baron. Try and get some of these turrets down. 10 seconds on Gory. So about 30 seconds on Clid. I wonder if Weibo will be able to just look for the end or if they're going to play some restraint. take Inhibitor and just back off.
See, Inhibitor goes down quite smoothly. 34 minutes, 20 seconds as they run down the mid lane. The wave not
Gory's up.
clearing itself. And Gory, you mentioned, level 17 Akali wants the angle again. Hung with the hook on SOFM. Gory is the one to watch. He gets into the back line on top of Huanfeng in the mist. He buys the space he needs. Back onto this Jinx, who flashes away. Golden with the knockup. The timing, beautiful. SOFM with another. And Weibo Gaming trying to run it home now. The Baron will expire in 10 though, and it looks like they may have held off long enough. Angel burnt down. Lit on the chase, but the Shy, the unmovable mountain, says no.
Yeah, the Shy just usually trying to make sure they don't get in range of these carries. LWX pulling the Moonlight Vigil.
Well, On's already died 7 times. Maybe doesn't want to go down an 8th. The Shy still taking no damage, dude. Look at him. 1v3, 1v4, he doesn't care. Graviton.
Look. Oh.
Okay.
Does Shy really go down here?
Okay.
I mean, his ult and
Movement
flash, he just
speed.
go down here.
It stands there, dude. He's BMing.
Oh, no. He is. This is the Shy.
Look at the player cam. That smirk, dude. That's so smug.
Oh, my God. That is.
I mean, look, if there's time to spam that emote, Luke, you know what it is. You know where it is.
Look. You have Infernal Soul. You now do have a gold advantage that hasn't been here this whole game. So if there is a time to try and style on the enemy, I feel like now was the time. But still, FPX bought themselves a bit of breathing room. They can back off, wait for the next Infernal push, and hope On walks too far forward again.
It's great to me, just kind of summarizing what we've been through in this game with the action back and forth. We've gotten a true LPL game as Weibo Gaming start pushing the top side Inhibitor turret. And, you know, we know what other people are watching at the moment, but Weibo Gaming and FPX, we didn't think it would deliver this early into the series or maybe this much at all. As they push on in, FPX still not out of this one yet, folks, but you can see this Malphite, tanky as ever as the box goes down. The flay as well from Hung's great, but FPX are getting burnt down by the burst damage from Angel. Look at the Orianna as the Shy missed the ulti, but forces Shallow backwards. Huanfeng with a big damn rocket. LWX fighting for his life, but Weibo Gaming have made it clear this game belongs to them. One more Nexus turret stands in their way. It's FPX who are holding on for dear life as the Shy, poked down by LWX. Gory once again wants to return to the fight, but 5 versus 3 for the time being, and those health bars are ticking.
Yeah, and Weibo can just keep this going. I don't think FPX can hold here.
He's exhausted, down with the ulti clear, just deleted. Ladies and gentlemen, you have your game 1 winner. The explosion comes through once again. Gory, the next target, the shockwave used for good measure. Angel literally sent down from the heavens to bring this game 1 to fruition.
Yeah, Angel definitely, I think, had a phenomenal game on the side of Weibo. Not even just the ultimates, like we were talking about. The way he was zoning off flank threats and team fights, the way that he was not allowing you to enter river for free when we saw Clid trying to muscle his way in and just consistently burning him down with those combinations. So Angel, massive game here in the first game of the series. On not the most massive game, but
Yeah.
he did also have some clutch moments. I remember him saving Huanfeng when Huanfeng got caught. And speaking of getting caught, right? I think looking over at the opposite side real quick, at least you see the aggression, the mechanics, all of these are there for FPX.
Yeah.
Weibo just coming out better in terms of execution of these team fights at the end of the day and choking out Fun plus Phoenix.
Again, it felt like it came down to a couple of crucial moments. You even said in the replays in that game that it was like, well, after seeing it a second time, we actually got
crazy.
We got to experience like those little minute differences that were made, you know, like the Gory play you talked about Devour as well.
It was things like, yeah, right, the Devour, or it's like, okay, this guy flashed Malphite's ultimate, but now this Akali E is able to hit, and then this gets, you know, cleansed or flashed or whatever, and it's like, man, there were so many little details that could have changed the fight for either side.
Which is good, which is really good when you see that in a competitive game when, yeah, sure, there's mistakes. People are always going to judge and look at me like, okay, why was On there, or, you know, why did Gory go in at this time, or
Hysterics, we've all seen every region. Every region's bad right now.
That's true,
so if we're all
dude.
bad, none of us are bad.
That's true, my dude. It feels like, you know, at the moment, the meta's kind of painting a story. But hey, a little bit of a flippy dippy in the gold graph, but I'm looking at Angel's damage, and I'm just seeing the guy that we didn't talk about at all, alongside On, I will say, because we don't talk about Angel much. When you have Huanfeng in the team as a strong bottom lane, SOFM, the Shy, like, when do you have time to talk about Angel?
No, and I definitely feel like Angel's gone through like spurts where he's completely popping off like every game.
Yeah.
Again, I always remember like parts of 2020 for that, or 2019 summer. They do have moments like this where he's not exactly playing bad in any of their series, but does take more of a backseat, and then will kind of show up as a bit of a wild card, a bit of an X factor, and just take over a game. Again, great performance here in these team fights. We saw the strengths, I think, of both teams and how they want to play. We were hitting on Weibo for their team fighting. We were hitting on FPX for their early game aggression. It shows in the gold graph. It shows in the way they played. And now it's going to be about small adjustments coming out from both sides. What we're going to see different in terms of draft, what we're going to see different in terms of itemization. Because I think itemization was also very strange and all over the place that game coming out from both sides.
That's fair.
That's going to be a fun series.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the drafts we've already seen. I want to drop one Dwayne Johnson quote before we go to break, Lyric. It's important because when we see a good Malphite, we have to kind of respect that, you know, that from one rock to another. Dwayne says that the single most powerful thing you can be is to be yourself. And I think that's what the Shy was in that game number 1, being a big unmovable mountain. Great assist, great gameplay from the mid-game onwards, and what we saw was an explosive face melter.
Roast the break.
It's break time.
Malphite is the Shy self?
Dude, it is. That Shy was being Malphite. He was being the Rock. He was playing the character. I guess Clid was also playing the bear. We'll see you for game 2 after the break anyway. Dwayne Johnson.
This spring, nearly every LPL team implemented changes to their structures, which makes this split extremely intense. For RNG, they come out of the break with fire in their heart and a streak to continue. The streak itself, enough to prove that Ben has well adapted to the RNG method. He will be known for more than pentas at Worlds. He will be known for greatness.
And now Doggo's in trouble, chased down by the enemy top laner, drops his turret. But look at the damage from the needlework. He goes down for his trouble, but that is monstrous.
Comparatively to RNG, Top Esports has not had the same streaking start, and it's leading down a path TES do not want to take. They must find a way to correct past mistakes, a method to the madness. Through the tribulations of an early spring season, Knight has been that shining light.
Carry, and it sets up for Knight to finish him off. 2 kills from Top Esports, and they look for more with the slow onto View as well. Ethereal Chains looks for the root on top of everything else. Knight has to get out though. Or does he? Grabs himself a double kill. Beautifully done by Top Esports.
Knight sits as a centerpiece of Top Esports, and this duel will be an assessment of the precision that Xiaohu holds so dear. Will he truly bring the legend of the General Tiger back to life?
Where are you going? It's all too clear. You're going back to the fountain. RNG, they lose the Rift Herald, but they do not care because a Super Mega Death Rocket from downtown sets up Xiaohu.
Not to be outshone by their mid lane carry counterparts, the bot lane battle shines just as bright. You have Jackie Love and Gala, 2 of the most spoken about players in recent LPL memory. Even if the duo of the legendary Gala and Ming seem formidable, the champion AD in Jackie Love is always ready for a fight.
It's a choke and Top Esports have to get out of here. Zoom coming in. Is dicey, but Jackie Love's still alive. ZS jumping for him, flashes away, matches with the counter-strike. A quick QSS. ZS actually dying though. ZS is dead. It's a triple kill.
For Top Esports, this is a challenge they must pass. They need this, not only to prove themselves, but to reinstill that fiery confidence. RNG, on the other hand, will stop at nothing to keep their win streak alive. Find out who comes out on top in our match of the week, Top Esports versus RNG.
waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Come in, cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to come in. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side.
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine.
上一把我的阿克斯带先攻符文的原因是因为我对线的辅助是一只猫嘛，然后猫前期是一个很弱的辅助，我带先攻是可以提供经济的，因为辅助也很需要金钱，所以我就带了这个天赋。
Well, nice explanation from On. I mean, they're fair enough, you know. First strike.
First strike gives gold.
He does give gold, ladies and gentlemen. Now, first strike is going to be a plague and solo queue. I'm not sure what we get, but ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Cysterix. I'm joined by Lyric on my right. It was too hot in this room, so I had to take my jacket off. The jacket looked cool, Lyric, but you know what else was cool? Angels game number 1. Bring him up. If he's not MVP, it makes no sense because that Orianna picked up 4 3-man shockwaves. It was, I think, one of the best Angel games we've seen in recent history.
I mean, 90% kill participation almost. About 32% damage. This guy did everything he could, everything he should, everything possible that you can do on Orianna in that game. completely took over. This is one of the things about Weibo. I know we say this about a lot of LPL teams, but it applies to a lot of LPL teams, that there's so many that you just look across the roster, and any member can pop off, right? We've seen it time and time again over the past few years from this lineup. This game, Angel did take over. We talked about the zoning, some of the fights. You hit on the shockwaves that he was able to put in. And just the amount of pressure that he was bringing in this game was phenomenal.
It really was. And again, you know, we got to a lot of these fights where Angel was so good at holding onto the shockwave. There was none of this premature one-man ultis that did absolutely nothing. And I think
Shy had some of those.
Yeah, well, he did. He missed some of the ultis. He came a little bit short. A couple of good ones in these fights we saw, but Lyric, I think he got so taken to that point where even when he missed the ulti, people were just scared of this behemoth running in their direction.
Well, he was just stopping right in front of them.
Yeah.
My God, the Shy, no chill.
Energy, big energy. So coming into game number 2, I mean, I said it on Twitter before. I hope we get this again because game number 1 was so back and forth. It was so bloody. It was so micro heavy. Running into game number 2 with FPX on the blue side, I hope that we get fun drafts like that again because seeing the Shy on Malphite, seeing what else piqued you curious? Gory on the Akali, which was quite pivotal at points of the game.
With the Volley Bear coming out once again, and this time, you know, Khalid, again, a champion I very much associate with him from his last year. And I wonder what they're going to change in bans, right? Because I feel like a lot of your bans are good bans, are set bans in this meta. The Corkis, the TFs, Zeri, Caitlyn. Maybe some flexibility on FPX's side, taking away the Rakan. But I feel like that's been On's best champion. He's 100% win rate on it so far. Sure. So that game you had on Tom Kench. And again, On did find some impact. Definitely not his best champion. So for FPX, I don't really know how you at least change your bans going into first phase. You can definitely change the style of your composition, though, right? Because they very early on committed to the Jace and committed to this sort of style where, you know, it's either going to be about playing through side lanes or playing with range. So maybe not showing your hands so early on.
I hope that, you know, again, you know, yeah, getting some of these picks that don't show the capacity running into game number 2. We do see, though, FPX on the same side once again. We talked about this. SOFM is not going to have the Viego once more. Rakan you already picked up. That's one of On's best. I think more importantly, Weibo Gaming are just banning the same 280 carries, making sure that One Fong doesn't get comfort. Sorry.
Yeah, LWX.
LWX, there you go.
Yeah. Yep. And I mean, he's been so good on Caitlyn, and we've seen Hung's luck, so I get it. FPX, so they do change one ban. They take away the Viego, they leave open the Corki, so Weibo responding with that leaves open the Lee Sin. With the amount of priority junglers left open, as in literally all of them, FPX are just going to go back to the Aphelios in the AD carry role. Seems like they prefer that side of the matchup because Aphelios definitely having some more tools to play aggressive in the early stages, more so than Jinx.
Lee Sin was a nice little tidbit though, Lyric, because both these junglers are great Lee Sins historically. SOFM, Warmog's Lee Sin, always in the back of my mind, so keep that in yours. Clid, Lee Sin, like, known for this champion. When he started on the LPL, let's not forget, this guy originated in the LPL, although kind of made his fame over in the LCK. And while we go through pick and ban, it's standard stuff. One Fong never played Jinx before today, but he's going to pick it up again in game number 2.
And it seems that right now there are some eyes on the Poppy pick for Clid. We'll be able to try and shut down that Lee Sin. We have been seeing, you know, more Poppy, especially globally, so it wouldn't surprise me if we do see that come out for FPX. But instead, no, wanting to go towards that Thresh, valuing the Lantern for the immobile AD carry. Yep. And also, Hung was hitting every hook. This is a very understandable pick for Hung to gravitate to anytime it's open.
Agreed, my dude. Like, when Hung in game number 1 picked the Thresh, we knew what was coming. And we get a rinse and repeat from the whole comp of FPX. Shallow, who once again wants to pick up the Jace nice and early. And we got the same draft apart from the Viego so far.
Yeah, so at least stylistically, identity-wise, both teams can just truck forward. For Weibo, I wonder if they still will want to show something like the Malphite, or FPX can just ban it out, right? Yep. You can ban out the Malphite this time rather than the Victor that you did ban out in game 1. If you worry about these heavy engaged tanks, you want to play these long range comps, Sion, Malphite maybe will be the go.
But we're getting a Volley Bear ban from Weibo Gaming, so Klid's going to have to change up the jungle as well. Xin Zhao, something you talked about in game number 1, Lyric. Anything else? The Jarvan's still there if we're talking about ST junglers.
The thing that's nice about Xin Zhao, right, is at least your ultimate also does have the knockaway. So if you are playing comps that where it's like, okay, we have the Jace and things along these lines, it does supplement that role a little bit more. Still, we'll have the early game aggression, maybe not as much engaged potential as the Volibear would bring, especially with the fact that he did go Turtle Chem Tank in that last game. And they also recognize the amount of emphasis that the Poppy could bring. And there's the Malphite ban that we expect.
Good stuff. All right, well, the Shy getting targeted a bit, and Angel returns to Galio. This is a bit of a takeaway, I feel like, from Gory as well, as this has been one of his favorites running into the LPL season.
You do have things like the Victor left open, which could just easily farm out that laning phase and completely abuse the Galio. And for Weibo, if FPX are going to go this route, which I definitely think they will and they should, you should be looking at engage options, right? Because right now FPX have a really good standoff. If we're going to get to these points around mid waves, they're going to be able to try to force you off objectives. Orianna still facilitates that role just as well as the Victor does. And yeah, I think FPX's comp is very well indexed into this one direction.
Well, I want to see how they close it out, because we need that jungler. We already talked about things like Xin before. Klid's lost the Volibear. And this is something that we've seen in solo lanes and solo queue, but it looks like Klid's just going through it for now. As this gets locked in, Lyric, look, I'm going to expect the normalities. Yep, there we go, Xin Zhao. Weibo Gaming, quick, tell me what happens.
Honestly, I have no idea what the Shy is going to go towards. Like I said, you're looking for engage up in that top side in my mind. There's no way, is there?
Oh my god.
He does it!
Oh my god.
He does it! We get the Lucian!
Dude, I saw the Kalista and I'm like, nah, he's not doing this. But it's going to be AD versus AD. The Shy's going to try and take that Lucian matchup. Lyric, now what does this comp do? Are we just hovering topside as Weibo Gaming? Like, what's the goal?
Yeah, I feel like there's way more urgency on Weibo's comp than there would have been had they did have other options in this top lane. Well, I guess things like the Ornn possibly would have been open if they wanted to go for these all-in fights. Doesn't set up the Galio, though. But point is, with the Lucian they've locked in, it is going to be a lot about snowballing this top side, right? Your mid lane should always be able to move, especially at that level 6 point, since you don't need to get too far from your lane. You're going to have the Lease in there to supplement it as well. On, if he is able to find some roam timings, can get there quicker with the Abyssal Dive on his W, so... Yeah, it's going to be all about the Shy. This is going to be classic, what you would expect
IG.
Looking at, some of the old IG comps.
Yeah. And on the other side, Lyric, is it standard for the side of FPX? Like, now we have the Orianna, the control mage in the mid lane, cleared on something that can keep the range. Are we looking around objectives for FPX? What's it look like for them?
For FPX, I think they're actually very thankful that the Lucian came out in topside, because one problem you could be looking at before is FPX don't really have a great front line. Like, sure, Xin Zhao does absorb an unreal amount of damage, but still, I don't think takes the role of a full front line had Weibo been able to bring one out themselves. But now they're feeling good. They're going to be able to play off their range advantage. Angel may be going to take the Predator to try to find ways to get these engages onto this long range composition that FPX had built up.
Well, I'm excited for this one. We talked about draft being highlighted in this series so far. Game number 2 delivers again. We get the Shy on Lucian top versus Xiao Hu, who has that cutting-edge mojo-ness to him as well. We return to Summoner's Rift. It's airy on Lucian. It is lane-focused here for the man. And Lyric, when we talk about the Shy, we don't talk about the Malphites, we don't talk about the Ornns, we talk about the Kalistas, the Lucians, the Quins. This guy wants to win lane, and this is not really something we've seen all too much from his debut in Weibo Gaming.
No, this is, the Shy has shown some dimensions, right? But I think he's definitely played more of a team-fighting role on Weibo so far. Most played being Gwen, has a few games on the Gragas, has brought out the Scion and the Malphite like we have seen, so... This is going to be a bit of a swap in style for the side of Weibo. Again, I think their checklist looks like it should be pretty obvious in terms of early game supplementing the Shy. Yep. You do have Huanfeng playing a bit of a insurance policy later on. And then Angel, going to be looking to pick off sides later. But also, if you can find picks with that Predator, getting onto Gory or Xiaolahu will be quite massive. For FPX, I think it's about kind of chilling a little bit in the early game. You're going to have Prio coming out through that mid lane with some of these early trades. And we know Hung is going to be playing quite aggressively if Klid wants to enable it.
Already sent out a couple of hooks there. Pixel Brush was the goal for FPX, but no one's standing in it from Weibo Gaming. As On goes for a tongue lash again. So we will talk about that top lane quite a bit here, folks, as the Shy starts off the lane with Airy and Xiaolahu already taking a bit of poke. And remember, we've seen this before when he was on that IG roster. We've seen him on the Lucian top versus the Jays. He's won the matchup. And it's been pretty devastating. I can't give you specifics. I just know that it's happened before. So here with the TP Lucian in the top lane, it already begins. Xiaolahu at half HP, burning a pot already, trying to stay safe.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a matchup we've seen time and time again, right? Of people picking the Lucian into the Jace, being able to trade aggressively with those level 1 Qs through the minions, hit that level 2 first. You have a ton of mobility to try to dodge it on things like the accelerated shock blast, and then kiting out Jace if he ever tries to find an all-in opportunity. So the Shy going to have a lot under his belt this time around. Like you said, to go for the Airy to have that bigger presence in the laning phase. He's making use of it so far.
I was actually going to say that, you know, it comes to your point that SOFM is heading up towards that top side and starting his pathing there as Angel and Gory just fighting off and Gory poking him down within the lane. I like that Clid is doing the same thing. He's passed up to here doing everything but the Krug camp. So as a response to punish the Shy or maybe even combat what Weibo Gaming want to do, Clid is ready in position. Lyric, I also want to point out, you mentioned Angel and how he could affect this in the early stages. Nothing like a Doran start. Angel has started with boots with that Predator, so straight from level 1 is ready to go.
I think Angel knows his role, right? He's going to get pushed in early by Gory, like now Gory just able to tether him on his range, continuously poke him down with autos. He also has Airy, so Angel going to be taking a bit of damage. And Angel not going to be at a point where he really can just start ignoring minion waves until he does get that first back underneath his belt. But Shallow getting chunked pretty low. SOFM, I think he can find this.
I mean, the poke's coming through. Shallow goes forward. The Shy doesn't care about that trade because SOFM wasn't spotted until
Clid's
now. Clid predicting a level difference between him and SOFM. I wonder how the duel goes as Sonic Wave being held onto. Waiting for the resonating strike. SOFM again holding, but the Shy there. TP might be too late. Flushed away from the Lucian. He's in, but the Shy actually taking way too much. Weibo Gaming have given a double to their opponent.
And FPX come in with the right idea. They know that the Galio won't be able to start influencing the map this early on, so they just want to hover Clid up towards that top side and look for counter ganks, look to buy time, because they know later on they're going to be the team with the advantage. So Clid, you know, buying time, drawing space, allowing for the TP to come back out from the Jace. We're going to see it here. Clid not necessarily, I think, looking for this isolated 1v1, right? Wants to make sure his top laner doesn't get dove, pulls them closer to turret, does get the knockup on SOFM, forces him out, even burning the flash to be able to get more space between them. Then Shala, who comes in for the easy 1-2.
Dude, double kill on the Jace, double longsword. Now, the matchup before, I would have said the Shy is just going to keep blasting, right? I'm not sure how this goes anymore. Yeah, the red buff burning him down a little bit more even after the mana expended. And Xiaolahu in a very comfortable position. Lyric, what the heck happens now if you're Weibo Gaming?
I mean, I don't think Weibo actually have a lot of flexibility with their composition. I think despite those 2 kills going down, right, you're still going to be having to look up towards that top side. Okay. If your Lucian falls behind, he's going to be able to do nothing against the enemy composition. Luckily for the side of Weibo, their bot lane has been holding up pretty well. They're pretty much even in terms of CS after they pick up this wave, but again, I don't see how, in terms of teamfight formations later on, that Huanfeng will be able to find a massive impact in this game with no way of really going forward. They'll need FPX to be the team that has to run into them.
Well, it's concerning, it's alarming, and I'm sure if FPX are going to give that leeway. There's a Serrated Dirk up in that top lane, and a tier now picked up from Xiaolao, who 10 CS behind. I'm going to hold on that because the wave is at his feet right now. So for the Shy, again, not the lead that we expected after that dive goes horribly wrong. But SOFM is back up here. Shala, who also doesn't have summoners much like the Shy. I'm curious to see if junglers come up here quite shortly. Lyric, the 2v2 is what I'm going to hold my breath for once again.
I don't think it'll be a 2v2, my friend, because Angel does now have the hero's entrance, so he can very easily partake in any of these fights. Right now, they're not hovering up towards the top side, so if anything breaks out right now, it would just be a straight-up 2v2. And Angel actually hovering around to cover his bot lane.
Yeah, going down for the potential dive as Hung gets a hook on in. Two-man grabbing him, the exhaust through. On wants to dive on in, ready for this Galio, but Angel spotted out on a ward. Predator held onto for the time being, returns to mid lane. And in topside, nothing happens because SOFM was sitting on a ward. Clid now coming in after being spotted out on control ward of Weibo Gaming's own. The Shy just going to have to back off for now. So again, you said FPX want to lull about in this early game. That's exactly what they're getting done.
I do want to say, though, hitting back on the last point of you pointing out, you know, on wanting to dive in bot, I am very interested in seeing the Abyssal Dive Galio combo. Because it doesn't sound all that potent, right? Like, okay, Abyssal Dive does have a knock-up. Angel going in.
Wants to come on into this. Sonic Wave there, but there's no kick available. SOFM doesn't have flash either, and Gory just lulls it off. And a bit of lulling here today in our second game. And That's it. Again, Weber Gaming trying to be proactive, and FPX just aren't letting them.
Yeah, no, FPX doing a nice job of holding the line that is Predator used for Angel.
Yeah.
And for FPX, again, you're kind of fine. Jace going to get up to top side, pick up the wave, maybe wave and a half. But he missed. Still is down in terms of laning phase, but we can see still up in terms of gold. The Shy not able to punish any plays. And ultimately, again, the big thing it does is shut down Weibo's game plan. We haven't seen them able to find a return play up there. And now for the side of FPX, they're doing a great job of taking advantage of vision control of the bot side.
What happened here? Just going to see some trading up in the top side. Culling was used. Okay. Culling and Clid actually spotted out as well. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't connect, and no audacious charge to follow suit. But meanwhile, while that goes on, FPX have decided to start off this drag, and so, again, ahead, both in gold, and now in the objective.
Now we're going to be looking at the Rift Herald towards the top side, right? Because the Shy's been able to keep up the pressure in the 1v1, so maybe that gives Weibo some confidence to try to play around that one. But FPX have had push in bot lane pretty consistently, so you always got to look out for things like Hung having a move timer to roam first. You got to be scared of the fact that you do have Shallow already coming out, you know, with Serrated Durek, with an extra longsword as well. But point is, action probably going to be happening towards that top side, and I'd expect both teams probably want to look to contest.
I'll be curious to talk a little bit about that hero's entrance that you mentioned before as well. I think it was something that, you know, Orcs has said on broadcast, you've said in the past as well. Those first couple of Twisted Fate, Galio ultimates are the biggest ones, right? How they set the tone for the game, and how they actually get off in these early objective fights. So for Angel, waiting for that ulti to come through with Predator now available as well.
And for SOFM, showing through mid, LWX is here.
Well, Sonic Wave comes through onto Hung after the play. The Ignite goes down. Angel gets the Shield of Durand on the way out. Sonic Wave once again. SOFM has landed onto LWX. Both summoners are available. Doesn't want to take the risk. Weibo Gaming burning some health bars right before the objective setup at FPX. Quite low on the back foot.
Yeah, LWX took that Lantern just trying to get to the safety of his teammate, but did take a Sonic Wave from SOFM, did take also the Wind Spore coming out from Angel. Still gonna look to contest though!
Angel, SOFM goes in once again. The flay there, the kick backwards as well. FPX's support almost goes down, and Super Mega Death Rocket blocked by Clid. The Shy in the backline with Culling into 4 people, and Herald is losing patience while Clid goes in, but a Shockwave again! Gory emulating Angel brings in a big one, but the Shy returns in the angle of the hero's entrance. Beautiful. But Angels run out of steam. The flash burnt. Everything burnt in the fight. FPX ticking away as Weibo Gaming trade 1 for 1.
In the end, I like the way Weibo played it, contesting from both sides, not able to just utilize the fact that their comp does very well when you are positioned right in front of them and they can throw out, you know, their Orianna skill shots, accelerate shot blast. When you're collapsing for both sides, it forces them into a choice. We're going to see the action start off with SOFM trying to find a pick onto Hung. Does get the kick into other members of the team, but Hung instantly flashing out. But again, keep your eyes on the Shy. He comes in with the Culling. He's forcing out other members, while Clid is still stuck behind dealing with the other 4 members of Weibo. Gory, like you said, though, finds a massive shockwave. LWX able to finish off the Moonlight Vigil, and it does end up being a 1 for 1. But Weibo were definitely the team putting the pressure on FPX like we see here.
Orianna's in this series giving us something to shock and awe. You get it?
They're cracked.
Dude, they're showing up big and gory here in that fight. Giving a trade kill over. Remember, that went to LWX. So now 1 kill on the AD carry that was trailing a little bit behind in CS. And who now has a Gale Force as well. So big news here for FPX, the team that wanted to buy their time in this game. Lyric as On and SOFM deep into enemy jungle. Gory and Hung just respecting that for now after all said and done.
And if there's any player, you know, who's going to use, you know, an early Mythic, an early Gale Force, ooh, let me tell you, it is LWX. Yeah. He is going to be looking for these plays if One Fong walks too far forward and looks for farm. As we can see now, though, the map kind of defaulting back to a bit of a more normal map state. Shallow pushing up in top side. Both soul laners just in both side lanes. Clid going to look for this play on top. Does have the Rift Herald to break this one down.
Well, the Shy's lane getting pushed back. A benefit here for Shallow, who once again, as the Shy goes all in, but you just saw Herald. He flashes away. Wind becomes lightning. TP from his team. The Shy, I don't know if that was Chad or that was just, what's the opposite of Chad? Brian.
Brian, yeah. I guess that was very Brian.
That was so Brian.
Of the Shy. Ease forward, looks like just to get a bit of extra damage off on that trade before he figures he'll be able to back out safely, but I mean, Shalahu and Klid just commit, instantly has to burn the flash to get away. Luckily for the side of Weibo, though, the turret doesn't go down for FPX. They still were able to get some of those plates, though.
I have to give context. Brian obviously like seems like, I don't want to say a vanilla name, but you know, Chad is like the pecs, the chiseled jawline. Brian's like, oh god, anyone who's called Brian is now gonna hate me. You might sit in a library.
When I think of Brian, I think of Brian the dog from Family Guy.
So
I don't
do
know
I.
where you're going for
Actually,
this.
so do I, dude. The writer.
Which I guess he does sit in libraries, but he also does a lot of other activities. You know?
Yeah. Everyone's seen Family Guy. We're all 20-something years old and still watch cartoons. It's not even sarcasm. Like, that's actually true. I still think Simpsons is funny, and I don't live with my parents, so... Hey, Dragon's coming up in a second.
Dragon is coming up. Great point.
Yeah, FPX are here. What can Weibo Gaming do? I don't know. Hung throwing out hooks again, and they're kind of scared to go in river.
But Weibo do have entry from bot side with the fact that they had the shy pushing and both of them were hovering. I want to see if On sets up an angle or if Angel just uses his Predator. But no, not going to find any. Not going to find any way in the fight.
3 for nothing on objectives. FPX are leading the charge here in this game. They spoil the Infernal Rift, and as Weibo Gaming look towards mid, it's FPX who control vision for now. You can see how dark the river's becoming. Weibo Gaming just losing control of this game piece by piece.
Yeah, with the fact that FPX got Dragon transition mid first, it obviously gives them an easy route to controlling top side. This turret should be able to go down. Luckily for Weibo, since they didn't commit to the fight around Dragon, they already did have a wave at that turret as well. So they'll at least get some damage on it. Doesn't look like they'll be able to get it because Hung making the right move by hovering around Gory, knowing that, you know, potentially SOFM could be here and they could look for these dives.
Like it. Hung switched on as usual as Gory. The shockwave's going to bring Angel back in. Solo kill territory. He's trying to escape. SOFM save me. Flies through the heavens, but this time around he ain't no Angel. Lyric, again, bad news after bad news. And while you're chatting there, I want to point out that Shallow, who got first turret blood just before turret plating despawned. So we now have an Eclipse Jace who is absolutely ginormous.
I also want to point out the fact that we've now seen Angel ult twice. In the first ult, not able to find anything. I think he did get some flashes out from certain members when On did dive in when they were around topside Tribrush. But now, the second time having to run away, you were hitting on, you know, what impact can a Galio find early on with these ultimates. That is one of the key factors about having this global. He hasn't been able to find anything.
That, you know, first couple ultimates being so key to the game. For Weibo Gaming, missing that spunk up in the top lane, having a real Brian dive, it felt like, in the first couple of plays. Yeah.
Guess what?
What happened?
Gold is still even.
Classic. This series, man, it's been doing it to us the whole time.
Right, I mean, credit to both teams that we have been seeing, like, them answer on opposite sides of the map when they know there are plays they can't make. FPX, though, going to be punishing down on the spot side for the side of Weibo, having the shy pressure up in top in that 1v1. They're going to commit SOFM down to covering for these dives and potential plays, earn his bot in mid laner.
All right, well, we're just gearing up ourselves, clearing vision. Gory continues to be a pain in the neck for Angel. Klid coming around the wing. Potential dive now spotted out by SOFM, who's on the way as well. He's got a level advantage and CS advantage within the jungle. Sonic Wave connects again. Angel gets to knock up the shield of Duran, but the Crescent Guard, the kick flash. SOFM cleanly does it, but the Shockwave says no. Gory. Man, I'm feeling good here for FPX to keep trading off.
Like you said, just great Orianna performances across this series so far. For Klid, I understand what you're doing, right? You already have the Orianna chunking out the Galio so low. Maybe assuming SOFM will be playing around top side since that is where the Shy is and he is the strong side of the map right now. But I think the idea of what SOFM was looking to do is correct, right? You know they're going to be playing around the spot side. You can commit on to hovering over. Huanfeng won't be in any imminent threat if he's just playing around his turret and trying to cover for these aggressive plays towards the bottom side.
Wrap it up again here, Lyric, because, yeah, you're right. SOFM in the right state of mind to start getting something back in this game.
Yeah, I think it was just a good read about what FPX were going to do. It was very obvious, right? You know they're going to make that play down towards your bot side. Again, I think they were assuming SOFM was trying to enable the Shy, maybe looking for dives on Shallow.
Hung looking for both the Dark Passage and Death Sentence. I love that Hung always saves W for LWX, but more importantly, sends out a hook at the exact same time. Again,
It's just crazy how like LWX and Chris played together forever, and you know Hung comes in and man,
They're
the
better.
synergy, but they just look so revitalized.
They're better. They're better together. It's crazy. Maybe it's like a bad marriage. You know, there's no communication there, and they just needed it to end.
Whoa.
And now this is
I was
like
gonna say,
the new one.
maybe it's not a bad marriage. Maybe just one of those marriages that, you know, becomes a friendship. You're both good buddies, but the spark isn't there, you know? There's no riding the magic carpet in Aladdin. There's no, you know, going and seeing Paris. There's just you guys going downstairs and watching Friends together and, you know, scrolling through Tinder looking at other people. And luckily, they found other people. Chris doing good on BLG, LWX doing good here. Everyone is happy.
Everyone's happy, and I'm sure they're still friends as well. You know, that's when you know everyone's a winner.
They still play Dungeons and Dragons together every Thursday.
Do. They just don't look at each other the same way, and that's acceptable, right? And Turret's going to go down the bottom lane, but Mitch traded off. FPX and Weibo Gaming continue these trades. Gold continues to be at an even point, and Dragon's coming up in 5 seconds. FPX once again in the same position in River. Lyric, this will be sole point if they get it. They've already got 2 in their back pocket, and everything is up and available.
Yeah, so I'm going to up across the board. SOFM, though, does not have that flash, so could be harder to find access onto some kind of sick backline kick that they're looking for. Looks like FPX trying to bait this one out. I want to see, you know, Shalahu and Gory throwing out these skill shots, poking down the side of Weibo.
So FM already getting a bit low, but it's at least in. He'll tank back up and be fine. The Shy on the wing as well. The engage from on. He goes in. Angel now with the wing as well. Shield around. It's huge, but it's disengaged from. Space built out and flashed away. Angel has lost the play, and more importantly, Weibo Gaming, no tools. The Shy brought back in. FPX say game number 3. Can you dig it? Xiao Lao, who on top of SOFM. This man's got style. That man's a real Chad. And as Hung goes forward once again, onto Huan Fong, it's just going to be the nail in the coffin for Weibo Gaming.
This series just continues to deliver. FPX now going to be able to take so much off the map, dropping the Herald down in top. There's a ton of jungle camps available in SOFM's jungle. Well, guess what, buddy? Now these are Klidge jungle camps. Baron's going to be coming up soon, so very easy pivot for FPX to look towards that top side.
Dude, I love this series. I tell you what, FPX and Weibo Gaming, both with exceptional games, but now that FPX have broken it wide open, I'm glad that it looks like we're going to a game 3 after this play. Lyric, again, you're up.
I was expecting the ultimate gear to come out from Angel again, but it doesn't. And you see, this is why I was questioning this combo, because On goes in, it's like, sure, you get the knock-up, you get a bit of a stun, but instantly FPX are able to turn and focus onto him. Then Angel's left in there with his hands up, like, hey, what do I do now? He's forced out. And then FPX able to commit to one side of the fight. Some of the early expectations we were hitting on, right, was coming from draft. You're like, hey, maybe this composition needs more engage. Instead, they opted into the Lucian setup, which, in my mind, does require more of getting ahead early, being able to pressure with a solution advantage. You see there, they just don't have an easy way of getting their damage onto the enemy backline of FPX.
It looks so hard. Like, everything falls, and at the end, your head is in your hands. It's SOFM walking into a brush. He has no business being here. Sonic Wave connects. There's no follow-up, though, of course. And now FPX on sole point. The important part, Lyric, is at 20 minutes in the game, Baron there, right for the taking when they get another pick. For Weibo Gaming, what do you do in this game now that it's all fallen? Like, is it all about the 5-man Angel or the 5-man Shield of Durand or just Huan Fong getting resets in a fight, luckily enough?
I feel like it's really tough at this point, right? I think for immediate options as Weibo, you're looking to commit one of your 2 globals to trying to find a pick with the Shy, right? You're having the Shy push in a side lane, then either committing On or Angel there to try and supplement a kill, probably onto Shalahu, and at least relieving some pressure from one lane, pushing that out, and then, you know, either pressuring that tower or rotating the Shy over for a fight. In like a holistic sense, I think you're somewhat relying on a mistake. FPX have now gotten up to a 4K gold lead as well. They're on sole point. It is looking rough.
Well, at least you can go back to the drawing board after this one and go, well, we tried a composition that had a very narrow margin, and we screwed up the dive. Yeah, that's right.
One they haven't played this split.
Very ambitious, isn't it? It's again, you called it a very much IG draft. From what we'd see from people like Rookie and the Shy together, very much like a Ning thing to do. Let's keep diving top and make sure the Shy plays the game.
Right, that's something, even going back as recently as like 2020, I just remember consistently Ning playing up towards the top side, Rookie not dropping waves, because Rookie doesn't need to drop waves to move up to the top. Rookie can simultaneously clear waves and move to top at the same time.
Classic IG way. But it's Weibo Gaming. It's a new environment, it's a new team, and this team in game number 2 hasn't quite hit it. Almost 5,000 gold behind at 22 minutes in the game as well. Note that Infernal Dragon timer in the top left-hand corner of your screen is OneFong with a fancy sidestep to make sure Wind does not become Lightning. And Lyric, Infernal Dragon coming up as well. 2 items, almost 3 here on some core carries for FPX. I just have to say, you know, it's great to see this team in action when a 3-2 team might get misled by viewers. They might think FPX are not really that good of a team in the LPL. They've been surprising us all, as we've been saying all series long.
Yeah, FPX, I think, have definitely been one of the standouts so far in the LPL. They might be 3-2. One of their losses was to LNG, close 3-game series. Yeah. They do have one that, you know, maybe could be looked at as a bit more unacceptable, JDG, who have been turning it around, so even now, JDG look legit. But once again, 2-1. FPX's 2 losses were brought to 3 games. Yep. They've kept it competitive with everyone.
Hello, kick flash
SOFM.
On top of the Dark Passage. Doesn't want Clid to escape. On with the knockup. Flash away by Clid. They've caught the jungler, but with the Crescent Guard, damage stops there. The ball out for delivery as Gory wants another beautiful shockwave. And they're trying. Weibo Gaming are really trying to find something happen with the Magic Before Dragon.
Oh, they almost got it. Sadly, not enough damage to follow up, but SOFM was trying his darndest to make sure that Lantern wasn't taken. It wasn't. Clid did have to commit the flash to being able to get out. FPX now getting the push in mid, trying to deny some of this vision down from Weibo so they can just start up the Baron. Again, we're going to be looking at the Shockwave. We're going to be looking at the Moonlight Vigil. I think Hwanfeng's flash was down, but I think it is coming up, like, right now.
Okay. Well, they've found their target onto SOFM in the back line. LWX trying to reset his guns with Infernum Gravitum, but FPX move is a 5-man core. Xiao Hu on the wing, though, as the engage start from Angel. Shield of Durand is good, but as he goes golden, they're just trying to buy time. Clid without the ulti won't matter. As On again wants his own type of engage, but their Galio's down, and he hasn't used the ulti. Still, Weibo Gaming need to go in, but the Shockwave brings them all together. Now it's time for you to kiss. Gory might die in the process, but Infernal Dragon looks to be secured. SOFM zoned off, and the rest of FPX are going to take this one with a breeze.
Oh,
Hung again. That's the man on Thresh that needs to be respected.
I love watching this guy play Engage Champions. There is nothing more fun in the LPL. They find it. Massive team fight comes out once again for the side of FPX. They not only have a 6k gold lead, they not only have been taking all your jungle camps, but they're also going to get a Baron. So we're going to go straight into the replay. Clid kind of starting this one off, baiting it out a little bit, brings Angel in. Great hook and flay coming out from Clid. And you can see, right, the Shy and Hwanfeng not feeling comfortable enough to get in range to deal damage, knowing this Baron's coming up, so I'll stop.
Nice little bounty, but
actually Baron's going down.
And it's done. FPX have already picked it up. Hwanfeng now joins in, and there you go. It's down, it's out, and the gold lead now absolutely humongous. A 7,000 gold just about and growing. And you can see objective bounties are on screen for Weibo Gaming, but it's so hard for them to get it cleared. And Gory defending by themselves with this Baron buff. Weibo Gaming now bringing 5 members to have another try.
Yeah, they won't be able to get anything, though, because the other members of FPX are coming up.
Unclog the Frog. Yeah, he's going down the toilet, though, and unfortunately, that's going to create a blockage. FPX pick off the support once again, and with Baron, that base is in trouble.
Yeah, FPX definitely going to lay down the siege now. We've already been hitting on the range aspect of their comp all game. They have great wave clears, so they're going to be able to take down Weibo's minion waves, instantly burst down these turrets, and I think they definitely should have an inhibitor angle here.
Well, inhibitor, I mean, how confident are you at this point? FPX the damage. The
oh my god,
gets it with a shock blast, and Xiao Hu is showing how this game's been for him. Hung gets kicked away into the trap, but the damage is just not enough. The culling comes through. I say once more, Weibo Gaming have pulled out all the stops to try and take down one. Hung may die, but Weibo Gaming, the rest of them aren't going to live. Clid walking forward in the Nexus turrets as they obliterate, and as Angel gets an ulti in, Weibo Gaming back to the drawing board because this game got absolutely outclassed from the get-go.
Sadly for the side of Weibo, they weren't able to set up any of the conditions that they were playing for, right? As FPX take their time. Yeah. Maybe they're pissed at the Shy about kind of, you know, BMing and styling on them in game 1.
Yeah.
They're going to take their time. But point is, You know, we talked about Dilution early, getting this ahead. They weren't able to do it. They actually lose out in the first early dive. They both go down. You get some gold funnel on this Jace. And the other win con we hit on was like, okay, being able to bring this Galio into fights on Dragon, lock multiple people down. And I don't think we saw one impactful Galio ultimate all game long.
Nope.
It was very disjointed as well, right on finding opportunities to go in very early on, gets bursted out immediately, no time for anyone else to follow up. SOFM tried as well. We remember the kick that he did onto Clid trying to deny the Lantern, but sadly, all of their opportunities were in vain. And Gory, phenomenal game on the Orianna.
Yeah.
Hung as well. Man, anytime Hung plays, we're going to talk about him. It's either going to be good or bad, but he will be the primary topic of discussion for the way that he
Most
plays.
of the time, good. Most of the time, good with how Hung's playing recently. This bottom lane's great, and whether it's in the laning phase or whether it's in these first couple of skirmishes, Hung is set on his target. I want to point out that, you know, in this game, while for Weibo Gaming it all failed, they never stopped looking for a play. You know, SOFM, bottom side River versus Cleared, tried.
Gold was even for most of the game.
Yeah, you know, even they were still looking ambitiously for the play, but you talk so well about Draft, about what FPX needed to do. They played this game out cautiously, or should I say calmly, for the most part, and it just got to a point where, look at that gold grab, one big play, one big burst, one big shockwave, and it was lights out for Weibo Gaming from there.
Yeah, Clid knew what he had to do early on, covering for the top side place, coming out, knowing Angel can't get up there early, setting up for Xiaolahu to start dealing all that massive damage that he was able to get early on, you know, like first back, getting a serrated Dirk off of those kills. So now we're going to be looking, we get a 3-game series, right? It's going to be all about adaptation.
Yeah.
We saw a bit of adaptation in this game. We still saw the same key picks. Weibo did ultimately change the style of their draft. So maybe we'll see a bit of a repeat in Game 3, right? If both teams feel like, hey, our bans are fine, we like these core champions, just about how we round out the identity of the comp with the supplementing pieces like your soul laners.
Because remember, for Weibo Gaming, it could have been a very different game if that dive goes off successfully. If the Shy doesn't take the extra turret shot, or, you know, he was already bullying down Xiaolahu in the lane with 15 CS margin. If that dive went differently, the game might be in Weibo Gaming's favor. We might be ending with a 2-0. Who knows? I think there's a lot of questions to throw up. But for this series, so far, we had a lot of fighting, had a lot of little micro moments. And to sum it all together, Game 3 is going to be an absolute banger. There is not a doubt in my mind that the draft will summarize to a nice little roundup here on 12.2. Lyric, as we throw to this break, I mean, we're going to let everyone breathe because Game 3 is coming up and it's going to blow up momentarily.
随着我们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
So with the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together, we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持紧密的沟通协作。每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 RPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 RPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新，也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible.
所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
我觉得这格温这英雄在上路就很强嘛，然后也没有什么特别好的 counter 吧，然后注意最好打的也就那杰斯这种英雄嘛。
Shallow who mentioning counters up in the top lane, especially Gwen, who, it's funnily enough, we haven't seen Gwen banned or picked this series at all. So while he thinks it's strong and we know the Shy thinks it's strong, both top laners have navigated elsewhere here in Weibo Gaming versus FPX. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Lyric on that side. I got it right this time. I'm getting my directions. Hey, Gory's MVP for Game 2. You're about to summarize what you think of the series and the game so far.
I think so far what we've seen is the team composition that didn't have the urgency to run in win, right? Game 1, it was Weibo who ran this composition with the Orianna itself, and we saw Angel was the one popping off and zoning enemies out, finding clutch ultimates. This game, though, the script flips. FPX are the ones comfortable playing off this range, getting on objective first, kiting out with their poke, and Weibo were never able to find really key opportunities to be able to get onto the back line. I'm actually kind of surprised they're showing this fight because this is actually one of the fights that Weibo did reasonably well in, but after that fight, it was just downhill for the side of Weibo. Clid as well, I'll give a special shout out for, consistently trying to play around the lanes he needed to. We saw him counteract the early dive topside, but then post that early game, Gory just completely taking over.
Yeah, I think Gory, showing us that Orianna in this series kind of OP. Coming back to Clid point, you and I were talking in the break about what Clid did in this second game, especially the navigating top, the top dive you just mentioned. Because that top dive, to me, I feel like it sealed the deal for the game. Weibo Gaming couldn't play around the Lucian. SOFM couldn't do anything at that point. He tried to recover so bad, but then you have a top laner that's not adding too much to the game. And now that we're into pick ban for the final game of this series that is delivered on all accounts, we finally get the first side swap as well. Weibo Gaming have chosen blue here, Lyric, so I want to see what changes.
Yeah, some bans staying the same, right? Caitlyn, TF respectively for both sides has stayed the same.
Yeah.
Zeri gonna stay the red side ban, so FPX having to ban that one out. But with more flexibility, Weibo not having to ban away the Corki like they did last time around, not having to banning out the Zeri themselves, able to pinch this AD carry pool, just trying to take away some of these more comfortable and aggressive options that LWX is able to go for. Jinx, now the queen of AD carries, left open with the other two banned. I think it's a very obvious choice for Weibo.
Okay, well, Huanfeng, third game in a row. I love it. Again, didn't play it before today, but decided that he's going to bring it back and show us what 2021 looked a little bit like. But for FPX, Lyric, let's note one thing. Hung has been given Thresh 2 games in a row. And Weibo Gaming are like, we don't need to ban it away. Forget it.
Yeah, so Thresh still open. You always can go like a Thresh Jhin. Senna also still there if they want to just keep going towards the Tahm Kench. Actually, I'm sorry, it'd be FPX navigating the Tahm Kench this time around, so it would be a new look for Hung. But I think those are the two options that stand out to me. Either just going the Jhin, which is what we're seeing a lot before Chinese New Year, or if you want to adapt, this new Senna style and trying to play around this. It doesn't really fit FPX's core identity. We have seen other teams in other regions identifying this as a strong pick.
Cool, but maybe the Gwen this time. And Xiao who we just saw a sound on tape of him talking about the strength of this champion. It's so funny that it wasn't even looked at in previous games, but now early priority, they're like, nope, Hung's not getting Thresh. We're not getting anything secure elsewhere, like the Jhin you mentioned. It's that top lane early pick that they want to play against the Shy.
Yeah, I think it made sense in context of the draft why, like in game 1, the Shy didn't go for it, for example. And FPX have consistently just been putting more prio on this Jace, which Gory did. Shahu did say in that interview he does think is the one decent matchup. So I think it makes a bit of sense, but point is, right, I think it is the strongest top lane blind on the patch. It technically is a flex pick, though for FPX, it's not right now since the Lee Sin's already locked in. And for Weibo, they're going to try and go back to some of that skirmishing that made them strong in game 1. Look for more team fighting coming in through those resets and those ultimate opportunities coming for SOFM. And now I wonder for themselves, wanting to find that top lane counter pick early is what it looks like, and they do, bringing out the Kennen. So trying to have some agency in this laning phase, and Weibo going back to what won in game 1, right? Having the stronger 5v5.
Lyric, I feel like laughing because the last time I saw the Shy on Kennen, there's been many times.
Rapid fire cannon?
Rapid fire cannon. Now that's probably not going to happen, but it's etched in my mind.
I think it's etched in everyone's mind.
Yeah.
I remember I think that was the time where we had Dom on doing like analyst desk and stuff like that. And I just remember seeing his reaction of him tilting so hard. It was phenomenal. It's now Gory locking in the Kai'Sa for LWX. So gonna get a bit of a throwback, right? This was one of the LWX champions coming online in a meta where LWX won Worlds 2019. So we're now gonna see him pilot it once again. For FPX as a whole, you can see they're sticking with a consistent theme of bot lanes that are able to bring out the aggression. Also giving him some repositioning tools later on in teamfights to try to navigate around the Kennen and the Viego.
Which is why it makes me question, you know, what are we going to get partnered with it once again? Because FPX are the ones banning out supports, but Weibo Gaming targeting the last solo lane that's left available. That's Gory. Loses to LeBlanc. Lyric, Orianna, from what we've seen in this little mini meta in the series, you feel like that's going to be the final ban from Weibo?
Potentially, right there. I guess there is some ball set up there, but still things like Victor are on the table as well. So I think for now, FPX actually have a decent amount of options in terms of the mid lane champion pool that they are able to bring out. FPX being the ones to take away the Thresh themselves. We do have a Kai'Sa down in that bottom side, so maybe things like the Nautilus and Leona are what come to mind for Hung in this matchup.
Okay, I like the Leona. You know, Hung not going to be on his Thresh for the first time in this series, but showing us another champion feels like something that we can kind of highlight as well. Rise the final takeaway. So getting rid of some of the map movement from this mid laner. And Lyric, support here, you just mentioned Leona, you know, anything else solid.
Nautilus still being open. The Rakan's also open for the opposite side. Again, it's been On's like go-to pick so far. Has 5 games on the champion, 100% win rate, and it does seem like FPX is just going to gravitate more towards the stock and standard picks that we have seen out from them so far. The Orianna, something you highlighted, is going to be what they go to in the end. Again, they do have some ball delivery coming in. They have the Lee Sin. Kai'Sa not really ball delivery, right? But she theoretically jumps in, Flit as well. So now looking over to the side of Weibo, we've kind of already hit on some of the support options left open. Their composition very much wants to go in. Rakan left open. I expect On to lock that one in. Then they're going to be looking at a mid lane matchup for Angel to come in strong. I wonder if he will just look to go for something with more volatility. You've already hit on how he has been along the lines of an Akali player and things like this, where you will lose out in the early laning phase, but if their goal is to just be able to get on backlines and cause chaos in these team fights, I think something like that would fit their composition quite well. Victor would be more in line of like, hey, we're going to allow our 3 psychopaths to go in. I'm going to stand next to Juan Fong. I'm going to dish out damage to your front line.
Yeah, psychopath. Fair enough.
SOFM On in the Shy. I feel like pretty good term to describe them.
Yeah, it's a brutal, but actually the perfect term. You're right. So we get Victor and the rest of the psychopaths get to choose their maker. For FPX, we already talked about it. Support last pick here. You mentioned Hung on the Nautilus or the Leona, something that pairs up nicely with the Kai'Sa. And what does this comp look like for you? Because if we have ball delivery, if we have repositioning, is it like a front to back? Is it a simple team fighting comp that wants to keep track of where Weibo Gaming's flanking angles are?
I think it's very interesting, right? Because both comps having engage on them, both comps having things that want to get on the backline. FPX's case, even your AD carry having that ability to jump in. But I definitely think, you know, the further we get into the game, the more Weibo will dictate the pace. They're going to be looking out from so many different angles, whether On's able to find a flank or even just engage at you front to back. The Shy coming off on certain angles and getting on your back line. So for FPX, I think it will be a bit harder to navigate. I'm going to be looking at them, especially in the early game, and what they can do with the Lee Sin setting up the Kai'Sa Nautilus down in that bottom side.
All right, I love it because LWX renowned Kai'Sa. This guy has shown up on the world stage with this pick and going up against Juan Fong, who can be a little bit crazy, like Powder over there from Arcane. It's good to see these 80 carries, you know, on something that is so, again, pronounced for their final game of the series. Lyric, this series has been great, and it also makes sense that to round this one out, we get SOFM's Viego, which was huge in game number 1, but we get Clid on Lee Sin. Clid's Lee Sin? My God! It's huge.
Yeah, again, Clid on these early skirmishing, early pressure junglers is definitely where he's found his comfort, where he's thrived, where he's been criticized in the past for how much he liked to gravitate towards them back on his time with Gen G. So We're going to see here the adaptation going into Game 2. Once again, getting completely different drafts. The last 2 games, one team had a composition that very clearly wanted to kite out, had to play around space quite well, and one team that wanted to initiate the fights. This time, both teams looking for blood hysterics.
Wow! I love it. Nice little hype intro and a topside invade. On is about to get a very special birthday present, and I don't even know if it's his birthday. Hello! Flash forward from Hung. Of course he does. On flashes as well, and Hung is just that kind of support.
Still, fast fingers on, instantly scaling up the W when he sees the Nautilus, dashing out of there, has the flash to get away from the hook once it comes out from Hung, since he was banking on getting that auto zoned off from his flash to root on and find the kill, but sadly not able to do so. Now, though, to calm down. This series has been really crazy, really hype. It's delivered. This is the pre-match match of the week. We have match of the week next, but this feels like a match of the week.
True, dude. It's the match before the match of the week, so it's like the pre-match of the week. RNG Top Esports next, and the funny thing is, with Top Esports recency, I don't know if Top Esports are going to be able to deliver. And remember, new roster coming up too. Got Tien back, Wayward in the top lane, Mark has joined
on the roster, but
ProView.
You know, yeah, we'll hit that later. It's like I said, you see him walk up, hadn't started a skill, saves it, instantly sees him, gets that away, so then he has to flash for the hook. On with the fast fingers there, making sure he's able to get away.
Well, good way to start game number 3 of this crazy series. You already mentioned how crazy it was. Let's come back to comps quickly as we start into this game, because all runes are pretty similar. Junglers starting on opposite sides of the map, and I think wards are going to actually spot out both of them towards the end of their clear. What are you focusing on in this early laning phase, and what is the key indicators for both these teams?
I'm definitely going to be focused on bot lane. Okay. Mid lane matchup, I mean, Victor Orianna, it's something we've seen a million times before. There's a bit of trading coming down in the spot lane matchup as we talk about it. But yeah, Victor's pressure early on, right? Victor is one of the strongest level 1 champions in the game in terms of mid laners, so you can see him pushing in now. Top side will be a bit of heavy trading back and forth. I think the Shy will do quite well, as we see here with the range advantage. So all of your volatility, all of your setup definitely comes in this support matchup, right? Hung looking for the engage, On having the ability to set up.
He's got it. Nice little dredge line in again. On at half HP. Gleaming Quill will give him a bit of sustain, but has to hit it first. So bot Lyric, I like that you highlighted that. A nice little start to this game, and Shy even trading in the top side, as you mentioned earlier before. Junglers on opposite sides of the rift, and Shallow going deep. He has no mana, so if he goes any further forward, he might be chunked out more, and he's going to have to TP back.
So what Shallow was doing there, right? You're consciously trading your HP bar to be able to push in the wave. So he was trying to get that one in, knew he was going to take a bit of damage, was hoping he'd be able to back off, which he was able to do. Sadly, not able to get that wave completely in, but is able to come off with the reset.
See if the Shy is able to get a freeze up there. Angel, nice little gravity field through the mid lane. And bot's still heavily pushed up. Look at this. I mean, Hung and LWX stuck at their turret. This is a really good sight when LWX and Hung have been pretty aggro within their 2v2 laning phase the whole series long.
And it's just nice to see in terms of playing the matchup, right? Because you have the Jinx in there, able to easily swap to those rockets, find some aggressive trades with the range that you have, as well as just pushing the wave on as well. I mean, if you do get hooked by the Nautilus, always having that E to be able to get away, you can just consistently play forward and poke down with your Q. So utilizing the innate advantages that the champions do bring to the table. It is left Clid playing up more towards this top side. I don't think the Shy gonna give over an opportunity. I might speak too soon, though, because it is the Shy.
Yeah, true.
He does give over quite a few opportunities.
Well, Clid's already backed away.
The best employer in the business.
Yeah, dude. He's sometimes a little bit too sus, you know? The Shy is a maker of art. I want to point out, Clid dropped the ward before backing off there. They know SOFM's towards the top side, so Shallow, who is keeping his wits about him here for now. And throughout mid, we're just going to keep talking about the trading here, because Angel is styling on Gory as the victor right now. Clid quickly behind him, but Angel is not going to do anything except just watch as mid-wave gets cleared out. So, Lyric, Dragon in 15 seconds. Am I waiting for level 6 once again? It feels like you're going to tell me yes.
I think Weibo potentially have opportunities where they can set up for it, right? Because Weibo have had the winning bot and mid matchup. So if they want to try and set up a gank down towards bot side, which is where SOFM is heading right now, try and tangent that into a dragon, or even just hovering over once the wave gets pushed out and pivoting, you'll definitely have the lane setups to do so. Even right now, the Shy is not reset yet. He still has his TP available. Even if he's not utilizing that for Dragon play, once you recall as the Shy, right, FPX's whole map has to be a lot more conscious of where he could be. It's not an Unleashed teleport yet, but still can close enough distance just by TPing to a turret.
Right, as we've seen a lot of defensive teleports that have changed and made those counterplays in the LPL so far. SOFM spotted out once again. On is through River, but look at where
Clid's here
Clid
as well.
is. Yeah, good point, Lyric, because Clid...
On the same wavelength, Hysterics.
We finish...
You're one human being.
We finish each other's. Yeah, we do. That's what I was going to say. We finish each other's breakfast. Hung, how'd he get that hook? Sonic Wave connects on in, but on to On. Will it be On? Yes, it will. To the safeguard, once again to the wall. Let On go and crawl. That's a beautiful first blood from Hung. Once again, the dredge line lines up SOFM. Another Sonic Wave, and Clid in the nick of time to set up FPX for success.
You said it. How does this man keep hitting them? On, sadly, has been the target today of Hung's wrath. We were talking about how Weibo being the team with the winning bot, right? Heck, they were pushing in the wave, wanting to play around this, try and pivot this maybe into some control on Dragon. But Clid with a really nice read, hovering down towards spot side, and Hung setting everything up, means now he will be able to get himself a Scuttle Crab. And FPX now controlling Vision in River. So Weibo do have one control ward in that Dragon Pit.
I want to see if Hung actually goes for another one, because SOFM's hung around with a W in once again, but Clid still nearby. Hung getting low, baited out, low health bar. Onto Juan Fong, who now goes to half HP. He's run out of mana, but I can say the same about LWX and Hung. They're backing away. SOFM sticks around and finally gets a bit of retribution. And I was just about to talk up. Hung needs to back away. I was about to talk up Clid here, Lyric, because he's been so great in these past two games. Been exactly where he needs to be. And I know that's a bit of a cop-out, but he's been very reactive to SOFM, I should say.
I mean, he's done a good job of reading where he should be on the map, right? We're going to get a bit of a pro view coming in from Hung here. And I mean, he sees the opportunity. They walk a bit too far forward to the left of their minions, finds the hook, kites it out. Got the Ignite down before everything went off. And Hung picking himself up a nice KDA off that play.
Able to go back and get the Mercury Treads first up with the first blood. So a good start here from FPX. No real gold lead. And I think I know why. I was like, hang on. They got first blood. They got a bit of priority in the bottom lane. But look at the gold that's being created off the CS differences. Top side, there's about 15 CS in the lead for the Shy. And Angel has a wave that he'll be able to catch in a moment. It's looking pretty good for the solo lane.
Yeah, I mean, even bot lane, right? Sure, you're not a full wave ahead, but still about half a way ahead on the side of Juan Fong as well. So they've been able to keep it up consistently in these lanes. The Shy slowly whittling down at this top side turret. No Dragon was able to be contested in the previous play. Now with Herald up, we know where we're going to see focus come down. Weibo trying to use the pressure that the Shy is putting up at topside to contest this one. He does have the Slicing Maelstrom available, so Weibo Gaming feel incredibly strong in team fights. And if you look at the minimap, On kind of waiting in the wings, wanting to hover up and match if FPX's bot lane starts to move.
Kind of fainting as well. FPX thinking that the support's nearby. Angel has to flash away from the Sonic Wave. Clid ready to go in with a kick flash available. As now Weibo Gaming want a 50-50 to Herald. Clid ready again, even at half HP. He just takes it, walks right in, and that's as easy as that for the FPX jungler. As now onto the support. Weibo Gaming shouldn't have lost that, Lyric. He didn't do anything. He just walked up.
No, he just walked up. And, I mean, Angel even committing his Chaos Storm as well to try to zone them off to keep them away, to get some damage down. But yeah, Clid coming in and living up to what you were just talking about, being this massive force on the Rift so far. It's going to be pretty nice when your laners are having such a hard time struggling in some of these laning phases. Especially with the fact that, hey, like, sure, FPX did commit to moving their bot lane up towards topside, but you can see now on the minimap, LWX actually isn't really going to lose anything, is going to be able to pick up this wave. And now both teams going to start to transition down towards the spot side for the Dragon.
Well, you got a Herald available, so Clid has a lot more freedom to play with now as well. Gory going to get the push through mid, and that Dragon, I like that you mentioned it now, because priority in a lot of lanes.
I want to ask you, if you're Lee Sin and you have Herald, do you have a lot more freedom to play with?
You do. Why wouldn't you?
So,
you can play
saying
through lane.
I mean, I guess if you have control wards like he does, you do. But if you don't, you don't have the ward hop.
That's true.
But you're right, Hysterics. I am honestly being a little bit of a You know, it's a word I don't feel comfortable saying on broadcast, but you're right.
You should say it anyway.
He has Rift Herald, and look at no. Look at the vision control that FPX have as well, right? Top side completely littered with vision. Even
Hang
bot
on.
side having that one.
Hang on. Ulti time. It's Xiaolahu who has yet another piece of needlework. The Shy in the 1v1. Now, it's starting to go Gwen's way, because remember, Gwen is immune.
Yeah, Gwen, you know, using that W, the Shy not being in there, not being able to deal any damage. So you'd expect the way the matchup to start going, right? Xiaolahu wanting to look for these all-ins, the Shy definitely needing to whittle him down first, keeping an arm's length with the stun, and then saving his abilities for these team fights. With the fact that they were able to blow Slicing Maelstrom for the needlework, that is definitely in FPX's favor. It's why their bot lane feels so comfortable playing for this dragon.
Fong wants to ulti. He wants to steal it away. On top of Clid, they dodge their Noahs. FPX with the first dragon of the game. They got a Herald too. Again, another controlled early game from FPX. It feels like they've really warmed up to this series and kind of have Weibo Gaming's number.
It definitely feels like they have a very solid idea of how to play the game, right? Barring the one game where we saw last, them picking things like the Lucian up in top side. Actually, that was Weibo, I'm sorry. Them coming in game one and not having that set kite potential definitely set them back. But for FPX, they're playing around bot. Hung's playing aggressive. Shala, who has just been such a force in being able to play by himself with no resources, that it just makes the FPX formula work so well together.
Again, we've harped on it, why FPX have been so successful starting this split off. I want to point out that LWX and Hung now having a great laning phase after the gank we saw in the bottom lane from Cleared, after we saw that 3v3 go so well. Fong and On just going to be pushing out the wave to try and match, but they're still now behind by about 5 CSs. And so FM going to meet Clit in the bottom side river. Gory there with a low mana bar. And that's just going to be Scuttle yoinked away from under his nose. So more gold going back to Weibo Gaming's side. But it is just interesting to me, Lyric, that coming into this third game, we're a little bit more slow paced. 12 minutes in, 1 kill, only 1 dragon. Like, that's slow pace for this series.
It has actually been... I mean, heck, I remember we had 28 kills in 26 minutes. I believe it was in game 1, so more than 1 kill a minute. Definitely a bit of a change in direction. FPX now going to drop this Herald towards mid. Just get a bit of plate gold onto Gory. And again, when there's just so much wave clear coming on both sides, right? Always really nice to be able to raise the mid turret pretty early on, but now Clid just going to set up for the possibility of a play. They don't end up going for it.
That ward was spotted out. On's coming over just in case. I believe it's spotted by the Wing of Angels. So now the chase begins. SOFM wants this manaless Orianna, who won't have enough of the shockwave. Burns a bit of a biscuit or a corrupting potion, excuse me, in case. Weibo Gaming continue to be aggressive. Lyric, while we're lolling about, you know, just playing Monopoly here, I want to ask you a little bit more about, you know, what we're going to see here in this game around the next couple of objectives, like Chaos Storm, Shockwave, more definition in the tools that make or break World's theme, the team fights coming up.
For the side of Weibo, I think there's still definitely like very clear ways to play the fight. Your bot lane has been the one that's been keeping up push, so theoretically you're wanting to enter through your bottom side. Try and get in a place first where you can poke them down with Jinx, poke them down with Victor, try and buy enough time to bring the Shine on into the fight. I think for FPX, it is a bit more confusing, as On is a nice dodge, right? Because for FPX's comp, it definitely looks like it kind of needs picks before you enter the fight, coming in from sides, following up on hooks, then going with numbers advantage. Because sure, you have a pretty strong 5v5 with Orianna and Gwen, but my big question mark is how does Kai'Sa function into this fight? Kai'Sa doesn't want to jump into Kennen, don't want to jump into Victor. It will be pretty rough.
That's true. You know, those ultimates...
And he first fought Collector.
Ah, okay. So, you know, all those people who don't like Collector at the moment, eat your heart out. It's,
yeah.
You're up.
Well, I guess at least one thing we know he's not doing is he's not going to be doing the AP Kai'Sa build, right?
Yeah.
So we don't see Crown of the Shattered Queen coming out. We don't see, I believe Kadriel called it the KDA Kai'Sa, which I agree with, right? You stand in the back and throw out W's. True. It's not fun.
True, you have a lot of burst potential.
I guess FPX playing for a very early spike, meaning they're wanting to look for some aggressive plays now. We're going to see if they can capitalize and find those.
Well, Herald's up, so there's another objective that we could see it around Ashala, who is given the shine to his face. There is a Slicing Maelstrom on a level 11 cannon, but Ashala, who is healthy enough at this point. Feels like the Shy's laning phase is coming to an end. As Dragon's coming up in a minute as well. On to Angel, that's trading. And Lyric, my God, I can't believe this game is part of this series. When we've been out of bed, we've been pretty woke, as the 12-year-olds these days would put it. But now I feel like I might be tucking into bed. Maybe not. Honest traveled over. LWX pokes him down, and I'm going to go back under the quilt.
Yeah, Weibo deciding not to contest topside for the Rift Herald. They should have a pretty good idea that it's going on for the fact that they don't spot Klid trying to protect his bottom side. Shy showing respect on top, playing under his turret. This should open up for Huanfeng to get this turret. Dragon going to be up for 20 seconds as well, so Weibo will have some vision already set up. And FPX going to look for a trade on the top side.
Well, with that Herald, that'll be a quick push, and again, another great movement here from FPX in the early game. Gold will even out, as has been the narrative for this series. As the Shy backs away, just sitting on the edge of the fountain with Rocket Belt now picked up. So Gold's traded across the board, turret for turret. Gold's even once again. Dragon's being done by the bottom lane of Weibo Gaming. So one apiece with Infernal Dragon for this third and final game.
Now Reset's going to have to come out for the side of FPX. We're going to see where the pivot on the map starts coming through, right? Because neither team necessarily wanting to play too heavily through side lanes. FPX do have Gwen, so you know Gwen will be able to keep up the consistent pressure against the Shy, like we've seen some of these 1v1s almost come out. Even for LWX, going to feel pretty safe sitting here as long as he does have Hung and Klid continuously playing around him, which they always do, no matter the champion.
Sure. That's what Hung's been doing all series long, right? Feels pretty good. And, you know, coming into this, guys, while we are just snoozing a little bit, I want to point out that the core narratives and the most important part of why this series matters is the fact that for FPX, a win here leads them on to bigger and better things. Remember that 4-2 as a score leads past OMG, up towards Victory 5 and the BLGs, like the top 6. That's where the upper echelon is. That's where Weibo Gaming are. If FPX win this, they equalize Weibo Gaming to the same score that they have, and they have the head-to-head, which when we come to playoffs is pretty important. So
it's pretty crazy that we have 6 teams with either only 1 loss or no losses.
True.
Now, our top side of the league looking pretty stacked right now. On the bottom side, sadly,
also looking stacked.
Looking like they're at the bottom side.
It's stacked in the opposite way. I think.
Hey, Munchables and Ox did talk about, what was it, Thunder Chad Gaming.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful graphic.
Hey, they've never been defeated at Worlds. What else was it?
Wait.
Never been defeated at MSI.
Hysterics, people might not know this, but guess what? Uzi wasn't playing.
Oh, where is Uzi? Do you know? People always ask where's Uzi. They never ask how Uzi is. It's really selfish, guys. Come on. All right, SOFM. Is action going to become us to you? Is becomest a word? Becomest.
You know, we decide what words are here on this broadcast. Because guess what? Because guess what? No one can shut us up, but on goes
maybe
in.
they can. It's Hung who gets caught out. Dredgeline against the wall. Flashes over. Huanfeng sends a rocket. SOFM with the ulti. We get blood. Klid goes in for the Sonic Wave, but misses. And as the TP comes through, Weibo Gaming get their first kill of this game 3.
And for Weibo, right, this is the moment they've been waiting for. They've been waiting for turrets to start breaking down, for it to be more about these 5v5s. But Shalao, who has a potential flank angle, he's on a ward, though. He's spotted.
I think Weibo Gaming come the better of it. As you can see, for the Shy, still has the ulti available as well. They're turning on it. They know Gwen's here. They want the engage, but nothing comes of it. So we get the 1 kill. Mid lane turret stays standing. And Lyric, they're just going to count down to Baron and to the Dragon. I still don't know if becomest is the word I was looking for, but I do know that a lot of Bryans have been offended today. And so that's not good. Huanfeng tagged out. There's a killer instinct. Huanfeng in trouble. The needlework against the turret. No one can save him, but the Shy on the wing with a beautiful ulti. Shockwave not enough as Dredgeline. He's short to the left. Angel following up as well. And now Hung is going to do his best off impersonation as Klid jumps on in, but the Shy still lives. Burning down with a kick to the face. And Bruce Lee does it well. Klid against the wall. SOFM with another reset. Chasing up this Lee Sin. But Klid's Lee Sin is clean enough to put on a debut.
And FPX not being able to find those avenues to be able to get on the key players of Weibo. Weibo coming out once again as on.
Okay.
Living life pretty dangerous. He is on Rakan, right? So does have the W available to be able to get out from harm's way. And interestingly enough, I'll hold on my point because we're going to go into the replay, right? We see Huanfeng catching waves in mid. LWX does want to look for the aggression. We talked about Collector first item, has picked up an Essence Reaver as well, all inning on these early skirmishes. But the Shy coming in strong. Beautiful slicing Maelstrom to lock down multiple members. Sadly, Gory not able to take him down with that Shockwave. Gives enough time for reinforcements to come in and on, my man. That was so clean, trying to make sure that the Shy doesn't go down. The Shy is still taken down with Clid having to use that Dragon's Rage.
I know.
But yeah,
we've been, you know, pretty critical of On in this series, and there's been a lot of, you know, light switch references, but there's moments like that you reference, that On can have these crazy, horrible moments, but then can have moments like that where he thinks outside, you know, above 5-head, a 6-head if it existed. So for On, a beautiful little play lyric, and as Dragon spawns, I think we need to take stock. There's a lot down, a lot of summoners down, a lot of ultis that were just burned that are now coming off a cooldown, ready for the next little argument in the river.
and I want to look at summoners as well, right? Because Huanfeng and Angel, no flash is available. If Hung can find the clutch hook, they can be instantly deleted. LWX does still have his flash, can look to reposition.
Look at where Clid is. That dude's
trying to
deep.
find the angle.
That dude literally went so deep into the jungle. I don't know if he knows his way back. Cleared around Fog of War. This is a flank with a Sonic Wave kick over the wall. FPX jump on in. Clid on Lee Sin, man. That's what you expect.
Clid coming in strong. Beichuan was having a good performance on FPX, but it goes to show how cracked Clid is when he comes in, you know, is able to take over such a prestigious spot and put up even bigger numbers. Gonna pivot right towards the Dragon, getting wave pushed in mid. FPX just making the map theirs.
I mean, what more do I say? Ulti comes through. Dragon secured. Are we ready for the replay, guys? Because Clid's Lee Sin, much like Tarzan's, needs to be respected, needs to be looked at with definitely always a glass half full, because even though for FPX, plays were going a bit even-handedly, that brings him back in. That gives him a second Dragon Lyric in a game that was going kind of slow.
And we're going to see how he does it. A bit of a ninja here.
Yeah.
Gets the control ward in to find his way around. Looks for the angle. See how he finds it as Serix. What does he do? Jumps over the wall.
Not spotted at all.
And Huanfeng perfectly there. Gets over, finds the kick onto the Victor. And nice follow-up by LWX, instantly popping that ultimate to be able to follow in, and for the deletion to be able to come out. Which again, talking about LWX, not a build I have seen before, honestly, going Collector into Essence Reaver, picking up another straight to Dirk. Again, the one thing we know is this does give a lot of early burst, especially, you know, throwing out those consistent Qs. You have a ton of lethality. You have the Spellblade proc,
Guys, you got
coming on afterwards as well. I did. It was, ooh.
You press Q.
That was a journey.
You press Q and the health bars dissipate, so... I mean, I like
Press
it.
Q throughout the auto attack, bam. You know, I guess we're going to find out if he does make his way towards a Mythic at some point.
That's true. No Mythic as of yet. Third item, not even tier 2 boots picked up. So I like this little adaptation from LWX. And I like that for FPX, the proactivity continues to skyrocket. Lyric, we have a Baron. We have a Dragon coming up in 3 minutes 20. FPX are encroaching onto the WBG's jungle. And it's getting dark. It's getting real dark here for Weibo Gaming. So FPX is starting to really move with this small gold lead.
And FPX have done a great job at keeping up their vision line pretty much the whole game, right? We hit on it early on in the game where they had just tons of wards flooding up towards that top side, enabling Shalahu to look for those aggressive trades and not just get aimlessly whittled down by the Shy. Now doing it once again to try to make sure that Weibo can't find a way onto Baron. For FPX, you're going to feel happy just leaving Shalahu in the side lane, trying to find those aggressive trades. And again, starting to find those rotations from there with no obvious, like, easy neutral objectives up, right? Baron, quite hard to take, a big commitment. I expect for FPX just to look to enable their Gwen. Weibo will get a free turret out of this, but it shouldn't mean too much.
And onto the Baron point, really impressed that FPX's series have not been flipping Barons like they're flipping burgers at McDonald's. I think at this point, as the Shy goes on in, but the needlework used in response, I'm going to have to hold on that point, because SOFM really wants this. Shalahu in a 1v2 without the ulti. The Shy has his own. Gwen won't be immune for now. Jumps on, back on, but a skip and a jump ain't going to be enough. SOFM with a cleaning of house, and that's a big pick. FPX are on Baron's side, but they've just lost their Gwen.
For FPX, not going to be able to do anything from this. For Weibo, you can start heading up towards that mid lane. Allow the Shy to push in this bottom side. Relieve some pressure, collect some vision back on you. And I also want to say, right, you said not flipping Barons like burgers. Sometimes flips are impressive, right?
Sure.
Someone flips a pizza, it looks pretty awesome. Once I went to this concert, the band was called Arsonist Get All the Girls. Their keyboardist flipped his keyboard like 15 times in the air. It was sick. Flips can be cool.
Can be.
Make flips great again.
Yeah, but you as Americans saying that is walking a fine edge. Walking a real fine edge. It's too soon. It's too soon.
Take us forward.
We're gonna move along. Normally I'm the one that almost, gets fired. So that's cool. That's a nice little change of pace. Hey,
it's kind of you are impacting me.
Bad influence. I've gotten better.
I like it.
I've gotten better. I haven't said mother-loving winged machine because we haven't had Kale. I've been on a straight and narrow path, so I feel like I'm improving it, just making everyone else around me worse. Hey, you're talking about flipping pizzas. I have seen, though, people flipping pizzas and the dough gets screwed up in the air, comes back down and lands on the face, so I will say... FPX,
which is hilarious.
Yeah, that's what FPX have been doing with their Barons. They've literally been, as Cajun would say, real burger flipping it. So I want to see how this goes, because Dragon's coming up, Lyric, and I'm just going to say, Shockwave. That's what I'm looking at. What are you looking at for Weibo Gaming?
I'm not looking at Weibo Gaming. I'm looking at we now have Duskblade onto LWX.
Okay,
so
look at that then.
Yeah, again, fully committed to some of this burst.
Yep.
Different burst than had he built AP. And again, just been hitting off those Ws from long range and trying to enable his passive damage as well.
Meanwhile.
But guess what? Shalahu finding
and FPX is
nothing.
split. FPX is split. Weibo Gaming know it. Shalahu may get the top lane turret, but Weibo Gaming pulled the trigger. An instant double kill with the Chaos Storm down. That's 3 versus 5. Huanfeng pushing mid. But look at Shalahu. He's like, okay, I'll take your bluff.
Yeah, I mean, he should be able to get an inhibitor off this, right? We see Angel starting to move over now, but no Chaos Storm on Angel. Shalahu has everything. Okay, the other members are coming in. It's doomed, Shalahu.
Well, he's doing it. Onto the Shy. Another blast code there. Well, let's see. Because he's got the ulti available in Lyric. I don't know. I don't trust Gwen. Okay, dead. As soon as that health bar goes down and the red thing comes up, I'm convinced.
Yeah, when the health bar goes down, that is when you're dead. Right. FPX, though, do get a dragon off this. Weibo, though, going to have an opportunity to look for the Baron. They have about 35 seconds until Gwen is up, who does have teleport.
True.
Weibo should be able to burn this one pretty fast, though, with their Jinx.
But Gory's coming through. It's only at 8k. It's only at 8,000.
Shy has TP, though.
Clid's coming over. He's going to be spotted out by a ward with the Sonic Wave in. They get vision. Another ward over the pit. They're going to flip it. Weibo Gaming going to flip it against Clid. It's a Lee Sin who Sonic Waves. Please don't do this. 1700. We're not going back to McDonald's. Stop it. He's in. He gets it. Stop flipping burgers! Clint even follows through the full way. LWX gets the ulti. Not only do they steal the Baron, but into the backline, LWX burnt to a crisp. And again, Clint trying to survive his way out of this one. Baron goes down and somehow FPX lost 4 members. How? How did they just lose everyone? Shallow, who's going to pick up one though. Gwen again. It's Gwen. Onto the second. It's a double kill. Needle work. I can't see if it's up and available. But Weibo Gaming lost 3. What?
Yeah, that was grabbing FPX. FPX end up, I think, picking up more gold from what we just saw from that play, but 3 for 4, you still have Baron on Gwen. The great part about that is the fact that Gwen is the one dismantling the enemy team. Did they not get Baron on Gwen? Looks like they don't, as Clid's going to be able to seal that away right now. We're going to see how it happens. Like you said, the burger flip coming out. They throw out the shockwave. Clid also trying to find angles and to find it. They don't get it on Gwen, so I did see wrong. And this is where FPX are able to take advantage of the fact that Weibo committed so much to try and steal the Baron away. Luckily, though, Victor able to also burst out Kaisa. We hit on it earlier, guys. Kaisa not really too happy playing into Victor. Drop the Gravity Storm, drop the Gravity Field, drop the Chaos Storm, and he could do so much. Then, I mean, Shala, who's full HP, the members of Weibo are all low.
So,
it happens.
I mean, flipping Barons against a Lee Sin. Lee Sin's Q is an execute. Why do we do this? I know we got co-streamers on.
Listen,
help.
Listen, we are an impartial force for good and for justice. Yeah. We don't comment. We just enjoy the show, and that's what it was. Is we're seeing a replay here of how Weibo did pick up this mid lane turret. No dragon for 2.5 minutes. No outer turrets are still up on either side either. So for Weibo and FPX right now, it's going to be all about the vision game for Weibo trying to aggressively push into this bottom side, get some deep wards down, and for FPX trying to make sure that doesn't happen, which is why they do have Shalahu in bot right now, since he is their strong point.
Well, let's take stock of where the game's at. After we come back, after Clid steals the Baron power play, I don't know if it was negative, chat. You're going to have to find out for me, but we're on to 4 item territory. I see LWX now with a more in the making. Hex Drinker starts us off. A 3-item Jinx on the other side. Funfong is getting that GA for his 4th. I think a Rabadon's Death Cap for Angel is his 4th too. 7-2 victor, by the way. Lyric, I feel like that 3rd dragon's going to be big for FPX. That little sneak of a 3rd dragon when they only had 2 members up. Now, Weibo Gaming have to fight in a minute 30. And you talked about picking some of the angles for the Shy, the flank, and maybe on getting the engage. There's a lot of things Weibo Gaming have to get right in this upcoming fight in a minute 20.
There are some good things, right? You have your flash up still on Huanfeng. He's at 3 items. He'll be able to put up big damage. No flash up on the opposite AD carry. So LWX is going to be he'll have harder choices to make considering he doesn't have that up if he does ult in on a bad angle or a bad window. And for Weibo as well, Angel's huge, right? 7-2-0 on this victor. 3.5 items sitting on the needlessly large rod now, so trying to make his way towards that death cap. The only real threat I think you have on the opposite side to worry about is, potentially Shalahu coming out. And like you hit on, FPX are the ones who have to find the cheeky angles in there. They have a lot of these dive threats, like the Gwen, like the Kai'Sa coming through. But I don't know, Hysterics. Both comps are going to jump into each other.
Okay.
We need to stop trying to analyze this. We need to just wait and see.
But you got a big brain. I need some direction because I don't have a clue what's going to happen.
It has been many years since I've coached, my man, as FPX currently going to try and coach us on how to get Infernal Soul to dominate the game.
Well, 13 seconds, 10. Count it down, guys, because you can see Weibo Gaming on the rim of the river. SOFM smites this series haven't been too red hot. I'm going to be real. But as FPX sit in the bottom side, this will be Infernal Soul and a massive turning point. A win against Weibo Gaming puts them up to the top 6 to bring back themselves from Chinese New Year. As SOFM's on the wing, Clid is going to spot him out momentarily. A level difference, but won't matter. Sonic Wave connects to tag him to see him. FPX looks like thinking about starting off the dragon here, but Weibo getting confident walking forward.
Yeah, Weibo utilizing the range coming out from the Jinx. You see the Shy constantly trying to throw out the Qs on as well. So they're slowly pushing them back, trying to buy an angle for SOFM.
And he's here. Look at the slicing Maelstrom. Everybody getting electrocuted. You know what? You pile up in front of Weibo Gaming, and it's as easy as that. In the backline, they try and bring it back as LWX is all for it. But Weibo Gaming, blink, and you'll miss it.
Great by the Shy to find that opportunity. Clid might go down as well. Looks like won't be able to find it, but the Shy found the opportunity. I'm surprised so many members of FPX were able to survive the initial burst. And we still have 3 members up. I'm like, holy cow, maybe FPX can turn this. Weren't able to do it. Weibo now going to turn this into a bottom lane turret. I'm surprised for Weibo not picking up the dragon.
Is it just going to be done? I don't know. There's Nautilus coming up in 5 seconds, 15 seconds for Gory as well.
There's no way. No way.
Okay, thank you, Lyric. There you go. That's why I've got you here. You got to keep me straight. We can see going down a direct path. The inhibitor that goes down. So, Weibo Gaming break it open. The dragon's still there. Now, does this mean FPX can contest again? Is it round 2 time? Or not?
Looks like for FPX, they're going to just prioritize vision control on top side, maybe realizing the fact that Weibo's members have already respawned, Shy having TP up as well, TP towards mid, so could have been there faster. And them going for inhibitor first, and the fact that they were able to get it successfully, means that they're going to have a lot more pressure on the Baron, right? You have super minions on the opposite side of the map, pulling someone there.
Ooh.
Luckily, Gory does have TP, but this gives you as a small window as Weibo to try to find some kind of fight or pick before Gory can join in. I think the key thing for Weibo Gaming is taking this slow and utilizing the fact that you broke open that inhibitor down in bot.
True. Look at the waves crashing in, eventually building up, I should say. Shalahu is the one to move down, but the Gwen now pivoting back towards mid. Weibo Gaming clearing out the vision. I'm not sure I feel comfortable going to a replay, but let's look anyway.
Now we're going to see how this all started again. Weibo were trying to zone them out. The Shy, though, just flashes over, finds a multi-man ultimate, locking down 4 members. FPX survived the initial burst, and Shalahoo's trying to do work on the back half of the fight, but Angel doing so much consistent damage to him as well as... Doesn't matter. We're out of the replay.
FPX on Baron. This will be the second Baron as Clid stole the first one, and now he's going to comfortably secure the second, excuse me, by Xiaolao, who Clid stuck in the pit as the Super Mega Death Rocket over the wall helps out, but Clid, he's alive. He'll heal up on the Krugs and FPX. All 5 members are getting out here, Lyric. Wave hasn't even crashed through the base yet, and Weibo Gaming lose this one.
Yeah, FPX, seriously, FPX Barons, there are positive moments.
Yeah.
Maybe not many of them, but this is one of them. Weibo, though, will be able to try to capitalize by taking one of these turrets. And it feels like we're just going to fall into a similar pattern, right? It's going to be a lot about probably the next Drake fight coming up. For Weibo, there's still some presented opportunities of finding picks, but now that FPX has Baron, they should be able to push out these waves quite easily, even the one in bot side with super minions. So it should be FPX able to pick up some vision control on their side and not end up getting caught out by the members of Weibo.
Oh, we're going to have to wait a little bit because with that Baron buff available, the game will continue to go on. 26 kills in 36 minutes, and yeah, it's been a slower one. Now, a lot of people might be tuning in. I don't know if LC cares on break. Honestly, I don't really care, but we come into this game and we're like, yeah, this series has been defining how bloody tonight is going to be. FPX, they've got the Baron, number 2. We've also got a Rabadon's death cap on Xiaolao, who I think the Shy going to be heading in that direction as well. He's had a pretty big ultimate in the previous fight. The one we just saw wasn't amazing, but Lyric, where do we go from here, dude? Like, you've told me these comps, it's simple. Who gets buttons off? Who runs face into face first kind of wins it out.
Yeah, when you ask me what I think is going to happen, right? Again, I feel like for the side of FPX, it's about utilizing this Baron to try and keep control of vision to make sure that you can try and guarantee that Infernal Soul for yourself. They're smartly having Xiaolao answer those waves at bot side. Again, they have Baron, so they can clear those out quite easily. For Weibo, I think you're the ones who have to wait this out a little bit for that Baron to go down. Unless a member of FPX does look to overstep, right?
Yeah, very good point. It feels like at this point, you know, we're just going to be talking about the Dragon that comes up in a minute 45. Remember, Soul Point still there for FPX. Lyric, look at the gold. We're dead even again. We're literally dead even again. This series has lived at dead even for the majority of its time. And for both these teams, just showing that, you know, that they're top 8. They're easy top 8 at this point, and they look like playoff teams. A couple of errors here and there, but we're seeing these individual plays that are making or breaking these team fights.
I do want to point out some things before we see this team fight, though, because GA about to come up on Huanfeng. His flash also looks like it did just come up as well. GA now on Clid. Like, all the tools are available for both sides, right? So you're going to have the ability to reposition. You're going to have the ability to buy time. I do think it slightly favors Weibo's side as we hit on how the later the game goes. I mean, Weibo are just stacked with AoE damage right now, but gonna instead pivot to mid, try to force FPX to have to make these hard options, right? Catching mid waves, potentially losing turrets, or just giving up the control you have for Dragon right now.
Well, they're sitting right towards mid. For FPX, this is going to be moving away from the Dragon and trying to just defend for now. SOFM wants LWX. The pivot on the side. Caught out here. The Weibo Gaming support caught out as FPX now have an opportunity to collapse. Sonic Wave doesn't connect from Clid. The Shy on the way out with the tunnel, but Xiaolao is once again battering down these side lane turrets.
I love how Xiaolao commits to his side laning, right? We saw it up in top side when he got the top lane inhibitor turret. Now, once again, in bot side, getting this inner turret. For FPX, it's a very easy pivot towards this Dragon. This will be Soul for them, right? So Weibo need to look for a contest. True. You do have Flash on SOFM, so maybe a potential ult into the pit, try and steal Flash out as we see how On does get caught out here. Last plant's over the wall, and I mean, we saw what happened, right? Shockwave gets bursted down. As there it is! FPX have Infernal Soul.
It's a big deal. Infernal Soul starts the timer of Elder, and more importantly, third Baron of the game is going to be coming up shortly as well. So we're going in for the long haul, Lyric, and we're getting to the point where full items are going to be stacked up. Another Rabadons has just appeared on my screen in Gory. Another Void Staff as well for the Shire that was recently purchased. So we wait and we wait, and we're just going to see one big team fight decide it all. Everyone running down mid. I love that Xiaolahu still putting pressure on the sideways. Teleport on the backside.
Oh, they would have
Weber
gone
Gaming
in.
are forcing onto LWX in the backline. There's Kaiser caught on out, and so is Clid. He goes into GA form with the Shy again. Kept them down. Someone put fork in the toaster, but unfortunately it was the Shy. Why did the Shy do that? As Weber Gaming was split up, they get the resets. LWX doing the same thing. Gory has to back away ESTP, but for Weber Gaming, now they're the ones winning it out. This game's chaos, and I think it's going to end in a chaotic way.
I mean, for Weibo, this is huge, right? This is at least 2 inhibitors. Might even be able to push for the end here. Gory doesn't have Shockwave, does have the Infernal Soul damage to rely on, but for Weibo, I mean, Hwanfeng can keep running forward. SOFM as well going to do a nice job zoning.
Getting excited.
And
Gory
might just go down.
Yeah, he has to be careful. Hwanfeng has the range to deal with him now for the minion wave. It's up to Gory to defend this one. As Weibo Gaming, this has been so back and forth. Gory about to get dove by SOFM. The chain, the root, the death rocket, and the death itself. Weibo Gaming bring it down in one team fight, 2-1 over the Fun Plus Phoenix.
I'm a little bit surprised. We were hitting on how the later the game goes, right? I think it's very clear that Weibo's composition does have more DPS, more damage they can put off in a team fight, especially with the Jinx that they have online. I thought that maybe the Infernal Soul would be enough to bridge the gap and make that a more competitive fight at the end than it was, but heck, despite the fact that the Shy got bursted down, the Shy still got a 2-man stun to start that fight off. Hwanfeng was able to kite back on the opposite end of the fight and had his peeling tools around him, and it sets up for Weibo to find a win once again.
Somehow, 5-1 Lyric, like this team, they're pulling out the IG feeling, I gotta say. Their games are mental. Like, this team plays 2-1s all over.
It's actually funny because you know who Weibo reminds me of? Weibo reminds me of Suning. Oh. What a surprise, because
oh, wow.
You remember 2020 summer when Suning had good wins, but it wasn't like world beater wins. It wasn't like how EDG's winning right now. It was like Suning would always win on the edge of the series. It goes all the way to 3 games, or in playoffs it started to go to 5 games. For now, that's Weibo, right? They're pulling out some close series. They did against V5 last time we saw them doing against FPX now. And on the opposite side, FPX are the tragic reverse. FPX now have 3 losses. All 3 series have gone to 3 games, and they've been extremely close games that FPX had the ability to win.
I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, FPX are a team that, again, they're playing great. They're playing great League of Legends, but always on the cusp. Against RNG, it was a win. Against JDG, it was a Game 3 loss. LNG, the same. Now Weibo Gaming, too. They moved to the direct middle of the pack. They are the 10th place team at this point. The 9th, 10th place team. They are the bridge. So it feels very fitting.
I think for the side of FPX, so right, I mean, heck, theoretically, they have had a hard schedule. They've now played Weibo, LNG, GG, FPX. We'll get into that later, though. I feel like we should be celebrating the fact that Weibo coming out with the win once again, and I feel like this was, even though I don't think the Shy has necessarily had bad series, let's forget the top lane victor memory from our heads from this split. I feel like this was definitely one of the Shy series where he stepped up once again, had some great team fighting impact throughout this series. We saw Angel have a solid series overall. The Gallia was not it. Both the Orianna and now the Victor putting up huge damage numbers. And yeah, that was this game. If you missed that, that sucks for you. I'm sorry. There are VODs.
That's right. Go and watch the VODs. Like, that gold graph represents the region so perfectly. But you look at the variation of gold. Even in the end, Gold lead wasn't more than 1,000 that Weibo Gaming ended on. Gold was even. It was neck and neck. Like, the lowest point was when FPX were ahead by 2.5k gold. That's nothing. In a 41-minute game, that is absolutely nothing.
No, and like we said, this game was defined by the team fights that we saw. The team fights had a lot of different angles that they can take shape in. For FPX, you do have these pick-off tools available, right? Getting Clid in behind. We saw Clid come out with a great flank this game, trying to have Hung set up for LWX to jump to the back line. But for Weibo, I think it was a lot smoother in terms of, hey, we know Angel and Hwanfeng are going to be stationary, hitting frontline targets. The Shy is going to aim to dive into the back. Then we're going to try and have On and SOFM peel and play around our 2 artillery pieces. So they kept it pretty stock and standard, and it worked wonderfully.
It really did. And again, like, when we looked at drafts, when we talked each draft of each different game, I love that the identities changed. I love that there was a lot of adaptations in this series. For me,
no Zeri.
Like no Zeri coming through that was always banned. Like Gwen was only seen in the final game as well when both top laners we know preferred it. There's a lot of those adaptations that we didn't think were going to be made. Huanfeng on Jinx 3 games in a row. The Shy pulling out, I think he's now on 9 uniques or 9 or 10. The Malphite game was exceptional to see. I honestly think this is a close series considering that, FPX were a team that, coming in, not to be favored. We've been told.
Fast.
Yeah, Weber Gaming. We've got SOFM for a bit of an interview. So we're going to throw it over to Wendy and SOFM.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now I'm standing by with SOFM from WBG with us. So congratulations on this win. And my very first question is about your draft, because it feels like in game 2 you have changed to a very aggressive composition, very aggressive draft. So, but it seems like it didn't have a very good result for game 2. So what went wrong in game 2, and is there any feedback after that game? 那首先。
这是我们第2局的话，感觉就是我们选一个很危险，然后要对线打得很好的一个组合吧。然后我们对线是有点小输，然后配合不是很好吧。然后就是早上6个局就是有点难打吧。
So I feels like in game 2 we actually have a very risky composition, risky draft. So it really needs us to build some leads from the laning phase. But unfortunately, we didn't manage to have a very good laning phase. We made a couple of mistakes here and there. So that's a reason for us to didn't manage to have a very good situation for game 2. And now let's move on to game 3, because we feel game 3 really went back and forth until the late game. And opponent's team, they have gotten 2 barrel, 1 stolen from you guys, and another one they just rushed them. So what's your focus from you guys in the late game for game 3?
就是第3局的话，我们就是中期团战的时候，就是我们打团就是对面那个俄温就是不在一起带线吧，然后他带线挺优势的，然后他不在团战的时候，我们就是站得不太紧，就是他们不是跟他们双 C 俄温不是跟他们的双 C 在一起的话，就是我们感觉赢的团战感觉挺好的，就是很好赢。
So for game 3 in the late game, we would like to seek more opportunities to make the hard engagement on the opponent's team, especially when Green, this champion, is not in the battlefield, because they would like to put Green to the side lanes to make the side lane push. But if Green this champion is not together with LWX and Gory, we can have seek some very good opportunity to make the hard engage to try to get some leads in the team fight. So that's a plan from us in the late game for game 3. And I want to talk a bit more on the last team fight for game 3. It was a gorgeous coordination from you guys. So tell us more details about the last team fight in game 3.
主要对面那个时候就是我们双 C 就是比对面领先太多了，然后对面就有一个俄温就是特别厉害吧，然后他带线的时候，我们就找到这波内部的机会，然后把团开起来，然后内部团感觉就是特别好赢。
So at that time, Angel as well as Huanfeng, they got a lead in the Adam build. We got some lead on ourselves, and also Green is not on the battlefield. She's trying to do some sideline pushing. So we just seek that opportunity to make the hard engage, and luckily we were able to easily get the win for that team fight. And my very last question is about next matchup, because next week you are going to face against EDG Edward Gaming. Definitely they are on a very high note. So what are your thoughts towards the next matchup?
打 EDG 的话，在 EDG 现在我看起来状态就是特别好，然后感觉他们没有什么弱点嘛，然后感觉打他们还是要感觉打不过吧，然后还要学习一下。
So definitely Edward Gaming, they are on a very, very high note, on very good momentum, and I feels like they don't have much weaknesses. So to be honest, I don't have the confidence in getting the win against them. We still have so many parts that we should learn from them. Yeah, but we're still looking forward to the next matchup, and best of luck. And back to you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you guys. Thank you to SOFM as well. Always impressive.
Honest man.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's someone who's been in the league for a long time. He's comfortable in the environment. You know that he's lyric. Looking forward to the rest of the split. It's going to be fun watching this team develop throughout the rest of spring, and I'd say the rest of the year as well.
Oh, I agree, right? Again, they just have so many potential pop-off players. I think Huanfeng had a great series. Angel, We hit on the shy. SOFM struggled with smites today on getting caught out a little bit, so I definitely agree with SOFM right there. Things that they can short up, but they're going to be fun to watch going forward. On the side of FPX, they'll always be a mojo team. Still don't really understand LWX's Kaisa build in that game, or how it does more damage than either of the current meta builds. But you know what? He brought Spunk. FPX is a team, brings Spunk, they bring character. And now we're just going to be looking ahead, Hysterics, because we got Match of the Week coming up.
I thought you were going to say looking ahead because Weber versus EDG next. So I was going to be like,
no.
oh, that's...
Even SOFM doesn't want to look ahead to that. Why should we?
That's true, dude. Forget that. You're right, though. Match of the week coming up, folks. That was only the second series of the night. The third one to round us out. RNG versus Top Esports. Chakulov versus Gala. We got Mark jumping in. Dude, Tien's back. I don't know where to begin. I don't know where to end. But after this break, we're running right into that series. Don't go anywhere. Why would you?
To the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight.
就1000杀的话，就代表自己也打了挺久的了嘛，然后，就希望自己可以越打越好吧，然后希望自己可以解锁就更高的击杀。滔博下路双人组的话，就还是挺厉害的吧，然后就是也喜欢线上就是打一些对拼吧。
I bet Gala comes in saying he's played for a long time, Lyric. I mean, he hasn't. Really hasn't. 1,000 kills in that time as well. Pretty impressive stuff coming through from a man we're going to be talking about here a lot today. Running into your match of the week, folks. Welcome back to the LPL, the last series of the night. Your Saturday night. By the way, if you're like me and you're in Oz or New Zealand or anywhere down, you know, in upside down land, this right now is the banger that ends your night. You got a beer in your hand. I don't know, maybe a margarita, Lyric. Probably like more our style. I don't know what you...
Maybe some kombucha.
Okay. If you want to at 11 o'clock at night, probably not. Don't know where you come off saying that. But hey, RNG Top Esports is our match of the week, and I think very rightly so.
Yeah, and these are two teams that have actually played each other a lot over the past few years. And RNG have consistently gotten the better of Top Esports. 23 wins compared to just 10 on the side of TES. And this has actually been a very high-profile matchup that we've seen throughout many playoffs, right? Like they've consistently played against each other. And RNG, you know, they had the Uzi iteration. They've moved into this new era. Did have a bit of a downswing in 2020, but since 2021, last year, they have started to pick it up. And TS really only having the one strong year in their org's history. Only 2020, where Top Esports were able to go consistently to finals. But heck, even in the regular season, RNG had their number.
Yep. Right, and look, it's a very recent history here as well. As Lyric said, 23 over 10. RNG well and truly having the favor over the history of this matchup, and still including when they were TOP or Top Esports, as they later became in 2019 too. I think for this team, these teams, you look at this rivalry really brewing because of the strength of the roster consistently split after split. Lyric, it goes all the way back to 2018. And, you know, I don't want to do a full history segment here, but I wanted to kind of relive how much fun it was to watch these guys try and fight their way for a position at Worlds.
I think especially since, you know, Knight came into the Top Esports lineup, where we do have some parallels coming to today's matchup, where it is Knight versus Xiaohu once again. Xiaohu, of course, taking a split a year off of mid lane, going up the top last year, being maybe the best top player in the world, comes back to mid and gets his you know, legacy rematch with Knight, someone who has been in the conversation for best mid laners over the past few years. And again, it was consistently Xiaohu's favorite before. Xiaohu probably having stronger side lanes through a lot of these iterations. So, you know, some things have changed, some things haven't changed. We're going to be keeping our eyes on how these guys are impacting the map and how, again, what iteration of this matchup these lineups will bring to fruition.
That's right, because it's a completely different roster for Top Esports today. We'll talk about that in a second, folks. I think what's more important is as we go through recent history and we stop talking about Uzi, people are wondering, where's Uzi? Well, there he was. There you go. There's your Uzi for tonight. For RNG, you know, a roster that's developed and had that Uzi-S style reinvented with people like Gala coming through, right, Lyric? Remember, it was 2020 where it was kind of his year to brew. 2021 where they started really developing around their new jungler as well.
Yeah, and I think Wei definitely coming in being a standout. Gala, like you said, has always had these like few picks that he'll take over the game on. He'll find something, he'll just gravitate towards it consistently. And, you know, the standard bearers, we already hit on Xiaohu, but Ming as well. Ming having so many highlight MVP level performances despite getting so few MVPs.
That's right.
Very tragic. Feels like these will be the key players. Like you said, Top Esports do still have Knight and Jackula from the last time they faced off in the spring playoffs, where that did go all the way to 5 games. It was super exciting. We saw things like backdoors coming through.
Yeah.
And yeah, Knight and Jackula, maybe not the most cerebral minds in terms of like the shot calling we're going to see coming out for the side of Top Esports with those players. But like you said, bringing in some different players today to short up, because we've seen, right, these two teams are on completely different trajectories so far this split.
They really are. And again, like RNG is a team that I put towards my first in my power rankings because of the upgraded roster they've had. Top Esports had a lot of questions because their roster's always been strong on paper the past couple of years, but hasn't been anything like the 2020 year where they kind of failed at Worlds. Lyric, RNG versus Top Esports, becoming historical. And if we look at this team head-to-head, I want to go closer into what they are now, because the past is the past. RNG and Top Esports on very different wavelengths, and I want you to run me through the stats here. We'll bring that up on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, because RNG, starting with them, Lyric, this is a very good start to the split.
Yeah, I mean, goal difference 15 is through the roof. I think that the one key thing for them is Herald. So having been up in that top side is allowing them to play for more pressure towards top, get these Rift Heralds early on, and start to break open these gold leads. For Top Esports, all the stats pretty middling. They're at least not behind in gold at 15. But the one stat I want to key in for Top Esports is TKPM. Champion kills per minute. It means how bloody and action-packed their games are. 10th in the league right now. Top Esports have pretty consistently been #1 in that category throughout the time. Even when they've been struggling in the LPL, you can count on Top Esports to, again, be at like 1 champion kill per minute mark. But I think it's a bit of their issues, a bit of how this meta has panned out to where it really has been like Aphelios Victor versus Jinx Corki that has really not allowed them to find that same level of scrappiness that they've had in previous seasons, which was their bread and butter winning formula.
Yeah, the inability to play their lane style that won them games in the LPL, that put them on that pedestal alongside JDG. And going forward as well, like that's why today is going to be really important for Top Esports. Let's just kind of quickly define before we go into our key matchup. Top Esports are 2-3 at the moment. They just lost to OMG. OMG, who we're talking about, this middling team that's up and coming, lost to V5. Went to a game 3 against WE. WE 0-5 at the moment. So this is not the Top Esports that's like, man, it's Jackie Love and Knight and now Zoom's on the team. Like, this team can't lose with Xiao Peng and Tien.
Yeah, they've been finding it very hard to find impact. Xiao Peng has been finding impact, but hasn't consistently been a positive impact on the team. It feels like all the laners haven't even really been able to get out of laning phase without being scathed, which is why it feels like the one place you do have to look for the side of Top Esports is mid, right? Hoping that Knight can step up and Knight can have a better performance, because I feel like Knight hasn't shown the same level of oomph, of star power that we've seen in past splits.
Yeah, because he's going up against Xiaohu today. And Xiaohu has been bringing that star action to the mid lane. We were concerned. We're like, hey, as this graphic, by the way, looks awesome. Thank you to our production team. This mid laner who came back and we thought, oh, he might revert to the Scion mid, the 2018 Xiaohu who was all about facilitating bot. No, Xiaohu's brought that up from the top lane with him.
Yeah, his laning especially has been absolutely cracked, right? Averaging, up 12 CS at the 15-minute mark. Second in terms of solo kills for mid laners, sitting at 6 right now. Massive percentage of his team's damage. And guess what? He's not getting a lot of jungle attention. Wei is playing a little bit around mid lane, but not all too much. On the opposite side, it's like, hey, Knight's stats are still good. Like, he's coming out ahead in lane. He's getting a little bit more jungle attention. His damage numbers are through the roof. But I feel like that's the key thing. He has been playing more for these team fights, not finding the solo kills. This guy was the solo kill king. This guy overtook the record
36.
for solo kills in a split. But it hasn't been that way this split. A bit byproduct of the mid lane meta, like we hit on. But I also feel like with how TES have been struggling so heavily, he has been the one who has to step up and be more of a late game threat to give them any chance of finding any victory. And we're going to get into the clips right now of how dominant Xiaohu has been, again, consistently finding these solo kills. I believe this was their first series of the split. Takes down Gory. They faced Anyone's Legends the other week, took down Maple, and this guy has just been popping off.
Consistently, right? Like, Xiaohu playing like this is really good to see, because it's a vote of confidence that RNG with the top lane addition of Bin, who, again, another player we'll talk about in this head-to-head coming forward, is someone who's a core part to RNG now. So the way this team's playing against top esports today. Now, as we look through top esports, Lyric, I think, you know, we're looking at Knight highlights here, and there's not many to choose from. It's just Knight in the team fights that you talked about, apart from the lane.
Yeah, there's almost nothing, you know, nothing spectacular happening through the laning phase so far. It has just been how he finds these impacts. Again, great at finding these opportunities to get on backline when he is playing these champions that have the onus to do so, the Trindamirs, the LeBlanc. So we're going to be looking at those today. And speaking of top esports and how Knight can impact the map, who is this top esports, Hysterics? Who are these guys?
It's not the same. Let's start with the first change, because I know we might get a look at rosters, but we'll take you through the English broadcast way. It's not Zoom today. Game number 1, we begin with Wayward. So Wayward up in the top side, and we have to remember that Wayward played Demacia Cup, Lyric, but you know, we just thought we're going to see Zoom all split.
Yeah, Wayward was the top esports challenger jungler, so that does come up from the LDL. Actually used to be a jungler, swapped over to top lane, you know, the past few years. But the defining thing about this guy is you go and you look at his match history, you look at his champion pool. He has played literally everything he could in the top lane.
Yeah.
Lulu, Vayne, Malphite, Tom Kench, you know, normal top lane champions like Narnected. He swapped from top to mid with his mid laner in some games to play that matchup. Used to be a jungler. Like man, this guy is not afraid to bring out anything if it can win the lane, if it can find a place in the team comp.
Yeah, and for me, that's important because going up against Bin as well, like, you're going to have to get innovative. Bin has a lot of niche pocket picks that are counter picks to the lane. So for Wayward, it's going to be a real challenge for him, considering that, again, didn't expect him, because you have to remember behind Zoom is Qingtian, who played last year on top esports. So it's like, nah, not using Qingtian. We're going to go all the way to the least known top laner in the team and go with Wayward.
Yeah, and like you said, I like the bin point. It will be crucial to see how TS utilizes top laner, because again, you look at this champion pool, and it definitely comes off as more like last pick, counter pick oriented coming in for him. Will be very important. But hey, we need to look at lineups, maybe talk about some of the other players.
Well, we talked about Wayward before, but we start with RNG. So here's the usual. Bin in the top lane, it's Wayne jungle. Xiaohu mid, we just talked about that, man. And Gala and Ming, the bottom lane. RNG to be feared here. The 5-1 team looking for win number 6. That would push them to the top of the standings right now with 7 games played in total. Going on the other side, I think it's really important to say that RNG are starting to really ramp up. Lyric, this team against BLG, what a series, and what performances we're now getting out of them.
I mean, they've only lost their first match, right? Like, they're on a 5-win streak, and even that match was a close 3-game series where they still looked like they were trying to put the pieces together.
Gonna have another sip of tea. So on the other side, top esports. Now, guys, are you ready? We just talked about Wayward, but there are 2 other changes in this roster, and they are pretty big. Wayward up in the top side, he'll about to flash on your screen. There you go, coming in over Qingtian, and there's Tien, speaking of. Knight
here it is, Hysterics, here it is.
And Mark returns to the Rift. Mark, who we remember went to Worlds on LGD in 2020.
Yeah, went to Worlds in 2020. His 2021 wasn't that spectacular. Joined BLG in spring. They finished 11th. Swapped over to LGD in summer. Once again, an 11th place finish for Mark. Mark has had some good times, right? When we think about Mark, specifically back in the day with Gala, you know, being on that Sino Dragon roster, being on DMO at first, they were the shining light. So maybe bringing Mark in, hoping he brings more stability than Joao did. I know Joao did put out a public statement saying, hey, you know, there's like a lot of like things going on right now. The stress, the pressure, it's getting to me. I'm going to take a little bit of a step back and allow Mark to be able to come in. So experienced support, experienced jungler, rookie top laner coming in. And with these massive changes to top esports, at the very least, you know it's going to look different. Might not look better, but I feel like with the trajectory they were on, just kind of going with overwhelming change makes sense.
And I love the environment that we saw from top esports. The smiles on their faces. They look relaxed and in a really good mood, and Wayward looks excited to play on stage, because today's a very big day for him. He's going up against that huge hunker spunk. That man is a big top laner who demands respect.
That world finalist.
Yeah, that's right, man. And that all-star who absolutely demolished. I'm never going to forget all-stars of last year. Might not be the most significant event, but been styled on kids. And, you know, speaking of styling on, Xiao did the same thing here. last year at MSI. I'm so glad we see RNG together now with a new iteration in the top side, because this form of RNG, this is an RNG that can go to another MSI, that can get to finals in LPL, that can potentially go to Worlds, depending on development towards the end of the year.
You know, that's the thing, right? We're coming in, we're praising RNG a ton, we're kind of being low / a bit questioning, right? We're inquisitive to how this top esports lineup is going to look, but RNG are definitely the heavy favorites coming into today. It's going to be a lot about, heck, even if RNG fall behind, right, you can't count them out in this matchup when they have been on such a consistent tear. Now for TES, they do have players that have showed great heights before. Tien has obviously not been there for quite a while, has relied on some crutch picks over the past few splits that really did well. Viego obviously was a standout for him in 2021 and Demacia Cup. But Jackie Love and Knight always able to pop off and take over games. They haven't been doing it just yet. I really do feel like even though Knight hasn't been as spectacular as he was in previous splits, it still has been a little bit of the Knight show so far. 34% of his team's damage is pretty ridiculous, especially for the fact that, sure, he's played Victor and Corki like everyone else has, but he's had the Tryndamere game that we saw earlier. He's had the LeBlanc, he's brought out the Zoe, the Silas. Like, Knight is still willing to reach into that champion ocean to find whatever champion fits the composition and the lane matchup perfectly. And that lane matchup is going to be quite important when you're going up against Xiaohu.
Yeah, it is, because we want to see, you know, how jungles come into effect. You said that Xiaohu, his experience with Wei has been diminishing more so, I guess, to make it clearer. Wei has been going out towards the rest of the map a lot more. It hasn't just been around that mid lane for RNG. But top esports, Tien and Knight have played together before. Remember, early days of Suning, these guys were bros. 2018 spring to be specific. So I hope there's a built-up synergy there, because they're going to need it today running into the ever so big RNG as we get into Big Ban. Lyric, RNG red, top esports blue. I feel like we're going to get different drafts, because even on 12.2, like already, Jace is a priority ban against someone like Bin in the top lane.
Yeah, Bin's Jace, 33% win rate this split. Still, Wayward does not want to go up against it. I think it's a pretty good plan, right? Making sure your rookie top laner doesn't get, you know, hard outdone by a lane matchup in his first game. And we hit on how Tien has been a little bit of a Viego one trick over his, you know, tenure over the past few months. So RNG recognized that and banning that one out themselves. And my God, like just target bans coming out across the board can potentially set up for a Gwen first pick, right? When I see Jace and Jack's ban, I think, hey, this team really wants to get their hands on Gwen.
Oh, 8 seconds. I'm gonna say one thing though. Zeri's open. Zeri,
she is.
Needs to be banned.
So is Corki.
RNG, get rid of Italy. Okay. Corki,
Oh, wow.
you mentioned. Gwen, you already talked about. Zeri is open. I repeat. Are we gonna see Gala on Zeri? Gala or Jackie Love on Zeri? I mean, people will be watching this one, looking for a masterclass performance.
So I know you're giving up a lot of lane pressure by going this rotation, but like Corki Zeri just seems both unbelievably strong champions, right? Corki, I'm sure it's going to be locked in. It just has way too much presence. This is not 12.3 yet, so, you know, we haven't seen those Corki nerfs necessarily come out here in the LPL. And now the question is, do we see Zeri? Or do you go, hey, we have this mid laner that wants to sit back and chill. Maybe we want something that brings more presence in that bot lane matchup and you know, plays with more range in the laning phase. Because Zeri's auto attack range, only 500. You are relying on that Q for, I believe it's 750 off the top of my head. Might be 850. Point is, it's long. Goes a far distance.
It does, and hasn't even been looked at for the time being. There's Xin Zhao, so don't put it past Wei to pick the jungler that is just so good at the moment. Now, other side, top esports, do we see Zeri? Do we see Zeri? Things like Aphelios for Jackie Love as well has been a favorite. I mean, Lyric, I can kind of feel that maybe these AD carries are just like, nah, forget it. We don't want to play it. No? Oh, I hope I jinxed it. I think
you pick it. I think especially seeing Jackie Love play it will be so fun, right? Jackie Love, the AD carry who is going to step forward, who is going to play aggressively, having this level of mobility by locking in the Zeri.
There we go, dude. All right.
We need to remember, it is a flex, right? It could go into you know, the hands of Knight. But either way, Knight or Jackie Love piloting this pick sounds freaking exciting.
Yeah, it does.
I'm up for it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, we get Zeri in the end. Very, very cute. And we get a Nautilus alongside with it if it does go on the bottom lane. I like that you talked about the flexibility of the pick. I haven't seen it here yet, but at the very least, keep our eyes open. So, for RNG response, still strong 80 carries on the board, Lyric. Or do you look for a support early? Or do you just ignore me?
I would be really surprised if they didn't just look for an AD carry here. If they do this, they're obviously saying, hey, we want to get this into the Gwen pick and give Bin something he can. You know, try and find advantages in the lane in. I do think the lane is a little bit Gwen favored early on. It's a very volatile matchup. Depends a lot on, you know, Gwen like managing her Q stacks and Akali finding the right time to E in and abuse some of these windows where he does use these abilities. So Ban's going to start coming out, and it looks like RNG are speculating that the Gwen is a flex pick as well, right? Gwen can be played into the jungle. Tien can look to pilot that one, so going to be taking the Renekton off the board.
I also like that they know that Knight will play this mid too, so flex pick after flex pick going through the 4-head to 5-head draft. And we get the 80 carry banned away, so RNG, this is what they traded off, getting Bin that champion, but losing away some of these key 80 carries. I think Gala's going to be sent to like, what, Jin duty or something like an A tier?
Gala has only played 3 champions so far this split, which is very different from his mid laner, who I believe has played 10.
Yep.
He's played Aphelios, he's played Jinx, and he has played Jhin.
Wow.
So he's going to be pushed down in the pool, but you have to expect RNG or red side. They didn't ban Zeri, they didn't pick Zeri. They clearly must have some idea and some answer into the Zeri pick that they are willing and ready to bring out.
Good point. We'll see if that's true. 10 seconds and another 80 carry. There goes Jinx. So it must be something specific because now both 80 carries are gone. There has been talk of Tristana. So I'm not sure, Lyric, if you want to elaborate on any of this. We'll wait and see what's picked. But
I mean, if they want, right, if you want to punish Zeri when she's weak, that is in the early laning phase. Tristana's all-in potential, absolutely terrifying. We've seen it many times before in many past metas. So it looks like they're going to go with it, Asterix. You called it. You're staying on top of the game. We're going to get Gala jumping all over the Rift. Also having that ultimate to keep enemies at arm's length. And for TS, they are setting up for a very short-range composition. They want to look for the all-in. They know RNG do have that range advantage. And now it's going to be fun to see where Tien goes with this jungle pick. We have seen some Hecarim so far. I remember Karsa specifically pulling that out the other day. I feel like something that can get on top of the enemy backline is what makes the most sense for top esports.
yeah, and an old school pick. I love it. Seeing the Hecarim here again. So Tien pulls that out as he returns to top esports. Now, other side. We need a support, Lyric. And for RNG, what's up?
For the side of RNG, right, I think you're looking for all-in. The Leona is definitely still there. They do just lock it in instantly, and it makes a lot of sense. I mean, you're looking for the aggression in bot lane. You're looking for these engages. You now have engaged. Also, once we get to the mid-game, if we get into any turn scenarios on things like Baron or Dragon, Leona being able to start that up. And yeah, I think RNG's comp makes a lot of sense. Front-to-back team fighting, you have been there, able to cause some chaos on the back line, which there isn't really much of. You're pretty much just going to be looking to target Jackie Love specifically. Where for TS, ton of early and mid-game skirmishing. Like the second we hit the level 6 mark, Tien and Knight are going to look to be all over the map, just causing complete and utter chaos.
Yeah, dude, I'm excited for that because chaos skirmishing, like, for top esports, doesn't that suit how they've been as a team? Top esports we know is a team that just wants to get rampaging onwards, right? You and I have talked about this team and their identity for quite a while, and this comp really suits the top esports that we know in the past. But it's not the top esports we know in the past. That's a funny thing. It's only Jackie Love and Knight with new additions in the other 3 roles.
Yeah, it is a completely different look on top esports side. Tien coming back into the mix onto the Hecarim. This was a staple in the meta at points last year. It was a champion that Tien was able to play. I remember specifically in 2021 spring, him having some amazing flanks and amazing engages on this champion. We're going to keep an eye out on him. We're going to keep an eye out on Wayward debuting in that top lane up against world finalist Bin.
Well, sir, Bin on Akali versus Wayward coming into the LPL, his debut. This is going to be everything here because for top esports, running these 3 members into a team like RNG, it's such a big day. RNG are on a tear, 5-1. Lyric said before, their first series loss was at the start of the split to FPX, but since then they've been ramping up and acting like a top 2 team. As we welcome you to Summoners Rift Top Esports, they're on a negative win schedule. 2-3. That ain't the top esports you LPL fans know and love, so we'll see if with the Zeri, they can bring it all back. Now, Lyric, where the heck do you want to start? Because we have a Tristana, we have a Zeri, we have a Hecarim, we have an Akali top. Like, take your pick.
I think we can start with the Hector, right? Because we've seen some Zeri now. I think a lot of people know what to expect from Zeri at this point. Hecarim's the champion we are only just starting to see some of. Karsa and Weiwei have both pulled out the champion. Phase Rush is the go-to rune of choice. You have the other like movement speed runes in that tree as well. Just being able to stick on top of targets in fights, be able to maintain that short range and get damage off, stick to the enemy. So we know what he's going to be doing, looking for some early aggressive plays once he hits that level 3 mark, but especially at level 6.
Waiting for it because level 6, you got Silas. Jackie loves Lightning Crash. Do you like Zeri? Are you on like the bandwagon of Zeri OP or Zeri weak? Where are you in this pack?
Oh, I think Zeri's incredibly strong. Okay. I think she's a very high like skill floor and skill ceiling champion. Both I think incredibly high on her. We've already seen a lot of different performances come out across all regions where we highlighted Betty in his performance. I believe it was yesterday because I casted it. Betty showing up, and I think he did a phenomenal one, but we've seen some less inspiring performances coming out from people like Elk, and you know, I know it has picked up quite a few losses in some of the other regions like the LEC so far as well.
But again, LPL's very different, and not only with build pass, not only with how they play champion, but I feel like, you know, Renekton has been really big in our region before and not being really looked at the moment, but it's a champion that's done well, whereas in other regions like LEC or LCS, like it's been absolutely garbage. So again, different styles, different regions. Curious to see how Zeri adapts here. As what's taking your interest now?
Also cool to see Wayward going with the Exhaust rather than the Ignite. Sure. You'll still see a lot of players take Ignite in this matchup. In solo queue, does opt into this one. And we highlighted how Gwen should have the pressure early on. If it comes to a trade of just autos, Gwen will just be able to stack up that Conqueror, get that damage down early. You have the stacks on your Q to guarantee some good damage as well. Akali, you're trying to play it on a knife's edge. Hit some Qs when you can. If there's an opportunity where the wave is neutral and he wastes, like, let's say his Q, you can look to E and get a bit of a trade-off and W out. So for this foreseeable future, Wayward will have a bit of pressure, and we'll see how RNG navigate that with Wei pathing down towards the bot side and wanting to abuse this Zeri.
Yeah, get her nice and early. Jackie Love level 2 here. Ming gets the Zenith Blade, but that was a good dodge. The dodge away from the Zeri with the Spark Surge means that Jackie Love can just pull back in the lane. So I want to come back to what you're talking about, because the early lane of Wayward looking really good. Walks his way in, funnily enough, to the RNG jungle up on the top side. And it's a good sign when we see, you know, good laning from someone who's joining the roster. When you have Zoom, when you have Qingtian in the same package, it feels like something that's you got to do really well here as you debut in the LPL.
And now we're going to see if they are able to capitalize on Bin.
Well, that exhaust coming in handy. Tien going to run him down. Bin not even going to use Summoner. And Wayward, big old welcome with first blood over to TES.
I mean, top esports are so happy with that one. Tien gets to not only farm all of his jungle camps, make his way up towards top for that gank, and everything was just smooth sailing for them. Wayward crashing the wave early, does get that bit of the bounce back. It sets it up. And for TS, we've been, this roster's a question mark, and we're getting to start to see it in action so far.
Yeah, first kill over to the Gwen as well. Magic resist to start the game off for Wayward. So picks up an amplifying time. So as the Gwen walks back to lane, a very good start for Tien too. I guess other questions need to be answered about Tien. Tien's someone who we know has had medical issues and hasn't been as successful as Xiaopeng adapting to the roster. So, you know, today is a big day for him going up against Wei. And Lyric, we talked about TES versus RNG history. I have to pause because Xiaohu, the solo kill man in the mid lane at the moment, is just pulling out Knight as a Corki.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Xiao does, has the first strike as well, so getting a bunch of gold, getting a bit more damage down as well. Okay. Knight can be forced back early, right? For Knight, he's waiting for that level 6 to come online. I think you're waiting to pair up a bit more with Tien, him bring the CC in, you be able to land your Epsilon Duck, maybe burn a flash, is concentrating down the bot lane.
Well, once again, Living Battery used to burn down Ming quite a little bit. Jackie Love building that up once again with Burst Fires getting sent out. And for RNG's bottom lane, continue looking for engagement. Nothing happens down here. They're going to back for now. And, you know, Lyric, after what we've just come through, remember that FPX versus Weibo Gaming, that was like walking into really good Mexican. Don't say anything like Chile. I've been to Chili's, dude. That thing is... that sucks. I'm sorry. That's so bad. I don't know if you're gonna say
No. As someone who lives decently close to Mexico, the fact that you call Chili's a like Mexican restaurant is just hilarious. to me.
What is it?
That is great.
Is it like
That
fast
is
food?
great. No, it's. I mean, I just consider it like an American bar food. But hey,
Tien's back.
Bin might be bar food for Tien.
Remember, Bin doesn't have flash. As the ultimate comes through, Tien might actually get executed. The ignite down, Bin takes him. In a 1v2, Wayward now standing there only at level 5. Bin against the turret, trying to dodge the snip, but Wayward gets the return. 2-0 Gwen, but Bin still style up in this top lane.
Right. TES were the ones who dedicated resource. Bin was able to get something out of an opportunity that probably should have had nothing. The downside is Wayward picking up another kill is huge. On top of the fact that he's going to deny another wave for Bin. Doesn't have TP up, is going to just have to walk to lane. As we go straight into the replay, Tien is looking for this. Instantly throws out the E. Gets some nice trades off with his passive as well. I love him throwing down the Shroud. Saves the second charge of the ultimate to finish it off. And sadly, Wayward does get that 4th stack for the full snip. Ease in, which does connect.
Yep.
And yeah, Dog will be able to back with a nice chunk of gold and try to maintain this advantage as he makes his way towards that Riftmaker.
It's going to be Leeching Leer versus Alternator, but the catch is Mercury treads on top of that for Wayward. Level 6 now acquired, and he's got the snip again. I should say needlework, to use the proper language. So Tien has just been camping topside, and I love this because for RNG, we know that Bin is not the huge focus in this team, that Way is kind of everywhere. And Lyric, you and I were talking about this in week number 1, that Bin was often left on an island on this team.
Yeah, we saw in RNG's Versus series, they were putting a lot in Xiaohu, but now it is about putting some into Bin topside. Wayward does have a ward, so he should be able to get out scot-free. As RNG putting a decent amount of pressure down on the map right now. Way topside, Ming hovering around mid. Heck, Ming's making his way up towards top right now, and Herald's about to spawn.
Needlework comes through. I mean, Way now spotted out. The exhaust put down once again by Wayward. And he wants to snip again, so he gets the needlework just to clear the rest of the wave. Now, you mentioned Herald. I love this lyric because, like clockwork, we know that Herald is big. We love Herald. It's like going in, it's like finding $1,000 on the ground. But someone else has seen it as well, and someone's got to pick it up. And you play a game of chicken.
And I mean, for RNG, they're just going to be able to pick this one up. Looks like uncontested. Knight hovering over, but I don't think they're going to look for this play. Gala did make his way all the way towards mid, so looks like we'll lose a few CS to the turret. Is Jackie Love potentially able to pick up a plate?
Okay. Oh, this is Zeri. You're feeling pretty comfortable if you can do that. I believe so. That turret's locked in arms, so feels quite nice. Being actually flashing forward. Wow, that all in, but the crash down comes through. It's lightning, but Jackie Love gets blown apart. Tristana for the win is now for Way. It's Tien versus him, and you can see right in range. Way not even going to ulti. Plays the game of chicken through here, but now Xiaohu's here. Tien! No, regret, but he goes in and gets it anyway. He's going around Xiaohu, dodging away. Tien! Look at the fancy feet, jumps back in. Xiaohu gets the trade, but Knight wants to re-engage. We're playing games of chicken all over the Rift.
Even Xiaohu's laughing. Tien is absolutely crazy. Ghostward tries to bait them out, buying more time for Knight to make his way around as well. Gets one, and it's like, no, we're going back in. I want to go back to that bot lane, though. I don't know which of these plays we're going to get a replay for Hysterics, because
Cabra.
I feel like, you know, nice hit.
Sorry, what replay?
Nice,
take me back there. Take me back.
I mean, the point is, right, I feel like we're only going to get one replay. I doubt we get both, but who knows here in the LPL. The bot lane, we've been wondering, we've been speculating, hey, you brought the Tristana's brought out for the strong early all-in potential. When are we going to see it? We didn't see it in the first few levels. They hit the level 6 mark. Ming just, you know, throws everything out the window, gets the ultimate down, and man, Zeri went down in an instant, seeing the strength of this Tristana. Really nice preparation coming out from RNG to have this one prepared.
Yeah, now starting with the Dragon as well. If they get this, they've already picked up the Herald, and they picked themselves up a kill on some pretty crucial members. And you and I were talking about draft coming into this. I'm not sure if this is the right time to bring it up because Dragon is being contested. Top esports don't have a jungler with ulti, but they don't have to face against package. I guess they're not going to risk it, and for TES, they just back off.
It's the right choice, right? Even Bin has TP up the top side. Just would be a very rough fight
Hello,
for them
Mark.
as Mark gets caught.
Hi, Mark. Flash away. Instantly, Mark regretting walking near the brush. That's a free summoner. And for Tien walking down as well. He wants to go in the heroic charge right up to Ming against the wall. Gala's out of there with the rocket jumpers. Engaged from Knight. He's stolen away the Corki L2 as they're looking for another. Over the wall, Wei won't be hit. He's already used the Crescent Slash. And man, not sure about ability names this game, but I am sure the top esports want to bring the tempo up.
And this is a great example of what happens to you when you decide to make a play, right? They committed Corki to picking up Dragon, which gave Knight room, since TS were contesting, to just go back to mid, clear out his mid wave, and give him the opportunity to roam down bot once RNG looked for that opportunity onto Mark. So, you know, a bit of cause and effect there for top esports to be able to find that kill.
Well, it's an early game with 7 kills in 11 minutes, and importantly enough, top esports have a gold lead now too. And I wanted to come back to draft because while RNG got the Dragon, well, they're probably going to be putting the Herald down here. It does feel like, you know, the skirmishing that they wanted to do is coming into fruition. You did talk about how they want to be gung-ho. RNG trying to match that with tempo right now and get some gold back themselves, though.
Ooh, and they're going to be able to get a pretty good chunk of damage on this. They do have Tristana, who pushes turrets incredibly fast.
Yeah.
Jackie Love at least will be able to push them off at the end with the fact that both Tien and Mark have made their way here. So for top esports, for the fact that they have brought in 3 different members from the starters that we were seeing. Tien had played 2 games before this, but again, Xiaopeng was the mainstay jungler this far.
Yeah.
Top esports looking as aggressive and chaotic in the early game as ever.
They are, and again, it's a good sight to see. Pulls the identity of top esports has been continuous pressure out, but top esports
here we
gonna make
go.
a dive on top of Gala. No summoners up to a rocket jump. He buster shots them out, but now needs some explosive charge. Jackie Love under the turret. Oh my god, it's the usual. Tien now in a bit of trouble from Xiao, who keeps poking him down. Ming on the way. Is it Ming on the top side? It's a dive from Ben. Cleanly does it, dude. That's a world finalist diff up in that top lane.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see how it was done. Like you said, I mean, been world finalists, we keep harping on that, but Wayward is a new player. Wayward has played some Demacia Cup, mostly played LPL.
Then it's played on Tien.
This doesn't stop!
Yeah, it doesn't. Ming goes on in. The ultimate, the onslaught of shadows right on top of Xiao. Doesn't do anything, but Ming now getting low. Tien wants to run him down with a rampage. Dredge line and Knight's here with the abscond of Duck.
And look at Ming. Ming's laughing his face off.
Yeah.
What is going on?
I don't think anyone knows, dude. There's a TP at the top lane. I think it ends there. 11 kills now, 13 minutes. Let's go.
Was this like a gentleman's agreement to just have as much fun possible?
Not sure. Where do you want to start? Bot. Yeah.
Now we're going to see here Tien trying to go in. I don't know if he initially took aggro because it doesn't look like he did. He did get buster shotted away, but looks like it was just the Zeri. So we're going to see here Q does come out, has the passive auto to be able to get some more damage down. Baits out the W. Once Wayward doesn't have that, I mean, he's pretty much a free kill for Bin to go in. Doesn't even matter that the exhaust is there.
That was clean as hell. Like, that was beautiful.
That was a really good understanding of your cooldowns and how much damage you're able to put out, right? Yeah. Wayward getting a bit scared, throwing down the W in the ultimate, but was already chunked too low. He's still, you know, a bit far forward because he's trying to clear the minion wave with the abilities he's throwing down. Just opens up the opportunity for Bin to go in.
Huge Bin moment there. 2-2 Akali up in the top lane. Folks, we started this game with Wayward bringing up first blood, getting a lead in the lane. Bin now turns it around with the rocket belt attached. I think as well, now that we're getting first items, Lyric, you know, coming back to it, you know, compositions are important to me because in this game, when we have a lot of scaling on RNG, I do want to talk to you about these upcoming objectives, how RNG want to approach it. Now they do have the lead in this game.
I'll be honest, I'm very curious to see how these compositions interact with each other because I think they both have very clear identities in terms of how they want to play. RNG is like we said is the more like stock and standard. They have like different ways they can play out. They're gonna have some sideline pressure with Bin. They have like strong backline carries put off damage on frontline. They have frontliners. Like it's all stock and standard. 1-4 into these strong 5v5s. So for top esports, right, it's like full-on dive. Everyone needs to go in. So if you can find opportunities where Tien, who is 3-2-3 right now, already has the turbo chem tank, if he gets onto Xiaohu or Gala and sets up for Knight to be able to follow up, you find that initial pick, bam, you could probably win that team fight. If that initial burst doesn't do you well, it gives RNG the opportunity to reposition and have Tristana and Corki just unload for free.
You don't want that. Top esports at least keeping the momentum going. They've got a Herald now in their back pocket. Herald number 2 to try and break down one of these outers. But Tien not interested in the top side. He's going to leave Knight by himself. We'll have to face Bin momentarily. I'm seeing Dragon being done on the bottom side. Way just going to set it up for RNG. And Lyric, now we have a big condition. I mean, that's 2 Dragons picked up in 15 minutes from RNG. As Knight's taken the ulti from Bid. Dredgeline doesn't connect on Mark. And Bin's not going to get engaged any further. Top Esports don't want to stop, but RNG got plans of their own in the mid lane.
Yeah, the fact that TES have committed 3 to topside and aren't able to get anything off a dive just opens so many windows for RNG to be able to get something else somewhere on the map. To get some wards down in bot side, are able to take that mid lane turret, but TS just losing a bit of time. They still have Herald, so they should be able to guarantee, you know, one of these turrets going down. But the fact that RNG already have 2 turrets down makes it very simple for them to push out mid with their 2v2, hover towards topside for Bin, and set up for that last outer turret to be taken down.
And I love as well, like, if we're talking about hovering, whether it's around the objective timers for the package, that package is not on an 8-minute timer. It's going to pull up patch nodes like the library man I like to be. You know, 10 minutes has changed it. We get normal package timers, and we can see a Corki that aims at around the dragon. So, Lyric, it does feel nice seeing the end of Corki here, at least the end of huge priority Corki.
Whoa. That won't be until next patch. So it's 12.3.
I know. So this is the last, like, it could be the last hurrah, even though Corki is still kind of busted.
It could have and should have ended sooner, but yeah. I mean,
yeah.
He's still, you know, he will still see some play, even if maybe not the exact same amount. But Top Esports finally able to take down that turret up in top side. Both teams just trading sides for now. Dragon nowhere close to being able to come up. Top Esports are still the ones with that Herald. But instead of deciding to drop it top with Tien, they want to answer in mid and make sure that RNG aren't able to find anything. They will be walking into RNG's full vision, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of control wards there. That gives comfortability to Xiaohu, who can push this wave out and return. Now, folks, we'll slow down a little bit from the hustle and bustle we've had over the past couple of minutes, but I want you to take stock of where we're at in the game. 2-item territory approaching, and especially for Jackie Love, who will be hitting up the Titanic Hydra, which applies on the burst fire Q. Now, we know that's an auto. Medic explained it quite well. Your Q is an auto, and auto is...
Your Q is an auto, and your auto is a spell.
A spell, and, you know, your spell is not an auto, and your auto is a spell, and Q is a spell, but Q's not an auto. So if you could track all that, essentially, you just press Q. And ladies and gentlemen, you know what Zeri does. You know, you're all big brain, you're all challenger at this point, and as we see turrets trading side for side, standard practice here, Lyric. But Baron's coming up in 1 minute 30, Dragon in 2 minutes 20, and Top Esports are sending some of that vision back towards this bottom side, and I like this. Given a huge amount of setup, considering that RNG already have so many Dragons. Are we just going to fight? Top Esports would do that, wouldn't they?
Oh, of course, is Way now being the one to posture to look for the engage. Bin and Wayward both kind of hovering towards mid lane, looking for these angles. Bin definitely would have been the one to come off with a better flank from how far forward TS were pushed up. So they do just decide to back off. And we've quickly gone from 2 turrets to none in favor of RNG, from 3 to 2. So nice to see Top Esports able to pick up some gold back. They are still about 1.5k gold down. But Baron going to be up soon, Dragon going to be up soon. We're going to start seeing where these teams' priorities lay. And you'd expect for RNG, going to be down towards that Dragon.
Oh, yeah. And now that we've got a Mountain Soul as well, we can see now Leona, the stats are going to come in nice and handy. 2-item Tristana, by the way. Gala's been playing this one pretty comfy. And I don't know, I feel like we should have set up a poll through, you know, our audience or asked around a little bit. You and I were talking a lot about Knight versus Xiaohu. So far, Corki versus Silas, not much has happened. It's actually a Silas who's picking up tier with the changes as well, which is kind of interesting. Lyric, forget my story point. Tier on mid lane Silas, something we didn't see before it changed into like this big ability haste item.
Yeah, really interesting too, because we haven't seen too much Silas. Even the Silases that we have seen haven't really picked up this item just yet. Obviously, going to do greatly for the scaling, right? Like you said, getting ability haste equal to your bonus mana, pretty cool. Getting off those rotations of spells more consistently is one of the biggest things about playing Silas. It's why you do see Silases pick up like a stopwatch in Azania's, guarantee more rotations of spells to be able to get that lifesteal from your W, find more lockdown on your E. But package is up, and that feels like the most important thing going on right now.
Yeah, 15 seconds till Dragon, and that's why. You can see the Ultra Shock Laser over the wall from Jackie Love, trying to poke them out. Top Esports actually taking a bit of damage, though, and getting scared of Xiaohu. This 2-item Corki has just picked up the Luden's Echo. Doing quite a lot of work. Wayward at half HP. Not so immune now, are you, Gwen? As they're checking brushes, and Top Esports, they're over vision everywhere. RNG have done their due diligence.
Yeah, both teams still posturing. Wayward going for a recall. Is going to be able to TP in.
All right, let's see how we go. RNG grouped up as one. Bin, though, he's on the wing. You talked about a 4-1, but within the river itself, we're already seeing that seat playing out as Knight is on the back end. Dragon started off the engage. Actually there, Bin now going right on in. The Shuriken Flip doesn't connect, and for RNG, they're backing off of this Dragon. Top Esports have priority, but it's stolen by Way. Stop point acquired as Gala goes on in, gets the reset as well. Exhausted, but down he goes. Jackie Love has already pulled the Lightning Crash out, and movement speed begins. Look at this little mosquito in the night. Buzz around your ear. Top Esports have 4 members alive. They've taken 3 lives. For that Dragon, Top Esports open up a world of opportunities.
That was some Jackie Love energy coming out from Gala. I forgot which AD carry I was watching for a second. TES, pure benefit, able to get a Baron off this. RNG at least were able to smite away the Dragon, which does put them on sole point. I think Top Esports going to be happy with that one.
Well, can Xiaohu get anything here, though, in front of the Baron? 2 versus 4. It relies on Bin as well. Xiaohu wants to poke them down with the blue buff available. Won't have a chance, but at the moment, still getting low into the pit. Top Esports have to be careful. Bin going back in. He's got Knight. He'll trade it off. It is secured by the Hecarim, but for Top Esports, they're playing it risky around the bush.
Still, TS, they get the objective. They're going to have the Baron on Wayward, who will be playing inside. They're going to have Baron on their core members who will be playing with them as well. We're going to go into this team fight because I really like the way that Top Esports played it so slow, forcing Xiaohu to use that package before it times out onto the Dragon, so not having that same pool there. And now you're at a point where it's like, hey, that big thing that dissuaded our engage is down. We can look for the all-in. With the steal coming out from Way, he gives up his life. But yeah, that was just crazy. Gala, my God, going absolutely psychopath right there. Again, channeling stole Jackie Love's energy, slapped it right back in his support's face, and Jackie Love said, thanks.
He did. You better believe it. Jackie Love was able to get the Lightning Crash.
Jackie Love benefiting from someone playing like Jackie Love.
Never happened before. Well, to be fair, actually, no, LWX doesn't channel Jackie Love energy. Is that the same recent finals history?
You know what would be great? I'm sure in an interview, Jackie Love will watch that clip like, yeah, I have no idea what Gala was doing there. It's like, you do that every week, man.
That's like
you
the
do
shy,
it every week.
the shy being like, oh, I don't need it.
Oh, engage though.
Oh, RNG getting knocked up. It's on top of Way, but Top Esports, bit of return damage on top of Wayward. When it becomes Lightning to poke them down. And look at Jackie Love still heading forward. Lightning Crash available. Xiaohu has a big one. Oh! It hit Mark. There's the dredge line. It lightly doesn't connect at all. I thought it was a tippy toe. For Xiaohu, he just wants to poke them down as they run away. So Top Esports blinking health bars. And that's their Baron play kind of stopped them at the track.
Yeah, not going to be able to get anything off that one for RNG. They can pivot back to how strong Bin has been in these side lanes. Keep pulling a Wayward to this lane. You have a small window where you have TP, and I don't think it'll be useful in the situation where there's no shallow objectives, like objectives close to your side of the map, right? All outer turrets are already down. Dragon not up yet, so just reset's going to be coming out, and we're just going to be in the good usual place of setting up for the next fight. Vision control in this game is massive, especially for the way the Top Esports composition wants to play, of having these champions like Hecarim and like Silas trying to find their way onto Corki and Tristana. So yeah, we're going to be looking at if RNG can keep their flanks good, can keep bot and mid pushed out, or if Top Esports can find a way in there.
Well, I think so far, Top Esports have been pretty inventive with the angles. People like Knight, people like Jackie Love as well, being able to pass behind Mark. At this point in the game, gold is pretty much even. We're at another game where gold is even again. But RNG have one benefit at the moment. RNG are on sole point. Top Esports' next Dragon is a fight no matter what, so the clock's ticking. I'm curious to see what RNG do now that they've denied a big Baron play. 1,500 gold is all that Top Esports get.
We're going to be looking at the next fight is, stopwatch already available on Knight. And again, like you hit on the Seraph's Embrace coming out, not something we typically see We already mentioned the ability haste, but I forgot to mention the other part, right? Having that heal along with it, definitely synergizing with your kit. For Silas, which typically, right, second item Silas all the time does go Zanya, so now instead picking up at a third, typically would be followed up with something like a Rabadon's Death Cap, so maybe look for it next is another fight!
Being caught out, that stopwatch gonna be used, but teleports as well. Solar Flare to disengage, but Jaculove's joining in the play. It's Zeri who picks that one up, and Jaculove now 2, 3, and 4. Top Esports right in front of the Dragon Timer. Lyric, they've got themselves a 5v4.
We were hitting on how important this vision-controlled bot-side jungle would be for both teams. It enables top esports to find easy picks, and if RNG had it, it dissuades those picks from being able to happen, makes it hard to walk in. For RNG, they're going to trade Soul to look to capitalize on top side.
Okay, well...
I feel like they should be able to get a turret for this, but, you know, top esports are happy to deny Soul if the only cost is one turret.
They're only leaving Wayward on it for now as well. So for RNG, there you go. Turret picked up. Remember the Xiaohu probably not going to get any usage out of this package either. Able to push out mid, but as well as this Dragon, excuse me, for top esports, Knight's pushing bot. And he won't be matched for now, so feeling pretty good here as a trade when you deny a Mountain Soul at 26 minutes in the game.
The game has really changed gears, hasn't it? Early game was like, okay, we are fighting every chance we can get. We are having 3 or 4 fights, and then we're going to have a bunch of replays to cover it. Now, both teams playing pretty well around the enemy's strength, right? Top esports find a pick, so RNG are like, okay, we can afford to give up some dragons, get going the opposite side. Earlier on, when Xiao was the package, top esports recognizing that, saying, hey, we're not going to fight into that, we're going to play it slower. So I like that we're seeing some decent things from both sides, as well as items coming out across the board, right? Titanic Hydra on Jaculove, another Zani's Hourglass up for Wayward, so a lot of ability to buy time across top esports champion lineup.
Yeah, sneaky little devil here, isn't he? As Mark goes on in. Again, the dredge
Flash
line
Gala.
there, but taking away the buster shot. Knight wants to send someone packing right back onto Way with the Abscond of Duct, and away he goes. Xiaohu's joined on in, though, with the Valkyrie on top of Knight. Aggressive as always. And RNG, they really want to start this one up. Tien is out from the wing. RNG pings are going towards the Baron. I mean, they want this river under control themselves.
RNG going to keep pushing it. I mean, they do have that poke they can utilize.
Whoa!
That range advantage is Knight!
Flash center plate from Ming as
Massively
well.
chunked.
Was so close. And with that chunk as well, RNG, do they continue forward? Or is it now Baron territory?
No, it looks like they want to continue. Ming's still walking aggressively forward. As I want to say, that initially started off in favor of top esports because you traded Mark's Flash for Gala's Flash.
Yep.
It looked great. Then the fight kind of meandered a little bit longer. That's where members like Xiao were able to start joining in. Your cooldowns are already blown on people like Mark and Knight, and Xiao who's just able to get that free poke off.
Force rampages through the river as well. So a couple of flashes blown after the couple of trades. Mark, Gala, Ming is there as well. Apart from that, Knights too. Actually mentionable to trade off too. So Lyric, here we go again. Baron's still there. I'm going to ignore Baron. I'm going to point out that actually we don't always have to ignore Baron. With a Corki and a Tristana, you do Baron really quick. You'll smash that Baron. So
You do,
worth
but
keeping out.
there's also a lot of ways to get into Baron, and the thing I'm mostly afraid of is like if Knight is able to steal Ming's ultimate again, right? You're all locked in a little pit. Suddenly the solar flare comes up from Knight is Bin. Gonna look for the solo kill. Not gonna be able to find it.
No.
You know, top esports lineup does have a lot of healing, so we already see a ton of grievous wounds coming out from the side of RNG. Both Bin and Wei picking some up. When you have Hecarim, Gwen, and Silas on the opposite side, I think makes a lot of sense.
If Tien's going to hold this position he is, top esports moving into jungle. Now, it doesn't look like he was spotted getting to this angle. RNG are grouped a 3-man mid, and Tien is running at them behind turret. Hasn't pulled the trigger yet. RNG, the pings are coming down from top esports. They're in between 2 turrets. Wei spots him out with a ward, though, and suddenly the play's just done. Top esports get the turret, they back away, and get a little hyphy over where Tien was. After I saw cleared last series, Lyric, like, it's natural.
You know, one of the benefits of top esports losing things like top tower already is like, hey, we see Bin Split pushing up a top side doesn't mean too much, As, yeah, Top Esports going to go for the Baron.
They are. TP's coming
Bin
through
trying
as well.
to find a TP on the opposite
And
side.
it's a great flank over the wall. Tien's there. They want a 50-50. It is secured by Top Esports, but now looking for Bin to get in the fight as RNG. Health bars are burning down quickly. Top Esports, the skirmishing comp you talked about, Lyric, absolutely free low at this point. Jaculov has decided to crash on down, and that is going to be it in the kitchen sink against RNG.
And that fight was just massive from both Tien and Wayward. Tien running in with the E, able to, hit onto multiple members, then follow up with the ultimate. Wayward as well, dealing so much AoE. Top Esports are going to try and capitalize and take a mid lane inhibitor turret.
Yahoo looking at him with a package, dude. He wants to threaten him out with a W in. Wayward steps up, though. Xiaohu lines it across. But the path does nothing at this point, apart from his poke. Try and clear away the minions from crashing down on that tier 3 turret. So, Lyric, the game no longer at a stagnant point. Baron picked up Top Esports with a 4K gold lead. And you're talking about Tien in this fight. I want to look at it again.
We're going to see the flanks come in, but TS are able to finish Baron first. We see the W pop to buy the Gwen, which is making it, so the members of RNG can't deal damage. But there it was. It happened so fast. Tien going
Mosh
in,
pit.
finding an angle in. And yeah, Mosh Pit is a great way to describe it. You have Hecarim bringing the CC, and then the follow-up AoE from Wayward. Jaculov, I'm sure, doing a ton of damage in that fight as well. Perfect setup from TS.
It comes back to what you talked about with how Top Esports want to play this game, given the perfect fight. Everyone grouped in together. Remember that lightning crash? The stacks to build up in that fight, so easy for Jaculov too, who now has bounty and 3 items with the Wit's End picked up. They've also denied the Mountain Soul twice now against RNG. Gold lead's not as much as when we threw to that replay, about 3,000 and then some in short change. But Top Esports have control of this game for the first time. It feels like Wayward with a bounty, Tien with a bounty. 4 items on Gwen. Lyric, all I can say is snip, snip, dude. RNG are about to get cut.
Especially when we see, drop to W, and then Xiaohu just throws his hands up like, hey, what can I do to this champion? They're instantly zoned away, and we talked about the amount of engage for the side of Top Esports as well, so it's not like they can just posture in front of Gwen all day. They'll need to back off. We do see them right now choosing to trade by having Bin pressure up in the top side. They know they won't win a fight in this position against Top Esports.
Yep.
They're just trying to make them lose something on the opposite side by forcing in that wave.
Well, at least they clear away a couple of minions from approaching that next turret, but Top Esports assaulting on 2 fronts. Bin able to push that wave in close towards the inhibitor turret, but now as he backs through, RNG content on holding their base strong. Level 17 Akali's who I'm going to watch, who's close to a rabbit on death cap. As Knight can't really do too much from this angle either. So, Lyric, they're going to back off. Baron play ends there. Xiaohu make it a little bit difficult to do so, but hey, a 4K Baron play at 33 minutes of the game, still not too bad.
Oh, I think it's massive coming out for the side of Top Esports, getting closer to those, more big item power points. As now we see a Void Staff there for Knight. Not a ton of just being picked up on the opposite side, but still going to be hitting quite hard at this point in the game with the levels people are at, with the amount of base stats they're hitting, right? So, for Knight, I think he's definitely a huge threat, despite the fact he does only have 2 kills right now. Xiaohu needs to be scared of this.
Yeah, he does. Knows they're in there. I got a little bit excited because, again, Knight comes in after the Phosphorus Bomb would have spotted him out. So, trying to play with timing here. And for Top Esports, again, I think a big part of this game, Lyric, and how we see it play out is this guy on our screen. Again, returning back after his pretty abysmal subpar start in week 1. I'm not even sure if he played week 2 of Top Esports.
No, and for Tien, right, we hit on how, at least lately in his career, he's had a very small but effective champion pool. The most recent one was Viego. Before that, you go back, it was the Hecarim. When the meta was Hecarim Udyr, Tien pretty much always gravitated towards this Hecarim pick to try to be more of a menace in the straight-up 5v5s. And he's been able to find that same impact now that he did back then, where FPX did make a run to finals in 2021 spring with Tien.
It's also funny because going up against Wei today, we know that FPX versus RNG in recent form has been a pretty exciting couple of finals, but more importantly, Tien now on a new roster, showing Top Esports how to do it in game number 1 as RNG on their base defense. A team that's sitting 5-1, under pressure now from Top Esports. and continues to get pushed lane by lane. But I guess, Lyric, we're just going to be doing the same thing we'll be doing all game long. Wait for these neutrals to come up and fight over that.
It's because RNG have, you know, a great amount of wave clear, right? Between the Corki, between the Tristana, you don't really have much range on the side of top esports. So if RNG effectively decide to turtle and not walk past their turrets, top esports can't really force the issue. With no neutral objectives on the map, there's no reason for RNG to, you know, get too willy-nilly, get ahead of themselves, walk out of their base. So trying to get some more break points under their belt as well. And it seems like a good time to remind people, right? Because there might be people just tuning in.
Yeah.
That Wayward, pretty much completely new player making his debut, popping off on this Gwen so far. Great to see out from the LPL rookie.
It really is. Again, Wayward debuting is a big deal when Zoom sits on the roster, when Xing Tian sits on the roster. There's 3 top players in top esports. Oh, Tien's doing it again, but pings are going down. They know Gala's over with a rocket jump, and Xiaohu on the trail. Tien backing away after Horsey decides to go back. Lyric, I've only ridden a horse once in my life. However, my partner loves horse riding, so I'm going to be doing that soon. Apart from that, Ming walking into face check, has to flush away. Again, watch out, Tien into the back line. The onslaught of shadows is huge as lightning crash once again. Watch out for Jackula. Knight gets through as Wayward is just sending her on forward. And Jackula right into the turret. That frontline Berry pays for it with her life. But Tien lives strong. Wayward buying time. And RNG, the lightning, sure did crash on their head.
We were interested to see Jackie Love on the Zeri because you know he's always going to aggressively walk forward. We got to see it there. Trades his own life. They got 3 kills on the opposite side. This equals out to another dragon for the side of TS. And when you're playing this kind of composition where it is all about the all, and it is about finding the engage in your head, it just makes you feel like you can force the issue at any moment. We are going to go straight into the replay, though, so it all panned out. It is Knight catching out Ming, forcing the flash out from him, and then Tien instantly comboing it with his E into the ultimate, hitting a multi-man fear. I can't believe Tien didn't die,
Yeah.
and this is where Jagged popped off. Is overcharged right now, consistently getting those Qs and, you know, charged up auto attacks landed.
Here we go.
And here it is, Top Esports trying to force a fight.
Yeah, but Xiaohu has a package. Lyric, Xiaohu has a package, and Top Esports know it. It lines down, Knight zones him out, but Xiaohu in the middle of 3 people. The Soulflare stole it and used away. Xiaohu goes into GA, but Knight zoning himself out. He'll heal with the Kingslayer, but Bin executes him. RNG are back. RNG are back in the game, and Tien knows it as Gala goes over the wall. He's got himself a rocket jump. Jumps back in. Royal never give up.
Yeah, RNG, they find a way into the fight. Top Esports going for the Baron, but not able to secure it without their star 80 carry there. Jackulov might die again.
Well, he's over the wall. At least this time he can skip over and heal up, but RNG head right back onto the Baron in this game. It ain't done. I don't know.
No.
I don't know who the fat lady is, that's the thing, but it just ain't done.
Yeah, I mean, for RNG, they at least should be able to equalize on the gold lead after this one. And when we were hitting on how their composition does have a lot of the wave clear, it's going to feel so oppressive. We're going to see here what is happening. I mean, they start at Baron right off the bat. Jackie Love is not here. So Xiaohu feels comfortable going for this package play. Does have the revive coming out from his GA. They're able to pick up these first instances of kills. And Gala here, jumping in when Tien is on the opposite side of the pit. And he is so fed right now, able to secure the kill. RNG at Baron. RNG going to start pushing in these waves, start sieging down some turrets.
Dude, I can't believe that they're back in this game when Top Esports have had control for the past 15 minutes. And I look back at items. Gala has a GA, but he's full build. Gala is full build at 404 CS. Now, that's impressive. Jackie Love also full build as well with a GA, guys. And I think we're at this point where even though there's a Gwen and an Akali in the game and a Corki, Lyric, I think 80 carries are going to make it with how these fights are going.
Oh, of course, right? It's going to be all about the amount of DPS being able to come out. Gala, you know, assuming you are just both free hitting stagnant targets, Gala will put out more damage, but that is not the point of Series Kit. It is being able to kite and dance around the fight with all that mobility, dodging skill shots, being able to get in close range to burst out low health targets. So For Top Esports, the game plan still stays the same. I do feel like RNG are a little bit favored now with the map state in this position. They can just layer out their range damage with these baroned up minions absorbing the blows from TES.
I mean, Xiaohu's just penetrating Tien right now. There's nothing he can do, and as RNG walk towards Top Esports, TES have to pay the price. They have to pay the respect.
Great choice of words. As, yeah, TES, you can see Tien's angling for a way into the fight, but at the end of the day, they're just going to have to accept it now. You're getting more cannon minions stacked up. They're going to be able to go for the single lane push. Doesn't matter if they don't have side lanes pushed out, but for Top Esports, they're making the right call. As Tien, you still need to posture for it, and if RNG commit to this inhibitor turret, you kind of just have to, you know, throw everything to the wind and say, hey, if we just sit in this position, they're going to get our inhibitor for 100%. We have to look for the engage. We have to make it volatile, and we need to try to win the fight. But RNG noticed that as well. And they just decided to back off.
Okay, so we reset once again. And, of course, talking about the Void Star from Xiaohu. Magic penetration, huge, right? And right now, Tien not ignoring that much damage. So it feels like Xiaohu is one of the biggest threats. Level 18 as well. Even though she's done talking about Gala. Lyric, don't get the wrong idea. No one should get the wrong idea. 50 seconds still Dragon. Focus on that because both teams are on sole point now. Top Esports have had the last 3 consecutive. Wayward actually getting run down a bit by RNG. Has to go into the mist. Comes on out. RNG will be in river first.
Yeah, you know, I'm just too focused on the weird builds where we're seeing tonight as Knight now also has Force of Nature.
They begin.
But Mark goes in.
Backline on top of Gala. Tien wants to go on him as well, but he sends Wave back instead. Everfrost in the back. Look at where Knight is. He's got the Crescent Guard himself as Mark gets low, has to get out, but Wave's the jungler. He needs to survive for the Dragon fight as they go on in. Top Esports, they're so separated. Xiaohu with the package here trying to do it all, and he might just poking them down. Jackie left in the middle of RNG. And this fight went from bad to worse. Top Esports, how are they going to lose this game?
I don't know, but RNG now
minions.
going to start looking to push bot. They can pick up Dragon, have Soul as well. The RNG have full control of the map. There's 50-second death timers on Jackie Love. So looks like they're just going to say, screw the Dragon. We believe we can find the end. And heck, I think they can do it.
Okay, well, Ming in first, waiting for the rest of RNG. The minion wave shortly coming with them. It's only Tien here without the onslaught of shadows to save them. As who's going to take it up? It is Wave for now. They run on in, but Tien is just shadowing around. Mark up in 5 seconds.
It's going to be close.
And it is. And the health bars are already blinking for Tien. On top of Ming, the solar flare's there. Wants to kill the minion wave, but RNG ignoring him completely. Onto the turrets now with the Nexus exposed. Buying time, but Tien goes on down. Gala has that open Nexus, and he'll be blasting it down. Royal never give up. Reigns true in their name for game 1.
I just want to know what someone put in the LPL water today because, man, we are getting some absolutely crazy games. Last series, this series, game 1, back and forth, throws upon throws, some cool mechanical executions, some very interesting builds coming out on both sides. At the end of the day, RNG do take it. As you pointed out, that fight at the end, Top Esports getting so scattered, RNG just pulling and picking them apart, only losing Bin in that fight. Realizing, hey, it might be a close call. We have a Tristana, we have a Corki. We believe we could just finish the game right here. And RNG came in the favorites. The fact that this game was so close, I think a bit of props to Top Esports because, again, they're bringing in a rookie to the top lane role. Mark literally just joining during the Chinese New Year break. And, yeah, that was a nail-biter.
It was. And, you know, there's going to be a lot to break down because I think for Top Esports, losing control of that game is real rough when we saw how they were going through with the sieges in the last 15, 20 minutes of the game. Top Esports had control. They pulled the reins in on the Baron and made some really good decision-making, but then it all fell apart. And we got to that late game
also
point.
at a Baron.
Well, yeah, also at a Baron. So, hey, LPL gold graphs today, and always, look at it. Beautiful mountain.
And what a surprising amount of Corki damage and Corki impact of this game. Who could have ever guessed that this would happen? But no, seriously, I mean, RNG coming in with a plan, right? They realize, hey, we're going to go for an early Corki pick. We're willing to give over the Zeri because we do have this Tristan already. That's also what was able to secure them the pick of the Akali against the Gwen because they knew they had a deeper AD carry pool to be able to bring out something like this.
Yeah.
And, you know, It started out shaky. They did find their footing in mid-game, but thankfully to a top esports throw, RNG able to close it out in the end.
Yeah, after a game that, you know, like really delivered throughout mid-game. Being real though, Xiaohu's damage, that's huge. 40,000 damage. The Corki, more than enough of onlineness. Not even sure if that's English.
Of course. It's not.
You know, Brains getting to that point. I don't know, you and I are only onto our second series, but...
Me and you always get the long days.
We
if
do.
it's going to be me and you know it's going to be 3 series days. But, you know, back to the match real quick, just to give some props. Also, even though TS lost, Wayward is new. I think Wayward overall had a solid performance. He was getting a lot done in team fights with TN. So we're going to be looking at those two in game 2, barring that Top Esports don't make any roster changes, right? Because we actually have no idea. I think if you are going to bring in roster changes, you should at least commit to the roster for a whole series. Give them their chance to make a mark. And yeah, just leave it in RNG's hands to adapt or make changes to your roster.
Yeah, because if you know, want to bring in someone like Wayward, who, again, had a good time with TN. There was good synergy up in that top lane. There was a very good start. I think as well, you know, TN got a lot of props from us in that game, despite what happened throughout the last couple of fights. For Top Esports, again, we have been seeing issues with this team holistically, with people like Jackie Love and Knight not having the same performances that we expect of, you know, one's a world champion, one is a world's representative. How far can Top Esports go in this series? That's my question. We're going to go to a break. When we return, see if RNG can clean themselves up in the early game, or if Top Esports can do the same and take it through to the finish line without dropping the ball. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, JDG just kind of got stomped by EDG, but I gotta say, LPC looked pretty good. Like, he brought it to Samira and actually got a couple of solo kills on Viper.
Yeah, and on Samira of all things as well. Like, I can't really get my head around the meta. I don't suppose you have any tips or tricks that you could help me out with.
Oh yeah, this guy, hang on. This bad boy.
That's a kid's toy.
It has value, bear with me. So this is what us color casters use to figure out the meta. Do not tell the other play-by-plays. This is the secret unit that we have to use. Alright, let's start off with an easy one, right? Where does Caitlyn go?
Bottom.
That's right. In the bot.
Nice.
Alright, now, where does Thresh go?
Support.
That's right! Right there beside Kate. Let's go. Alright, we're 2 for 2 now. This is a bit of a tough one. Where does Tryndamere go?
In the top lane?
That's right! In the mid lane!
Yeah, boy.
Alright, nice job so far. Now, next one is Zed. Where does Zed go?
Mid lane.
That's right! Jungle! And this last one is my favorite. Where does Addy go?
Mid lane.
That's right! Top lane! He's a world champion, you know!
Nice. That was good.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way, okay? I'm gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things. Oh, oh, oh. Sometimes good people do bad things.
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking it off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling I defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking it off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking it off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
对于年轻用户来说的话，对我个人而言，就是作为 AD 来说，就删除我觉得还是比较好的，因为 AD 这个位置还是比较烦那种迷雾地图。因为下场对阵要对阵 RNG， 然后跟小明要说的话就是希望都打好的一起加油吧。
Another classic person annoyed by Chemtech Dragon. Luckily, you don't have to worry because it's disabled in 12.2 and here on the LPL, as it should be. That dragon was gigabusted. My name is Hysterics. I'm joined by Lyric here on my left. That was RNG, literally saying Royals never give up. All I can say about that Lyric is RNG were not in a position to win that game. A couple of team fights later, Gala popped off. Xiaohu popped off, who's our MVP. And we got RNG with a big comeback couple of fights that led to an eventual victory.
Yeah, we saw, again, early game, very back and forth, pretty close. Top Esports eventually found the advantage, then started to make some questionable plays. Going over towards the Baron, Xiaohu being one of the players able to ward them off that, going for the very aggressive play in mid lane with Jackie Love on the Zeri. Once again, RNG able to come back and punish. And this is what you're talking about, right? The Baron plays coming out from the side of TS. Xiaohu finding abilities to punish. And it just goes to show, right, why Corki's such a tried and true pick in the game. I truly believe strongest pick, 12.2 and before, which is why we see it so consistently. You have so much damage. You're never really in range for enemies to put threat on you. The package obviously dealing such a massive amount of damage as well. And I'd like to not see it next game, but if we do, at least Xiaohu pilots it quite well.
Well, ban Corki away. 40% damage. That's a huge amount. And look, you guys might be like, oh my god, 40% is insane. In the LPL, we get to the 50s. Like, we do get to the 50s. And Corki can do that and has done that in our first couple of weeks returning to the league. So, I don't know. Just the usual here is, Lyric, what is it? RNG on blue this time around?
Yep.
Okay.
Teams are swapping sides, so, maybe going to see some different bans come out. Top Esports had a lot of leeway with the bans they were able to have.
Yep.
They actually put 2 bans up towards Spin on the top side. You can see they're trying to cater towards Wayward and give him a bit of an easier time in his debut game in the LPL. So, on red side, I wonder if they will pivot those bans, taking away things like the Corki and the Zeri rather than giving those up, or if they're going to look for some kind of trade. If they have picks against the Zeri, I feel like there's a lot of question marks for this Top Esports roster and how they perceive the game, because Top Esports are never one of the teams you expect to come and be like, okay, they're definitely going to have these standard bans and these standard picks.
Yeah.
They are going to deviate a little bit, especially when they have so many changes to their roster this match.
Well, I mean, what we saw is, and by the way, folks, there's no changes, no subs coming through for game number 2. So Top Esports running Wayward, running TN, running Mark once again. In game number 1, we saw that very unique draft where you're talking about, like, Top Esports want to get in your face. They want to skirmish. They want to brute force this. And they were doing that quite successfully from the 25-minute mark, I believe, or 30-minute mark, and were in control for the majority of the game. But it all fell apart, and running into game number 2 as we swap sides, Lyric, we've already swapped bans around. Against Knight, losing that Tryndamere, a bit of a respect ban from RNG.
I also feel like it's kind of pushing them to ban the Corki, because Tryndamere has been one of the picks you see come out against the Corki and then look for that all in. You pop the ultimate and you're just able to look for certain dives on him under turrets or just always collapse on him in team fights. So they successfully do that. They ban out the Tryndamere, which forces out the Corki ban from Top Esports. Now we're going to see if RNG want to keep the Nidalee or the Caitlyn ban that they had in game 1. Considering their blue side, you wouldn't expect the Caitlyn ban to come through. Maybe just pay respect to TN once again. But with the fact that he showed the Hecarim, it seems like they want to pivot and just be like, hey, we're actually going to take away the Jace for you this time around. Jace not really being a first pick worthy champion, but definitely a champion you could either take on red 1-2 or even red 3 and then, ban out some top laners that the enemy could use to deal with it.
Do you remember in game number 1, Top Esports on the blue side banned the Jax, they banned away top lane champions targeting Bin. We only get the Gwen ban this time around, but now, I'd be surprised if we saw anything that crazy as a first pick. Corki banned away. You know what that means, Lyric? It means we don't have to talk about that guy with a weird mustache that goes all the way. Have you noticed his mustache goes all the way up his head? Like, it almost goes towards the top.
That's actually pretty awesome. As
Wind diff.
You know what else is awesome? We still don't see Zeri first pick.
True.
Which is pretty interesting, right? We've seen so many different teams with so many different ideas of how strong this pick and what answers are available. So RNG, not valuing that one. Things like the Tristan is still open. Both Jinx and Aphelios are there as well. So it seems like as long as these 3 are available, they are fine not to pick that one up since their AD pool can't get banned in the second phase of bans.
Okay. Well, against Lee Sin, Steadfast Presence stops that Lee Sin from running into you. So I like this here from Tien. Wants to try and stop Wei in his tracks.
I typically like to see Poppy paired up with a lot of long-range champions, right? The fact that you do bring Disengage to a comp with your ultimate, that, like you said, the Steadfast Presence can keep away a lot of these divers. I think it makes sense to pair it up with the Aphelios that they just locked in, right? You be the team playing from the range advantage this time around, looking to kite back. Gives you also flexibility to potentially pick some strong side lane champions, set up for either a 1-4 or a 1-3-1, since you definitely have this core that can probably defend sieges in mid lane.
All right, well, looking to pair it up as for RNG, we're not even going to talk about Zeri this time, guys, unless it goes to a solo lane. Jinx was banned out in that game number 1, but around the second phase. But they're like, hey, forget Zeri, and kind of expecting this with how Zeri's gone so far. Teams just going past it like, yeah, whatever.
Now I wonder on the side of RNG if you just pick support here, or if you want to like early rotate a Victor. And if you're looking at enemy composition, you're saying, hey, they're wanting to play this range, and you take away the strongest, you know, quote unquote mid laner available, could put a wrench in their plans. But nope, RNG still wanting to keep their comp flexible, because that Victor would definitely lock them into that one set play style. Now with the Nautilus adding some engage to their composition as well, also comboing with the Lee Sin, who would want to look for those opportunities regardless.
I will just say, you know, pure comfort here, especially for the man in support position of RNG. Ming's Nautilus is one of his best champions of all time. Dude, 10 games he played this split alone.
Do you remember 2020 where I think it was like him and Mako, they maybe had like 15 to 20 games of Nautilus, and then like less than 10 games on anything else? It was truly like the year of Nautilus.
There was a time when they had 3 champions played in total, where Nautilus had obscene amount of games played. So it's kind of the same this season. This will be game number 11 from Ming. Mark played Nautilus in game number 1, of course. So game 11 of Nautilus. Thresh is the second most picked.
I really like this ban coming out from Top Esports because I feel like Xiaohu has probably been the best Vex that we've seen.
Agreed.
So far in the LPL, and with RNG at least signaling that they probably are going to play towards this all-in style against, again, the kite potential coming out, the zone control from the Poppy. I think it's a pretty good call coming out from the side of TES. I wonder what they will go to on 4, though, because we've been wondering, especially about Wayward in the top lane, right? And what you can put him on for a bit of safety. Now that they're on red, they can look to counterpick to circumvent that issue. We're also getting pretty deep down into the mid lane pool. Victor and Orianna being the 2 champions that jump to mind as still blind pickable.
And well, one ban for RNGs have already targeted away the LeBlanc against Knight. Knight's been favoring things like the Silas as well, so I wonder if RNG, just for the sake of it, take away that. Lyric, I was also going to ask, you know, tonight, I thought we might be surprised with a bit of top lane Janna, as Jax gets banned away against Wayward, funnily enough, from Bin's angle. I'm not sure. It doesn't really feel like Bin is one of the players who's going to pull that out, but I thought it was just worth mentioning, considering if Wayward wants something safe, you talked about. Tank top laners have been abused with that Janna pretty much in all cases.
No, so, you know, I think that would have definitely been a variation, but they are going to go with the original plan that we just hit on. But it's like, hey, just save counterpick for top to ensure he has a fine matchup, because Orianna and Victor are still available as blind picks on 4. Yeah. So they do go for the Victor. They round out their composition the way we expected, with these strong backline carries in Aphelios and Victor. On the opposite side, Xiaohu going towards the Rise, so more proactivity going to be coming out from that mid lane. Gonna need to see him and Bin pairing up quite nicely.
A Bin pick.
And there it is. Love Camille pulling out the Camille onto Summoner's Rift.
Well, that's good, because for Bin, he's like, whatever, I don't care what I'm going up against. Bin's going to pull out a favorite. This hover. For Wayward, you talked about his champion pool being definitely out there as a big long con. Instead of Kled, it is going to be Renekton, so from one animal to another. And we're going to see if Wayward can match that tempo.
Yeah, Wayward at least can have the pressure in the early game, right? So they're going to guarantee themselves a bit of prio at least in one lane. Definitely don't want to fall too far behind early, having things like the Poppy Jungler, having the Victor and Aphelios that do need time to scale up. So I think for RNG, again, their comp looks very straightforward. You have Poppy, Renekton, and Leona who are just going to try and be, you know, like warm bodies in front of their Victor and the Aphelios. You have the Poppy ultimate to try to keep people away like Bin. On the side of RNG, it's going to be pick focus. It's going to come down to the side lanes. It's their strength from 2021. Xiaohu moving from lane, trying to set up Bin, and then later on comboing Realm Warp into being able to get there, set up for the Hextech ultimatum, and BAM! Killing members on the side of TES.
Okay, well, again, coming into this game, you know, for RNG Top Esports, just a quick stakes check. RNG 5-1, Top Esports 2-3 right now. Negative KDA, or I should say win-loss in the LPL, sitting 11th right now. An important series for both. For Top Esports, they had control in game number 1. They had game number 1 by the palm of their hands. Now RNG took it away. We come into a second game where Xiaohu on the Rise, Bin on the Camille. Holy moly. If Bin gets ahead, he wins games with this pick, despite even going up against the Renekton. Wayward going to have a lot of pressure on him this game. Lyric, I think he played pretty well in game number 1. I'm hoping game number 2, he can try and put Bin in his place, because the laning phase, Bin started taking over, you know, past the 5-6 minute mark.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see this, because for RNG, we always talk about execution, right? Definitely always think side lane composition's harder to maneuver than just straight up being able to be like, yo, we're going to lose towers, but we're going to stack early dragons, then we're going to get the soul, and you're going to have to fight us, right? So, TS, I'm feeling more comfortable with what they've put together, but if there's any team that has shown they can pilot compositions like this, it has always been RNG. So, pretty standard runes coming out across the board. We do see Airy being picked up by Knight rather than something like the Phase Rush, so is going to be playing for those strong traits against the Victor. Has a stronger level 1 against the Rise with this Q. You know he's going to be able to poke him out constantly with those E's. You're going to have Wayward putting up pressure in topside and setting up for potential opportunities for TN on this Poppy.
Well, I think what's interesting to me is that while you're speaking about runes, I'm looking at TN. TN's gone Phase Rush here on the Poppy jungle rather than something like the Predator. With the majority of Poppy jungles we've seen, Lyric, am I right in saying that it's been mainly Predator-based?
Yeah, we have seen a lot of Predator. I think we've started to see, you know, Phase Rush as a rune just start to come back in general. Especially for this composition where you don't necessarily need to rely on running in and looking for these early ganks, right? You are going to be the one that outscales. So being able to guarantee that mobility in team fights, I think feels more worthwhile in this composition for TN.
Okay, nice dredge
Oh,
line.
Ming!
Onto Jackalove, he flashes away. That curve, that lollipopping was gorgeous and both disgusting to watch at the same time.
And look at the amount of indifference and
tried
apathy on
again.
Ming's face.
Just doesn't care. The jacket over him like an absolute boss. Jackalove and Mark, they've been heavy traded, but because the dredge line missed, they're able to get something back onto Ming that time around. I don't know, man. But that's a rough start with Jackalove's flash already being burned.
It is, and now we're going to be looking, looks like Ming going to be trying to get some information in the enemy jungle. This is very good, because both teams have dedicated their early... My God, Ming just keeps throwing it out. Both teams have dedicated their early wards up towards the top side of the map, as always being sneaky.
Waiting. Past that ward. W'd onto it. Knight has a wave that started to push against. Clears that out. Xiaohu does the same, but Ming now here, flash dredge line, and takes Knights with it as well. A very big deal. Support flash for mid.
Wayward also just flashed.
Oh. But
we didn't see how. We literally swapped atop the second flash. But okay.
Lyric.
In keeping up pressure. Here we go. We're going to get the replay. Slice and Dice is in. Gets a bit of a trade going.
Okay.
Dodging the E. He was completely on cooldown, right? So knowing that Bin can't out-trade in that moment. Also having the Knight in this matchup.
Yeah.
So definitely feeling the solo pressure able to come out from Bin.
And here's TN.
Did kind of spell out his own demise.
Dude, this early game is ramping up. Everyone's just flashing left, right, and center. Ming again, dredge line connects.
Go!
Look at this, man. The flash from Mark. Dude, if you guys have a flash, press it now.
Yeah, Ming sees you. You are gone. But now we're talking about TN.
Bin doesn't have flash.
Wayward has a stacked wave.
Bin doesn't have flash. What's the point?
Oh, look. Xiaohu's here, though.
Okay.
Xiaohu making his way up. Xiaohu is able to defend for his good old top laner. He's
flash.
been in this situation before.
Alright, well, Bin's going to get the help he needs to pick up the wave here and catch up to some of what Wayward's got. And so at this point, I know people want to have an argument about D or F. Lyric, I believe it's D. D for flash. Also the first button that comes up as well.
I was going to say, we're not going to have this argument.
No.
I also take flash on F, so we are opposites. His way, looking for the
again,
repeat gank. Ming hit the hook.
Ming for the dredge line, no flash available. This repeat gank, absolutely gorgeous. Mark taking the damage, but a three-man grabbing him. Jackalove saving the day with the ignite in reverse, sent down by Mark. That grabbing him, saving the life of his support.
Really, really nice coming out from Jacob with the turn. Did have to blow the heal. Also, Ignite coming out from Mark as well. So, for RNG, they're still just getting a ton of value out of this, right? Ming, just walk forward, throw a Q, instantly burning every summoner in the book. This is why in the pregame interview, Jackalove did show his respect to Ming. I think it's impossible not to respect Ming if you're playing in the LPL. Absolute legend would be on, you know, a Hall of Fame list for the LPL.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh wait, LPL does have one of those.
Yeah. Is he not on it? I thought he was.
Well, you know, he's still playing, so I would assume not.
Yeah, but you can still go on when you're still playing.
Really? That's how that works?
I don't know.
I assumed you couldn't.
Well, okay, I'm pretty sure Xiao Wei Xiao's on it, right? Oh, sorry, Wei Xiao is on it.
I was gonna say, I don't think Xiao Wei Xiao's on it.
Well, Wei Xiao's on it, right? Okay, sorry to fix my mistake. I think Uzi's on it. Because he technically wasn't playing.
That's true, but...
It's hard, guys. If you don't understand, there is, of course, an LPL Hall of Fame. I know Wawa is on it, the caster. I know PDD's on it. As a classic Season 1 top laner.
I was going to say all these people have not played, though. But we'll get back into the game at hand since we honestly have no idea.
That's right, my dude.
As Bin now, level 6, Hextech Ultimatum is online. Xiaohu also did just get the Realm Warp. So this is where we can start seeing the combo come out. And right as I say it, we're going to start seeing the combo come out. Both of them starting to make their way up towards the top side.
The boys.
Top Esports have a word spotting them out, though.
Tien a level behind. Now, spotting them out, it's one thing seeing them, but the other thing reacting to the players. Wayward running for his life, but he walks back in. Gary doesn't punish. He has a flash available. As we've said, this is the game
Knight
of
is no
flashes.
TP.
Yeah, so it's going to be a big deal. Left in at 3 versus 2, and Knight stuck in the wave. Gives Bin a bit of pushing power for now, and Lyric, after that play fails, Knight able to get the push in here. It means that Xiaohu has to go back to wave. We just wait for the Herald. We wait for the Dragon play, because for now, it looks like all those ultimates will stay up as Ming goes in again. Zenith Blade right on top as Ming takes a bit of damage, but it is returned. Likewise by Carl.
Yeah, and for the side of TES, right, you're happy with low amounts of volatility in the early game. There's already been some, definitely caused by Ming, but if they can subvert those dives from happening and just get these free laning phases, especially for their mid and bot side, I think they're incredibly happy. And if top lane's not becoming a massive hole the top esports need to worry about, then they are just vibing his way now. Gonna make his way into the enemy jungle and at least find, you know, a bit of counter jungling here. Gonna get their vision line set up down towards spot.
Yep.
And you can see on the minimap that Xiaohu, constantly hovering towards sides, wants to proactively use his Realm Warp.
I want to say as well, you talked about top lane being a hole. I mean, hole right now for RNG. 20 CS behind
Yes.
as the Camille. Very good sight here for Wayward. Again, Renekton versus Camille. I know you're going to tell me a very simplistic thing, but it is good that even after the top lane pressure that Finn was given by his team, that Wayward is still in a very comfortable spot.
True, even, you know, him going for the early commit where he makes a bit of mistake, slices and dices in, blows his W, blows his Q, and opens up for the opportunity where he has to flash away from the hook shot, wall shot, but still being able to maintain that advantage in the lane matchup. Soon we're going to get to a point where we're going to have to start seeing that utilized, right? It's the 8-minute mark. You have pressure up in top side. You would expect to see some pressure being put up towards that Herald. The thing is, for RNG, they will be able to get pressure from mid, and Bin right now is pushing the wave back out. So it probably should be RNG the ones who have prio for it, but top esports are already moving their bot lane up.
Yeah, and for Jacula with the Noon Quiver, he's got level 6 as well. Note that Mark without the Solar Flare. Ming will be the same if he goes up, but Ping's going down. They're staying in the bottom wave. Wei just going to transfer that blue buff over to Xiaohu, and Lyric, no one's even looking at. This is a rare occasion where we've had no one actually start up or threaten the Rift Herald, but oh my god, it's a collapse. RNG are walking into a trap. It's a trap! The red buff is just ignoring everyone at the time being as Wei gets the kill. Wait, how do RNG walk into the trap and walk out successful?
I don't know, and look, they're still looking to make more plays as Xiaohu's also hovering around top. It's making Wayward have to blow his Dominus and back off. They transition it into a Herald, like, my god, how do RNG get everything from that position?
And Bin has now just said to Wayward, get lost. I mean, he has to back away. Xiaohu zoning off the wave. Herald being taken. What? We're gonna...
Even in bot, like, your bot lane didn't come up. Gala's got to pick up all of this farm. He's going to get to push in another wave, get a free reset. Like, RNG, I can't wait for the replay from that one, right? You saw one of the highlights, Wei kicking, so you know what? We get a pro view of it. So keeping an eye on it, they see the Poppy immediately. The thing I was concerned about was the gravity field coming down, but Wei gets, Wei flashes over it after getting the kickoff. So Nice from him. Had either of them been stunned by that gravity field, I'm sure it would have been certain death for at least one of RNG's members.
Again, guys, look at what that led to. A 1,000 gold lead. First blood picked up. Herald picked up. Turret plating in the top side. Turret plating in the bottom side. Actually, 2 pieces of turret plating up in that top lane. For RNG, one simple move, one big play by Wei has led to so much as a domino effect for RNG taking a massive lead in this second game.
And they have options with the Rift Herald as well. Like you just pointed out, they've already gotten turret plating in top, got turret plating in bot as well. As we're going to see replay Dominus. So this is when Dominus was popped to 4 before Xiaohu started hovering towards top side. So seems like Wayward went for the all-in to stop Bin from being able to move down to the skirmish as well.
Ignite as well, we're going to stop that healing in the Dominus. So Smite comes down, Way able to get the Scuttle Crab in the bottom side. Herald in his back pocket. 1-0 Lee Sin, he might be blind, but he is not deaf as camera keeps panning up here. We just get to see Wayward get kicked with scissors. Before Gwen, you know, this is the original Gwen. Instead of using the hands, use the legs. This Drench line goes through the gap. There's a depth charge in the middle as well. Solar Flare layers down Ming, but there's a rise in between 3 people. Super Mega Death Rocket helping out now Knight in poor grievances. The Chaos Storm doing quite a bit of work, but look at Xiao take on the army. Now into the backline, Wei does the same as here he comes into 4 people. The gravity field knocked back. No! Tien saved him, or maybe saved themselves.
I mean, Tien did his job in that fight, but man, Wei finding his way onto Jackie Love. Ming CCing people down, and Xiao just like, I'm just gonna stand, you know, aggressively forward the whole time, put up this consistent damage, and they're gonna get mid lane turret for this. I love this when you are going up against so much wave clear on the opposite side. It can be hard to break down this mid lane turret later on. They're gonna be able to get some nice resets off of this. Now we're gonna look to see if Top Esports use this window where RNG are resetting to try to set themselves up for a dragon. They will have to answer waves first, so they wouldn't be able to start it up instantly, but at least getting some vision control, you know, of that bot side river, you know, taking away those control wards in enemy tri-brushes.
Biggest thing right now I'm noticing is that RNG are ahead by 3,000 gold. Lyric. Let's watch again. Ming missed this, but he got an on-click one as well.
Also, Xiaohu setting it up with the Rune Prison as well. And then look at Xiaohu, right? Aggressively staying forward to put off as much DPS as possible. Jacqueline trying to find a kill on the opposite side, but Wei connecting with his Q to force out both summoners from Jackie Love. Xiaohu saying, hey, I want to be a little bit cheeky. Instantly gets hit away by Tien's ultimate. But like Hysterics just pointed out, I mean, RNG picked up so many objectives, so much gold off that play.
Huge.
Hysterics, you yourself, how do you feel about what you just said and how correct it is?
I mean, I just feel
Oh,
great.
wait.
His Hextech ultimatum used on top of Wei with the Ignites down again. Ben is about the hook shot, wall shot. Wait for it, folks. There's no way that Wayward is getting out, and I realize that RNG Wei is going against TES Wayward today. Who really knows the way? I don't know. This guy, this Croc wants to execute on turret, and I think he can do it. Xiao has flash, though, and he's not going to let him get away. Again, yep, all right, maybe he will. Execute, you'll take it.
Yeah, I was going to say, for RNG, it's fine. I don't think you dedicate a flash for that, right? He's going to be off the map, so you're just going to get more gold on your team on top side. He's going to lose more gold in XP from the fact that he is dead. And he was up like 20 CS 5 minutes ago. This just goes to show how much pressure RNG have put up towards that top side with both Wei and Xiaohu. Now where he's behind. Bin had a mythic before him. Now we might potentially see a fight for Dragon. Ming is on our screen.
And again, Red Line connects onto Jack Love the kick. He's in the bounce house. Leave Jackie alone. He'll heal up though with the 7 multi, but Garlic goes on in. Not enough range. Xiao getting stunned up as well as double kill comes through. Top Esports. Hang on a minute. This looks great with Ming running out of mana, but Xiaohu is the real problem. Tien again pokes him against the wall, but Xiaohu is doing his own little spell casting. Flash again. Mark responds with his own. Tien slowed down, but Xiao with the chilling smite, the hammer shock down. Xiao still grabbing him there. Jackie Love dies. Xiao freaking who rises his own.
I can't believe Xiaohu just did that, turning around in a 1v3. This guy just played top lane for a year and he comes back in and he's styling on kids left and right.
4-0-1, man. A triple kill picked up. Xiaohu Doesn't matter if he played top. This guy was originally a mid laner. He's playing mid better than he's ever played before. That was clutch. And RNG, they maintain that gold lead thanks to that magic man in the mid lane.
And we're going to get to see a replay of how this all goes down. It sucks that the damage dealers aren't here because the setup for Ming and Wei was clean. The knock up into the kick onto Jackie Love is able to get the heal off in the end, isn't instantly bursted out. But now, I don't care about anything. We need to keep our eyes on Xiaohu's rise, consistently putting off this damage. He's left untouched. Now you look at it, right? Poppy not bringing any real engage. Sure can close the gap. He'll be able to kite her out. Xiaohu going in with the flash to get the damage on the mark. We're going to see how he goes down. Oh my god, that is so absolutely unfortunate. And enough DPS. His cooldown's come up fast enough to finish off Jackie Love as well.
And we go again, the depth charge in the bottom side river, and look at Xiaohu now with the Everfrost available. This level 11 rise, he's going to do it all again, folks. He's getting burnt down though, and finally Xiaohu goes down, but the next problem is Wei. Wei and Ming versus Tien and Mark. I know who wins. Chaos Storm comes through as he goes gold with the dredge line, but now Gala's in for the mixes. The range comes out, Gala gets one, gets excited, on to Knight as the next target, but will he be there in time? I mean, for Knight, get out of there. Gala and Wei as a unit continue, and even though Xiaohu goes down, you got to worry about all the other members of RNG.
Yes, I was going to say it's 2 for 2, but the thing is, Bin is the one who has pressure in that top lane matchup. So he's able to push in that wave top, instantly move towards mid, and push this wave in as well. So for RNG, they're at least able to keep up their map pressure from the fact that they are ahead in that top lane matchup. But man, we got to take a second just to once again say, we are so lucky to watch the LPL. Yeah, this is a great league. There's no other way to say it, as we see Top Esports trying to make this play down towards the bottom side because they do see the Jinx showing in mid lane. Tons of CC comes out, Jackie Love able to get off a good amount of damage, and Xiaohu going down quite early in the fight. Knight shows up, lasers come out, drops the Chaos Storm. If Gala can find some resets, you know, maybe a bit earlier, like on Mark, you can start getting more done in this fight. Was able to force out summoners from Knight in the end.
But hey, they got Xiaohu from Top Esports, and we're able to get a semblance of a fight, but the problem was Gala comes in, the rest of the cleanup crew, and Top Esports still, look at the gold lead. They're down 4,000 just about 17 minutes of the game, and it continues to be quite an issue where RNG are getting objective after objective. Another Herald picked up at the 17-minute mark, and Lyric, I want to point out, while things are going from bad to worse, Xiaohu has picked up a Fimbulwinter. Well, it's going to be a Fimbulwinter pretty soon.
That's just normal.
Yeah.
That's just normal.
But he's 2 items, dude. He's 2 items as a rise, and I don't know who stops him in this side lane.
Oh, there's no one. I mean, heck, even before the Fimbulwinter, right, there's no one. Both of RNG's solo lane champions win in side lanes against Top Esports variant. It's not what Top Esports comp is built for. It is built for having to answer these waves and just waiting for the timers where you can group up and try and get into an advantageous position where you can try and find these 5v5 team fights. RNG going to be able to keep up this pressure in sides, though. They do have the Rift Herald with Wei as well. We're going to keep an eye on where he wants to go. Bot lane turret is pretty close to being broken down, but it's so low you'd probably want to break that one down without having to expend a Rift Herald to look for it.
I mean, for Bin, should be able to get this comfortably as well. Knight's going to pop up here, but Bin has to be careful. Tien at helm of Knight at the moment. So coming into this game with Dragon coming up in a minute 20, Lyric, it's time to talk to me about how RNG plays this out, because playing towards sides, using the semi-global and Xiaohu's ulti, Sub Mega Death Rocket, you know, playing towards Bin, is that just still the way you go, or is it now we just play around Xiaohu because of how big he is?
Oh, you're definitely playing more around Xiaohu in my mind as compared to Bin. And they could go for plays where I'm surprised they didn't look for one here, where it's like, okay, Xiao pushed in top wave a lot faster than Bin, gets to reset off first. Try and use that window to look for a pick down in the bottom lane on the Victor with Ryze able to follow. Wayward would have to extend a TP, but instead they don't. They just go for the safer play that they feel like they're in the lead as they are, right? And they're just going to keep letting their solo laners pressure in these isolated situations. The interesting thing will be to see if they can maintain Dragon control, and if Top Esports will even look to contest. Right, it would only be second Dragon for the side of RNG. As TS, you can just look to pick up more gold, but look at your jungle. There's no camps.
That's true. What do you take? There's nothing to take. Wade with the Herald as well. He's about to smack that down in the bottom lane as it's getting close to expiring. So here we go. 3 members plus Shelly. That makes 4. Remember that Shelly, she's mad. She doesn't like turrets. Wayward goes on in. The Dominus actually pops and Way absorbs the damage. He flashes himself as well, but TP's coming through. Depth charge as well. Some Mega Death Rocket. Ming's in once again. Everyone in with the Hextech Ultimatum. Bin in the back line. Jackalov taking it as well, but Bin actually getting hurt pretty badly. Xiaohu's still spreading that disease, and you can see everyone wants to get out of there. Knight now joining in as the Sonic Wave connects the Chaos Storm down as well. But Gala going forward. Cleanses. It's a little late. Chaos Storm comes through as the Realm Warp gets them out of there. They got the inhibitor turret, Lyric, pre-20 minutes. There's a dragon there waiting. RNG
Wait. Pings coming out towards the top side for Top Esports. That always scares me when you see pings coming out around Baron for TS because you're like, what are they going to do? Looks like they're just going to get some vision for now. In that last fight, it looked like Gala wanted to keep going, but the team reined him in. The team were like, no, it's time for Dragon. Get over to the Realm Warp, Gala. It's not time to pop off and get pentakills. I can't believe everyone on TS walked away with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, no one died in that last fight.
No one. 0.
So, this game feels like it's done diddly done. You know what I mean? Like, we're almost at 6,000 gold in the lead for RNG. There's 2 dragons. And a lot of people might be like, oh, but, you know, Lyric talked about scaling. You did talk about a scaling element coming through from Top Esports and how they wanted to chill in this game. Is it relevant when we're going up against a Jinx, a Rise, a Camille in the side lane? Like,
no, I mean, right, this gold lead is so massive for RNG that, I mean, heck, they've strong late game champions as well, as you just pointed out. But for TS, they haven't been able to get early dragons. They haven't been able to stem the bleeding. So they don't have that same, like, hey, we're close to Dragon's ult point. We can force them into 5v5s from an even footing. No, now you can't force them into anything. You're 6k gold behind, and they just have easy access to your immobile carries with Hextech Ultimatum, with the Realm Warp, and Jackie Love and Knight's Life, it's going to be hell.
it is. And I'm excited to see how Jackie Love handles himself in this kind of situation. Jackie Love's an interesting player. When Jackie Love's
Gale Force, you know, going forward.
He will go forward. That's exactly right. The answer I was looking for there. This series is also kind of delivered, right? You know, RNG have blown it up, but there's been crazy moments in both this series and the series before today. And as we head towards another inner turret, Xiaohu left on his lonesome. Tien actually flashing forward. The heroic charge into Xiaohu, but this guy's a tank. Remember, this fridge is literally a Fisher and Paykel. It doesn't malfunction. It just continues on running as 3-item Xiaohu takes no damage and cares not for Tien.
Well, it also shows that maybe your Poppy should not be the one looking for these primary engages, right? TS are desperate, so I understand why they're looking for it. They feel pressured to make something happen now, or they're just going to continue to slowly bleed out to the amount of pressure on the map RNG can put up. And it looks like RNG maybe just going to set up the Baron and not just outright start it. Let some resets come out, pick up some more items, as we do see the last Whisper being picked up for Gala, so he realizes they have a Leona, a Renekton, and a Poppy. I'm only going to be hitting frontline. It's not my job to get on the back line. That is all for Bin, Wei, and Xiaohu to navigate, which actually Xiaohu's just been hitting frontline as well.
Yeah.
He's just dealing a ton of damage.
Crazy that Rice does that much damage, but he has 2 tank items that are never fought. And look, Dead Man's Plate's coming up next. But for Xiaohu level 14, he's, again, I called him a fridge. Lyric, you know, from Facebook Marketplace, I bought this Fisher and Paykel fridge for the reference. And it's been absolute unit. If I put Xiaohu on this Rise next to it, I don't know which door I'd try to open. I don't know where I'd put my cheese. Would I put it in Xiaohu? Maybe. That's the appeal right now.
All right, well, Hysterics getting a little bit hystericsy right now.
What?
So we're just gonna focus on the game. Oh my God, Vincent Cheese.
Well, 1v2, he's been in this position before on the Camille. Can't get the re-engagement onto Wayward. Bit of shielding comes through, but it's not enough. Chaos Storm helps out with the kill. 2 members committing to this bottom side while RNG and top side. Lyric, can you still threaten the Baron? Do you look to start it up now?
I don't think you should, right? Both of the opposing side have TPs. Very cool to see that Top Esports having the characters that aren't really side lane champions, being the one to look for the side lane pick, realizing, hey, we need to potentially give up pressure top to find something somewhere else on the map, was pretty unexpected as well. So overall, just nice cleverness coming from them. In TS, I don't think they're going to start this right. It looks like they are just clearing vision out with the fact that Wei and Ming are still in the area. Dragon coming up in 45 seconds, though, so RNG's focus maybe going to pivot down towards there. Could open up for opportunities for TS to try to rush a Baron. Would be quite greedy.
At 35 seconds, that'll lead to Soul Point. RNG on a Cloud Soul game. I will say, with Realm Warp, with Hextech Ultimatum, you know, even Gala's ulti, Cloud Soul's still nice. Are we still on the same line that it is still the weakest soul in the game? Hang on, need to pause. Don't answer my question, Lyric. Leave the suspense here as TN. Once again, they want him, but hey, it's a surprise. Reverse gank, Tien in trouble, and you know what? Knight's like, boys, I'm out. I'm not going anywhere near that. Tien tried.
And this is Baron. This is Baron for the side of RNG. Top Esports are not even in a position to look to trade Dragon on the opposite side. They still want to contest.
They do.
Chaos storms up.
Yeah, Knight with the ulti down. That's what I want to see. Wavewood with his own ulti and Flash getting the back line. Ming at half HP, but Baron's going down at 2k. All you need is a smite to secure, and they've done it. RNG here with the winning tools, but the ulti from Jackulov, absolutely massive. Hextech Ultimatum in the back line, though, and now Bin's all in. Hit with the scissors legs while Gala gets the reset. He may go down, but RNG take it as easy as it comes.
That's what happens when you have an 8k gold lead with champions like Camille on your side against immobile carries. We saw Jackulov able to find a really nice Moonlight Vigil. Instantly, Bin jumps on him, and he's gone. So RNG pick up the Baron. They're going to be able to start pressuring all these waves. And heck, they're getting red buffs. They're getting dragons. They're taking everything from the side of Top Esports.
Again, RNG sealing the deal. 10,000 gold will soon be 12,000 as we look at the replay here with no jungler. Top Esports tried their heart out. Hit this game Baron.
Yeah, we see them. They do commit to it because they do know they do have that smite advantage. Xiaohu and Ming trying to buy some time. Gravity Field does lock them down, sets up for Jackulov to find a really nice Moonlight Vigil, but bam! Bin instantly on to Jackulov. He really can't do anything about it, as you know, they clean up the rest of the fight. Just the usefulness, the utility of having these backline divers.
I tell you what, kicks from Lee Sin today have been pretty clean. Way with another one to add to the list. So huge props there and huge respect as feels like RNG have cleaned up this series, and at 27 minutes, we're heading for an easy 2-0. But it definitely won't be like that if people remember the series. Game number 1, Top Esports had it in the palm of their hands, and even this game, there were moments where Top Esports were able to keep themselves in high spirits. RNG now with the Baron buff, though. Lyric, they want to clean this up, and look at the gold lead. 10,000 gold. Help me.
I mean, look at Gala back to finish the Infinity Edge as well. Last time he was just sitting on Kraken Slayer, Rapid Fire, and the Last Whisper, so he is going to be hitting like an absolute truck. Knight being forced to blow his ulti just to try and get some damage down, chunk them out and prevent the push. Oh. And bam! Realm Warp play towards the top side, bring those Baroned up minions there, spread their forces thin, and get some more damage.
Well, they're going on Bin. Hextech Ultimatum onto Wayward, though, and 3 versus 2. Top Esports are going to clean this up. RNG thought, yeah, we can do it. And then Jackulov appears and says, howdy. Once with the Gale Force forward, another shutdown. RNG, what did they get for it? They didn't even get top.
Yeah, for RNG, right, you want to keep Bin playing far enough forward to where you're making them respond on multiple angles, but definitely can't look for the commit there, especially when in RNG's top and mid waves, they didn't actually have any minions. So it's not even a scenario where it's like, okay, Bin is dying, but we can take an inhibitor turret or an inhibitor. They just had to wait for another wave.
You know what the crazy thing is? We need to see about 6 of these before it actually matters, doesn't it? Is that true?
We need to see quite a bit, but this goes to what we were just saying, right? They playing a bit too far forward. I do understand trying to put enough pressure to pull focus there, but no waves in top or mid right now, so for RNG, sadly not able to answer anything for those. Just nice finds coming out from the side of TES.
Well, again, as I said before, it feels like they're going to need a lot more. So at 29 minutes, RNG try to end. They try to get multiple lanes at once and sack one of them. For Top Esports, 2 minutes 30, alleviate the pressure until the Baron comes up next. Dragon Soul in 2 minutes 15. And now we're just counting our chickens before they hatch. For RNG, the 5-1 team, guys, they win this. Towards the end of this week, I just need to look at schedules. Super quicky dicky. Lyric, as I go to spring season, first of all, as tonight kind of rounds out, I just need to make sure no EDG. There's not. LNG BLG is coming up tomorrow as well, so I guess they're the other team that can match and actually take over RNG. But for now, RNG, they win this, they get top 2. And it's a big deal considering that RNG have already played some pretty difficult matches, right? BLG's come through, FPX you'd consider one as they lost as well. If they beat Top Esports, another difficult match down the drain, in a good way. You know, when things go down the drain in a good way. Then V5 LNG next week. That's how you warm yourself up to returning from Chinese New Year.
It also brings us to an interesting conversation for RNG where, right, like, how good are they? Are they the best team in the LPL? Because this was a conversation we had the other day. It's like, RNG might have the best teamwork that we've seen, maybe the best idea to play the map, but EDG just look like such a force right now. They're winning half of their games just purely by lane diffing people. That's the matchup I'm excited for, but Ming looks for a hook.
Yeah, as Tien tries to stop him, but into the back line. Hextech ultimate him again. Jackie! He's dead. Ladies and gentlemen, he is dead. Top Esports are now in a crevice against the Rise. Not where you want to be. RNG counting numbers at this point. Gala with another reset. 3 members dead. Teleport to the top side. RNG want to take it home.
Now, RNG, they were hard pushed in game 1, but this time around having a much easier time. TES trying to find a pick on Bin to delay them, but with these death timers, at the very least, RNG can pick up a few inhibs, if not just end the game.
Well, 20 seconds, and, you know, Jackie Love not available, Tien not available. RNG have the method to end this one, and after what the series was, the flash forward with the dredge line, great timing from Knight, but on the trap, he has to flash himself. Wayward in the back line, while Knight just gets disintegrated. The original Gwen, except using the legs instead. Bin snips down, and RNG with 5 members alive. They're going to end this one, even with Jackie Love up and available. Hang on a minute.
I don't know.
Hang on a minute. They need to kill Jackie Love. He goes gold. Ming doesn't care. Helping Owen TN as well. Sonic Wayward at the back line. Jackie Love up next. He's already picked up a double kill. RNG struggling to end it. Taken from the fountain, but Gala's resetting. Never mind. Everyone's dying. Please, RNG, you know this game must end. We don't need to sit through this. We understand the end result. It's 2-0. It's RNG moving up to first. It's Top Esports moving down to 2-4. In short, tonight has been an absolute doozy.
Tonight was amazing. Just thinking back to earlier this game, Xiaohu on the rise, having the crazy like 1v3 team fight where he just picks everyone off. Thinking back to game 1 where it was Top Esports in a commanding lead before they sadly did throw. We had a new look Top Esports. We had Knight versus Xiaohu. There was so much going on in this matchup. And heck, that's even ignoring the series we had before, right? So amazing night of LPL coming through. RNG do end up our victors. I feel like Xiaohu in both games putting up such insane performances. If he does not get MVP for this one, I'm absolutely shocked.
Yeah, again, game number 1, he picked up MVP. Game number 2 deserves it even more so. This Rise pick did so much work, and I love how in the end, it wasn't even playing around Bin so much as playing around the Rise himself. Bin just farmed all game. Bin was literally 0-0-0 up until 20 minutes.
Heck, he was right. He was behind early in lane. And then both Wei and Xiaohu started putting so much focus up towards that top side. That is when the matchup completely flipped. And then Bin started using his pressure pretty appropriately, right? Would force the Renekton in. He was forcing out things like the dominance and flashes, was rotating around the map. So definitely doing his role in the performance as well as finding opportunities to Hextech ultimatum onto Jackie Love to make his life hard.
Yep.
And yeah, for RNG, again, I feel like we do still see a lot of positives from the previous iteration. I feel like they are a team that plays pretty intelligently in terms of like understanding how to side lane better than any team we have in the LPL, knowing sometimes when it is too much, though. I do still think RNG are a team who likes to go for the outplay team fight, maybe a little bit too much, but a lot of great qualities there for them. They've only ramped up and looked better and better with each series that does come. And that's why it's like, hey, seeing RNG against the BLGs, the which I guess we've already played, but the LNGs and the EDGs are the matchups I'm really excited for to finally see how our upper half of the bracket stacks up.
Yeah.
Because we have no idea. All of our top teams are doing well.
That's right. there's like this little bubble once again from victory 5 upwards. I'm not sure I'm ready to can put JDG in there or OMG. FPX again, I think another question, at least in the top 10. But RNG now moving up to 6-1 means they're first. They're first until tomorrow, depending on what happens between LNG and BLG. But this second game kind of shows the caliber of team they are, how they manage their side waves. Lyric, you and I have always talked about it. I think as an LPL team, we've always mentioned RNG's ability to control sides, and this is another game where that pressure was complemented in this second game.
Of course, right? And like with everything, it's not perfect, but it's definitely the best we see in the LPL. And on their games where it is on point, I think it definitely gets damn close to perfect as well, as we saw from them in MSI last year. And sure, again, the roster's a bit different. Shahu back in mid, Bin in top, but I remember Meox and Dagda talking about this before the split and speculating that they should have a higher ceiling with this roster, right? Maybe their floor, it would take a while to come into because you don't have such an obviously, like, clear identity around your shot caller up in the top side, but the skill ceiling should be higher than the RNGs of last year.
It should be, right? Like that potential is there, and that's why I was so excited. That's why I put them first, in terms of RNG. I think the same conversation could be applied to top esports. Top esports, their skill ceiling should be really high as well, even if we talk about Tien coming to the roster, or Xiaopeng. I can agree with Xiaopeng, what they add to the roster. Knight and Jacket Love still there. We had Dwar up until recently. Mark's still a great support who will take some time to integrate. But you have Zoom as your main starting top laner. So, yeah, I don't know what's happening with top esports.
Right, top esports has some soul searching, and I feel like a lot of it goes to the fact that even over their past 2 years, right, I think their idea of how to play the game is like flawed, in a vacuum. Definitely not the optimal way to play League of Legends, but it always worked for them because of the mesh of players they had and how well they were performing at the time. So now they have changed out some pieces. You've seen some pieces maybe not fall off in level overall, but fall out of form. They aren't able to just brute force games the same way they used to be. We even saw in game 1. They tried. They drafted a comp to do it. They get to mid game, and the shot calling, the macro isn't exactly there. They'll go for these Baron flips. They'll go for these aggressive dives in mid lane like we saw Jackie Love do. And then it's like, okay, well, you're giving the enemy not only these kills, but their jungle camps back, Barons, Dragons, all of the above to get back into the game. So definitely need to see top esports shore that up, which is very easy to say, but very hard to do. Yeah. Or again, change your identity somehow, which is what it seems like they're trying to do.
Yeah, and give yourself, I guess a stronger, I was going to say stronger identity through finding.
I was going to say,
like their identity is strong, but with new players on the Rift as well, we're going to see adaptation come through. As I've been told that Bin's actually standing by for an interview, so we're going to throw it over to Wendy, who's going to be chatting with Bin.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now I'm standing by with Bin from RNG. Congratulations on today's win, and after today's game, RNG has accumulated 6 wins in total. It feels like you guys have a very good momentum, so tell us more about your comments on the synergy with new teammates in RNG. 那首先恭喜你们今天很漂亮拿下比赛的胜利。第一个问题也是想问到的是，在这场比赛结束之后 ，RNG 现在已经积累了6个大场的胜场，感觉你们的状态是越来越好了。那现在来到 RNG 和其他队友们的配合，你觉得到了一个什么样的程度呢？有什么样的评价？
我觉得我们5个人现在配合的程度比以前要默契了很多，就是现在可能打团的时候都不需要说那么多话，大家就能想到一起去。
So I really feel like until now we have a much better synergy, a much better coordination inside the team. Maybe in the late game team fights, we no need to say much stuff. So we have this kind of understandings towards each other to have the same goal in the actual team fights. Yeah, and definitely we can see this from the actual game. So let's talk a bit more about the last team fight in game 1 around the Dragon Pit, because we feels like you guys have shown a very gorgeous team fight and were able to cleanly end up the game. So tell us more about the details around the Dragon Pit in game 1. 那其实就是如你所说，现在你们的一个整体的无论是指挥配合也是越做越好。那说到第一局，其实我们也很想问最后一波的一个小龙坑的那一波团战，因为那一波团战你们我们展现出了非常完美的一波团战，而且同时也是很干净利落的终结掉的比赛。想问一下当时是怎么样的一个情况？
当时的话，我感觉主要是对面的走位有点失误，就是他们 AD 走到了一个可以会被我ER 到的位置，我们瑞兹正好已经开车过来，所以我就直接上了，把他们 AD 杀了，他们打团输出会少很多。
So I think around there, the opponent's AD player, he just made a few mistakes in the positions because I was able to find a super good angle to use my ER skill shot to him, and also our mid lane player, he was around there to use the skill shot as well. So after that, we can easily win the games, win the team fights. So I think we just were able to punish the opponent's mistake around there. And let's talk a bit more for game 2 because we feels like in game 2 in the first 20 minutes, it seems you just do the 1v1 solo together with Renekton in the top lane. So tell us more about what your thoughts or what's your strategy for the early to mid game in game 2. 那其实说到第二局，感觉你的卡米尔好像前20分钟都没有怎么太参团，更多的还是和鳄鱼在上路1v1真男人大战。然后想问一下，可能你在前中期第2局的一个整体的一个想法，或者说一些战术是怎么样的呢？
这个可能是因为卡米尔打鳄鱼，就是我神话装出来之前1v1不太好打，但是我前面只能跟他发育，当我神话装出来之后，他就只能跟我发育了，所以就基本上我们两个队友也没有什么影响。
So I feels like in the game against Renekton or in the matchup against Renekton, if my core item is not that good, I feels like it's a bit hard for us to have so many kills which can do just a bit farming. But after I just build some items, I feels like it's super easy for me to like do the to skill up so well and to try to push the lane to have the 1v1 around with Renekton on the top lane. So we just don't need the help from other teammates. We can just do the solo around the top lane. So that's my strategy in game 2. And my very last question is definitely now RNG have a very good performance have shown on the stage of LPL. So do you have any words you want to say to all the fans that always supporting RNG? 那最后一个问题也是想问到的是，现在 RNG 毫无疑问是状态非常非常的火热，为我们展现出了很精彩的发挥和表现。所以说也想问一下我们的阿斌有没有什么话想要对一直支持 RNG 的粉丝朋友们说的？
感谢大家的支持。
So I just like to give my appreciation to you for your support. Thank you so much. And also thank you for the sharing. Congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，接下来要加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
拜拜。
Thank you to Ben. Thank you to Wendy. I think more importantly, you know, it is great to see him integrating with the roster. I still look at Ben and I still think Suning at this point. You know, I still look at him and I go, Suning's top lane. And it's always weird seeing him with RNG, seeing him take in the place of Xiaohu, who, yes, Luke, was MVP in game number 2.
Yeah. I mean, it's no surprise, right? Xiaohu, like, my God, this guy is definitely an MVP candidate for the split. He is playing out of his mind every game. We showed his laning stats earlier. Was second in terms of solo kills, super high CSD at 15. And look at this, almost 100% KP. Didn't get off the highest damage numbers. He is Rise. He also does go to the tank build. And we just saw consistently unloading, consistently locking people down. And my God, was this the play? Dragon on his side. This man can do no wrong.
That's right, man.
The LPL gods are in his favor.
I mean, I love this. I love the dragon coming back, ticking down. Look. Oh! Mountain dragon help it out, dude. Definitely RNG favored. But yeah, the Rise again. But it wasn't even that. It was the Corky game 1 as well. RNG's mid laner Xiaohu getting back-to-back MVPs in this series. There's something to be said that Xiaohu is continuing to deliver in this role. It's like that top lane momentum has shifted him into an even better mid laner than he was in 2019.
And I do believe now he actually is the MVP leader. I think now he should be sitting on 6.
Yep.
Rookie and Viper sitting at 5. So all great players. And what a league. Xiaohu and Rookie leading, you know, in MVP votes. Like, again, a bit of a throwback. Really cool to see. RNG, I think, still definitely have some room to grow from what we've seen. But I don't think their core issues or the core strengths are that much different from last year. I think they have the same strategy that they did. It's just different tactics to get here now that you do have Xiaohu in the mid lane, a more versatile champion pool, a stronger laning phase. Bin, who does want to look for more of these heavy trades, rather than Xiaohu, who I think did a lot in terms of wave manipulation to set up for the way that he'd get ahead up and top side.
He did. And I was going to come
Yeah.
in and say, like, there needs to be an honorable mention. Ming gets another great mention. I think Ming's playing really great
The
League of
early game
Legends.
hooks!
Dude.
The early game hooks!
All of them connected. Like, Ming again on Nautilus. There's a reason he's played it 11 times, where he's played like 16 games in total, I think. So no big surprise to me that Ming doesn't really need to mention. Ming's used to not getting praise. You know, when Gala's in this team, Xiaohu recently, even Wei during 2020, I think, or 2019.
Let's give a shout out to Kenju. Because people don't know, Kenju is one of RNG's new coaches. He was the coach for EDG last year when they won Worlds, was the longtime coach for Snake and LNG. And this man is building up quite the resume for himself at this point. You know, keeping RNG cohesive. Tabe's still there as well, obviously doing whatever he did last year that worked so well. So just RNG at this point being a well-oiled machine with a clear system.
Yeah, great foundation, I think, is what built EDG into that amazing team. And speaking of, you know, amazing teams in the LPL right now, we are supporting some pretty big powerhouses. I think coming back from the Chinese New Year, we're going to start getting that field of momentum where, you know, BLG will warm themselves up, continue to. Weibo Gaming we saw earlier, who's doing the same thing. LNG, EDG, now RNG. As we look at the results here from today, Lyric, I mean, you and I got some pretty good series. Like, you and I got some amazing series.
Lucky.
I am absolutely buggered from 2 series. I don't remember feeling this way. Like, voice is dead. We'll bring him up on the screen if you missed out. Because you and I almost got a 3rd game in this final series as well. And there we go. We got there.
Yeah.
We started with
Started off kind of fast. Mazel and Dagda bringing us those. And then, yeah, like you said, we had some long games today in our final 2 series. Weibo were able to come out ahead against FPX. FPX always on the cusp of winning these 3-game series, but always falling short. And then RNG coming back, I mean, from the pits of despair in Game 1 to close out the series, which will lead us into the standings that you were just talking about.
Yeah. Let's
Does it lead us into the standings?
Well, RNG will get top because RNG first, EDG second. The biggest thing for me is that it's kind of crazy. It said earlier on, OMG have played 8 series. Like, that's so much.
The crazy thing to me is just the fact that, again, our top 6 teams at the most have 1 loss. Like, that shows mid and end split is going to be all of our top teams duking it out against each other. Heck, tomorrow we have some top teams duking it out.
Yeah, we do. Because tomorrow we finish off our week number 3, remember. We went on that little break. Week 3 rounds it out. And first matchup, okay. Second matchup, okay.
Rookie versus former Org.
That's right. But the last one, you're all going to be asking. I don't know the answer, okay? I really don't know the answer. Is it Iwandy? I don't know that either. Is it Uzi? Stop asking. It's probably Doggo. Every time you ask, you delay it by a week. It's your fault. It's everyone who asked. It's your fault that Uzi's not on stage.
Yeah, I love it. Blaming the audience.
It's the audience.
Point is, tomorrow's games are going to be good ones. You're going to want to tune in. Me and Asterix will be tuning in because we're not casting tomorrow. We come back on Wednesday where Weibo will play EDG. So you'll want to be there on Wednesday as well.
Aren't
but
we
guess
back
what,
on
guys?
Tuesday?
Might be Tuesday, but point is, we're LPL casters. We're paid to tell you to watch LPL.
Yep.
So don't trust us. Trust yourself and watch the LPL.
That's a good point. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for bearing with us. Thank you for enjoying that WBG of FPX series, RNG Top Esports to finish off tonight. We'll be back with you tomorrow to finish off the week here in the LPL. Thank you to Lyric. Thank you to our English production crew. Bye for now, but not forever. Good night.